Chapter 951 World Government Arrangement, Navy Preparation. This is a decision made by the 5 elders. Even if he is the Navy Admiral, he has no right to change it. But I never expected that guy to be Roger's child. He actually escaped the search at that time. It's unbelievable. The information on the table made him unbelievable. In order to eliminate Roger's bloodline, they made great efforts. Unexpectedly, the other party survived, and some very special people seemed to be involved. Don't think about that kind of thing. How to deal with the problem of the 7 warlords? Hawkeye is okay. He will keep his promise. There is still some time before the war, enough for him to arrive. What about the remaining 3? The combat power of the 7 warlords is one aspect, and the attitude is another issue. This is the first group recruitment since the establishment of the 7 warlords. These 7 warlords enjoy the convenience brought by the 7 warlords' identity. It is impossible not to participate in the war at this time. If you refuse to be recruited, you have to consider the issue of expulsion. Doflamingo should want greater benefits. He has always been like this. It's not difficult to deal with him. The Pirate Queen's attitude is said to be very strange. It's impossible to explain it to her over the phone. Let the Navy send someone to deal with this problem. As for Sea Knight Jinbe, he has some ambiguity with the Whitebeard pirates. There is a possibility that he will betray them on the battlefield. This hidden danger must be eliminated. There is still time. How is the Navy mobilizing? 50,000 elite troops have arrived at the headquarters, and another 20,000 are on the way. Another 30,000 are being drawn from other areas. The defense work in other areas has been arranged, and the surveillance ships have been sent out. As for the rest, we can't do anything. Several people put down the paper and pen in their hands. They are also high-level officials of the world government. Although they have various activities on weekdays, they all hope that the world government can develop more stably. They can reach this position not because they are so honest, but because they are the most capable among that group of people. The world government needs excellent talents, and the 5 elders know this. There are still limits to where a pure waste can climb. Spandine and Spatum are the limit. Speaking of which, Moria seemed to have lost to a newcomer before. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Just update the bounty. There are more than 10 supernovas this year. It's really a turbulent era. It doesn't matter. These people together are not as important as Whitebeard's problem. The new world will help them reduce the number of people. While they were discussing specific matters, Sengoku was also protesting in the room of the 5 elders. I don't agree. 5 elders, is this war too hasty? You know Whitebeard's character. He can't be indifferent to the identity of Fire Fist Ace. If he really wants to eliminate Roger's bloodline, a secret execution is enough. The consequences of public execution. Whitebeard will do everything for his living family, but if this family is dead, he will consider many things. He did not attack Wano country in the original timeline for this reason. The terrain of Wano country is easy to defend but difficult to attack. He will not easily sacrifice more lives for the dead. To publicly kill Ace is a conspiracy that will drive Whitebeard crazy. Sengoku. Don't play dumb. You are known as a wise general. Can't you see the purpose of this war? Fire Fist Ace is just a trigger. Roger is dead. His bloodline and subordinates are not important. But Whitebeard needs to bow out. This turbulent sea does not need so many powerful pirates. The 5 elders with swords stuck their scabbards on the ground and scolded Sengoku harshly. Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, red-haired Shanks, if these 4 people get together, they will be a terrifying force that is no less than rocks back then. Before they join forces, we need to reduce their numbers. If they have already joined forces, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? It is impossible for the 4 of them to work together. If we take the initiative to attack the New World and want to wipe them out, they may become a group under the influence of external forces. But this time is different. Whitebeard will definitely come to rescue Ace. If he doesn't come, the Whitebeard pirates will also lose face. What can we do? Nothing will be lost. But pirates are greedy. As long as he comes, others will not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the empty defense of his territory. This is the benefit that comes to the front. When the Sea Emperor becomes 3 people, they will form a triangle relationship. Although it is stable, they will be wary of each other. Killing Whitebeard can also boost the morale of the Navy. Although there will be casualties, it is definitely worth it. The 3 admirals of the headquarters plus the 7 warlords of the sea, you have enough ability to deal with him. The judgment of the 5 elders is reasonable to some extent, but the problem is that they don't know how many actors there are in the navy. The factions of the navy are more complicated than they think. The justice in the eyes of the world government does not match the justice in the eyes of some generals. Is there no room for negotiation? Sengoku, you are the admiral of the navy, but only the admiral of the navy. Do you understand? I need the full support of the scientific forces. If you want to start this kind of war, the current headquarters is not enough. You know how much damage Whitebeard's ability can cause. Sengoku did not want to go to war at this time, but he was powerless to interfere with the decision from above. As a marshal, when the order was issued, all he could do was to thoroughly execute it. Mission. Of course, you can mobilize all resources, and the world government will cooperate with you in this regard. However, Sengoku, we can turn a blind eye to Garp's affairs, but don't let him do anything strange. You understand what we mean? Understood. Arrange tactics, coordinate subordinates, many things have to be arranged by Sengoku himself, and he has a bigger problem to solve. After leaving the Red Earth continent, he quickly returned to Marineford, and saw Garp, who had been waiting in his office for a long time. There was no less senbei on the table, which showed that Garp was in a bad mood. What's wrong? Faced with Garp's question, Sengoku just shook his head. As an old comrade for decades, Garp also understood what Sengoku meant. Why? There are so many pirates on the 6th floor, and the crimes they committed are much more serious than Ace's. They can all be imprisoned in Impel Down, so why can't Ace be imprisoned? Just because of his identity? Roger has so many crew members, why did he target Ace? Garp, don't be like a child, this is a problem of the situation on the sea, and also a problem of the relationship between Ace and Whitebeard. This situation has been possible since the day he went out to sea and became a pirate. Speechless for a moment, after a brief silence, Garp silently walked out the door. Watch the Sea of Arceus, the Journey of a Thief for the fastest update. Chapter 951, Supernovas of Shabayati, Luo who doubts his life. Chapter 952, Supernovas of Shabayati, Luo who doubts his life. Garp. Where are you going? This matter has been decided, and neither you nor I have the ability to change it. Warring states thought that there was still a chance to save it before the war information was published in the newspaper, but the firm attitude of the world government was beyond his expectations. He knew very well that even if Garp went to Marijoa, it would be impossible to save this matter. I'm just going to see him. As a grandfather, arrange a ship for me to go to Impelton. Is there any problem? I know. Garp's steps were a little heavy. He always hoped that his grandson could become a navy, but he didn't know how to teach people, or in other words, there were few people in this world who could educate the next generation. Growth depends on oneself. At this time, warring states still believed in Garp's integrity. He felt that he would not do such an outrageous thing as jailbreaking, so he let him go. He would not stop such a visit. And it's not easy to stop it. If you don't feel at ease about this, it's not easy to let Garp show up during the war. As a naval hero, Garp's absence from this war has a serious impact on the morale of the army. After Garp left, Marineford was temporarily closed. The people of the scientific forces were transforming the coastal artillery and installing special equipment. The manufactured pacifists were also transported to the Sabayati archipelago for the final pre-war test. The Sabayati archipelago is the same as usual, with chaos and prosperity coexisting, but the number of supernovas this year is a little more. The newcomers from various seas appeared in this island of departure again, just like they calculated the time, and Luffy and others naturally did the same. Although the news of Moria's defeat came out, the Straw Hat Pirates did not qualify for the bounty for all members. Although his and Zoro's bounties were still over 100 million, they were not outstanding compared with the supernovas of the same class, and they were even a little mediocre. Now they are preparing for the issue of ship coding, and are also listening to Xiaqi's description of the island, but they don't pay too much attention to these, but Hiluo listens with relish. On the other side, in addition to these supernovas, there are Iska and Lamy on the island. Sister Iska, Sister Misu has conveyed the news to me, the latest order from Ghost Island, the external cadres should hurry up to deal with the matters at hand, and then return to Ghost Island. It seems that there will be a big move. How are things handled? Soon, it will be handled before dark today. Well, let's leave here after we deal with this matter. This island makes me upset today, and there are more annoying guys. Okay, I'll go to the restaurant over there to buy some food. Come on, kids, I'll take you to eat. It's the same as before, but Lammy is now much more mature and more stable in doing things. When he came to Shampoo in the past few years, Lammy would also buy food in this restaurant, which is large in quantity and affordable. For people in the slums of Shampoo, this restaurant is the most suitable. It's just that this restaurant is under some unbearable pressure. People dressed in gangster clothes occupied a corner of the restaurant. The leader, a man dressed like the Godfather, was eating, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at the people around him. Vulgar women are disgusting. Go and seal her mouth. The captain of the flame tank pirates, the gangster Capone Beg, has a bounty of 138 million Baileys. The person she disliked for being vulgar was another supernova, the captain of the Bonnie pirates, the big eater Joel Bonnie, with a bounty of 140 million Baileys. She was eating a lot at the table with pink hair. This can't be done, Godfather, this is under the eyes of the Navy. If it causes a large-scale commotion. Beg stopped her action and picked up the fork and stabbed it in the face of the younger brother. What the younger brother said made some sense, but Beg still did it because the younger brother's dissuasion violated the rules of his gang. At the same time, Bonnie was yelling for more food. The waiter bumped into someone in a panic, and was immediately supported by Lammy, who entered the restaurant. Be careful, waiter. Thank you. Hey! What do you mean by putting spaghetti on my pants? Lammy supported the waiter, but the plate in his hand still flew when it came to others. On this day when all the pirates gathered, a pirate was robbed by him. Sir, fighting is not good. There are so many children here. Can you not be too reckless? The pirate was about to draw his sword, but was pressed back by Lammy, who dissuaded him with a kind smile. You. He was not a good man, and he didn't care about children, but the strength of Lammy's hand made him unable to draw his weapon. Just when he wanted to take out other weapons, his captain stopped him. Stop it. Captain. 100% defeat rate, 100% mortality rate, this is your future, and the death is already spinning on you. Long blonde hair, nail-like eyebrows, and a cross tattooed on his chest. Captain of the Hawkins Pirates, Magician Basil Hawkins, bounty of 249 million Baileys. The most superstitious person among the supernovas, he basically relies on his own divination to do things, and usually decides the next action based on the result of divination. The divination of the card gave him a very clear message, that if he didn't take action, everything would be fine, and if he took action, his chance of winning was zero, so he would naturally stop his men in this case. From a metaphysical point of view, he predicted Lammy's next plan. If the pirate continued to take action, Lammy would release the poison he had prepared, causing him to die inexplicably in a few minutes. Looking at the Hawkins pirates, who were dressed like a religious group, Lammy didn't say anything, but packed a lot of food and left. The chaotic restaurant made her give up the idea of dining here. It's just that the chaos is not only here. This restaurant can be said to be restrained, and outside, some people have already started fighting. This is not surprising for the pirate's character. Fighting bravely is their normal state, but near these people, another person who was watching the excitement was rubbing his eyes. Captain, that woman looks a bit like you. If you are also a girl, you might be her sister. Captain? Captain? What's wrong with you? Shaky and Peking joked with Luo, but Luo did not react at all. He just stared at that face. Sister Lammy, can we eat now? Wait a little longer. It's windy here. Eating will upset your stomach. We can eat on the boat later. The child's voice came into Luo's ears, and Lammy's voice also evoked Luo's memories. Wait, Lammy. Hey? Who are you? Do we know each other? For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 952, Strange Brother and Sister. Chapter 953 Strange Brother and Sister. Lammy's face is very different from when she was a child. When Luo saw Lammy in the newspaper, he couldn't be sure whether it was his sister for a while. After that, Luo went through a long preparation and finally entered the Grand Line. During the voyage, he became a bounty collector like some people, mainly collecting bounties for Lammy. The people of the cult of Arceus generally keep a low profile. Except for extremely special circumstances, they will not participate in battles and will even take the initiative to attack pirates, but in the eyes of the world government and the navy, this is still a branch of the beast pirates. Lamy, who often follows Iska in Champuti, was eventually put on the bounty. Even if she doesn't kill many people, her ability to knock down a team of navy with a wave of her hand makes people who don't know terrified. She is a walking humanoid biochemical weapon. If it weren't for Quinn standing in front, Lamy would probably receive more attention. Luo didn't know this, but he found some clues through the bounty. Through the analysis of the photos, he refined Lamy's facial features into data, and then compared them with himself and found some similarities. This can't prove anything, but the overlap in data and the same name give him more hope. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Lamy in the Sabayati archipelago. Shaky and Peking did not notice that Lamy was the woman on the wanted poster that Luo Tiantian was following. In the photo on the wanted poster, Lamy was wearing casual clothes, but at this time, Lamy was wearing a proper nun's uniform. According to Misu, she was already a qualified nun. The style of the nun's uniform did not change much, but the logo of the Thousand Universe armlet was cleverly integrated into the neckline, cuffs and other positions. If you look closely, you can see that the metal decorations left on the clothes just form a simple Thousand Universe armlet. The original designer of the costume was Misu, but later a starfish from Fishman Island made some suggestions and finally finalized the new religious costume. The biggest change is the headscarf, which originated from the ancient Sinnoh region and is similar to the female characters in the Zqi version. After the big change in clothing, people who don't pay special attention to her can't recognize her at all. In this world with high incidence of face blindness, it is not easy for Peking and Shachi to find that the two are a little similar. Who are you? I. These three words made Luo's heart cold. Just when he wanted to reveal his identity, he was interrupted by Lamy, and Lamy's words rekindled his hope. Ah, I remember who you are, the captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. The hope that had just been ignited was extinguished again. Lamy used just a few words to make Luo experience the ups and downs of life. At first, he was unfamiliar, and then Luo thought that the other party recognized him, but the result was such a name. Recognition is recognition, but this method is not. Luo hoped that his sister would not call him in this way. Who? After taking a few deep breaths, Luo calmed down his excitement. He thought about many possible situations, and there were worse ones than this. It is not 100% certain that Lamy is Lamy, so Luo will not lose his composure directly. Can I bother you for a few minutes, Miss Lamy? No interest, I don't have much to talk about with you. Please wait a moment, I just want to know your relationship with Sister Misu. Seeing that Lamy was about to leave, Luo directly said Misu's name. Without knowing Lamy's specific situation, this was the only survivor of Frivans he knew except himself. Do you know Sister Misu? Are you the child she took care of outside? Unlike Lamy, although Misu has a higher status in the Arceus cult, she has not been rewarded. She mostly participated in secret operations and had very few intersections with the Navy. Even the people in the Navy dojo before had no impression of this because of the 7-star sword. Not many people in the outside world know the name Misu. She thought that Luo had received the favor of Misu, and because of the sex clothing, he recognized that she and Misu belonged to the same sect, so he stopped her. I guess so. I was born in Frivans and listened to the nuns' lectures before. Luo said Frivans' name word by word, carefully observing Lamy's reaction. Are you also from Frivans? That's great. The nun will be very happy if she knows. She has always thought that there are no survivors in Frivans. Then you. Ah. I am the nun's adopted daughter. She adopted me outside and gave me a home at that time. Due to platinum lead poisoning, Lamy suffered from severe amnesia at the time and could not remember what happened before. In order to prevent Lamy from immersing in grief, Misu fabricated a false life experience and let Lamy start his new life. Misu was not concerned about the pirate information from the outside world, never noticed Luo's news, and never mentioned such things to Lamy. Even the past events were always vague, so Lamy didn't know when Misu started to believe in the Arceus religion, and didn't notice what Frivans meant in Luo's words. In Lamy's cognition, he was just an orphan adopted by Misu. What's your name? No, should I say your last name? And don't you have any brothers or something like that? Lamy's previous words made Luo feel that something was wrong, so he didn't abruptly say that he might be her brother. If Lamy in front of him was his sister, then it was obvious that she had lost that memory, and the sudden stimulation might have a bad effect, so Luo was just slowly inducing Lamy. No, Mr. Pirate. Lamy is the name given to me by the nun. You are a little strange. If you are concerned about the nun, then I will say hello to the nun for you. If you have the ability and can pass the review, you can join us. Recruiting new members for the pirate group is not what Lamy does. Misu has helped many people outside, and it is not that she can join them directly without this relationship. Gurgle. The sound of her stomach growling reached Lamy's ears. Looking at the drooling children beside her, she knew she had delayed too long. I have something else to do. If there is a chance, see you in the new world, Mr. Pirate. Lamy wanted to leave, and Luo certainly would not let go of the opportunity that had finally come. He wanted to find out. He didn't believe that Misu would specifically adopt a girl who looked a bit like her sister at that time and gave her sister's name. But before he could continue to ask anything, the wall next to him suddenly exploded, and a large number of tiles flew towards this side. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 953, You Are Not My Type, Chaotic Shampoo. Chapter 954 You Are Not My Type, Chaotic Shampoo. Be careful. In the blink of an eye, a hemispherical space enveloped the nearby area. In Luo's mind, Lamy was probably his sister. Even if he was not sure, he had a desire to protect her and wanted to move Lamy to a safe place. As for the children next to her, Luo didn't care. He was no longer that innocent child. People always change. Luo's initial dream was very ordinary. He wanted to be a great doctor like his father. But after the Frevans incident, his family and classmates all died. At that time, he had a mental breakdown and became cold and cruel. The goal of living is to want revenge on the world and to destroy everything in the last time. Rosinandi's gentleness saved him. After that, Luo began to cherish his partners, but the coldness in his heart did not dissipate. He didn't want to take action against people who had nothing to do with him and could not bring any benefits. He could only transfer one person at the first time. Of course, he would protect the person who was suspected to be his sister, but the embarrassing problem came. When he successfully moved Lamy with the Rue slaughterhouse and brought her to a safe place, Lamy returned to the previous position in the next moment, and all the bricks and rubble were caught in her hands. Captain, she seems to be better than you. Luo didn't care about his subordinate's complaints, but looked at Lamy's wrist, which was exposed due to the increased amplitude of the movement, and a faint birthmark came into his eyes. It was the same birthmark as her biological sister. With this birthmark, plus the special interpersonal relationship, he had already determined that the other party was his sister. But when everything came to a conclusion, he didn't want to force the recognition. If she remembered herself, the situation would be different, but Lamy was obviously in a state of amnesia at this time and had no impression of herself. And he had something he had to do. There was a huge hatred between him and Doflamingo, and he wanted to avenge Rosinante. Luo didn't know whether he could defeat Doflamingo. If not, then the recognition with Lamy would only increase the sadness. He could be sure that his sister was still alive and seemed to be living a good life, which was enough. Let's talk about the recognition after he defeated Doflamingo. So cool, Sister Lamy, you are so awesome. Sister Lamy, you are so strong, can you even crush bricks? In the eyes of the children in the slums, the image of Lamy, who brought them food and protected them, is constantly rising. You can do it after you study. Now follow these two uncles to the ship and find Sister Iska, okay? Sister will find you soon. Lamy waved and called a few employees of the beast fruit who were watching the excitement on the side. Bricks and rubble don't fly out of thin air. There was an explosion in the restaurant next door just now, which led to this situation. Ordinary people have already fled in all directions, but the employees of the beast fruit are used to it. They want to see what kind of young people are fighting here, and they are just seen by Lamy. Because they often come to Shampoo, the employees here are very familiar with Lamy and Iska, and it's no problem to give them some small orders. The situation here is no longer suitable for children to stay, so let them leave first. Okay. In a burst of responses, they followed the employees of the beast fruit and left. Lamy looked at Luo. Now she felt that Luo was a little strange. His goal seemed not to say hello to the nun, but to herself. In order to prevent Luo from affecting those children, she did not leave with him. Mr. Pirate, your flirting skills are not very good. Ahem, flirting. Law almost choked to death on his own saliva. Lamy's words made him break down before he met Luffy. After all, it was not a good experience to be told to flirt by his own sister. But in Lamy's eyes, a stranger who had nothing to do with him suddenly found a reason to talk, which could only be regarded as flirting. Isn't it? I have no interest in your type at all. That's really a pity. Law did not argue, but followed Lamy's words. Boom. Originally, Law wanted to find out more about Lamy, but the wall next to him exploded even more. This time it was no longer ordinary rubble, but a big hole was directly blown out, and a figure flew out from it. If you want to fight, come out and join me. Don't you know how powerful I am? A long-armed man shouted at the hole in the wall. He was also one of the supernovas, the captain of the radio pirates, Seeming, Skulachaman App, with a bounty of 198 million berries. He was just eating in the restaurant, but he got into a fight with someone because of a disagreement. To be more precise, they were unhappy with each other, which led to the current situation. Then stop staring at me, you disgusting guy, I can kill you right now. APU's opponent also walked out of the tavern, with red hair, and still a healthy man for the time being. The captain of the Kid Pirates, Ustake Kid, has a bounty of 315 million berries, and is also the man with the highest bounty among these supernovas. Captain! You can't do it, this is shampoo. Mr. App. Calm down. Seeing that their boss was about to fight, their younger brothers began to dissuade him. Making too much noise in shampoo would not benefit anyone. However, the supernovas who could come here were all thorns among thorns, and not all of them could think calmly. A magnetic force gathered in Kid's hands, and the knives and forks in the restaurant, as well as the surrounding metal objects, flew towards Apu after being controlled by him. He is a magnetic man who has eaten the superhuman magneto-magnetic fruit, which can create a magnetic field, magnetize metal objects and manipulate them. In terms of personality, Kid is the most brutal of the supernovas of this year. He is easily irritated by trivial matters. His attack does not care about the people around him. The flying knife and fork also include Rami and Law in the attack range. It is not difficult for them to dodge such attacks with their skills. If it were the usual Law, he would not be angry about such things at all, and he could even say hello to Kid with a smile, but this time it was different. Looking at Kid's indiscriminate attack, Law was furious. Room. The space of the Operation Fruit was opened again, and Law had already drawn his sword to slash at Kid, who was going to continue to attack App. Although Kid dodged the slash, he had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the floating stones behind him. Baton. Roy raised his finger upwards, and a large number of stone tables and chairs flew towards Kid from behind, as if to bury him alive. At the same time, a rotating scimitar also slashed at Law, and a thick pillar smashed at the person who wanted to slash Law. The peaceful scene just now disappeared in an instant, and turned into a chaotic battlefield where various forces gathered. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 954, There are two kinds of red hair, one is called red hair, and the other is called Kid. Chapter 955, There are two kinds of red hair, one is called red hair, and the other is called Kid. The one who attacked Law was a member of the Kid Pirates, Killer Warrior, Killer, with a bounty of 162 million belly, and the one who attacked Killer was the captain of the Broken Monk Pirates, Weird Monk, Uraj, with a bounty of 1.0800 million berries. The captain's personality will determine the style of his subordinates. Hawkins' pirates are dressed like a cult, Beak's subordinates are all dressed like mafia, and Law's subordinates also have uniform clothing. This is just the appearance that can be seen. There are also invisible styles of behavior that have a greater impact, such as the bellicosity of the Kid Pirates. When Kid and Apu were not happy, Uraj and Killer also started fighting and gradually approached Kid. Uraj is huge, but his flexibility is far inferior to Killer. After Killer discovered Law's behavior, he abandoned Uraj and turned to attack Law. Uraj felt very unhappy and naturally followed. You are not allowed to attack Kid. Where are you looking? Masked bastard. Your opponent is me. Boom. The pillar in Uraj's hand did not hit Killer, but hit the ground on the side. Killer took advantage of the situation and swung the sickle in his hand to chop Uraj behind him. The blade rubbed a series of sparks on Ulki's pillar, forcing Ulki to temporarily let go of his weapon and punch Kira. This punch should not have hit, but when Kira attacked Law, he had already entered Law's territory. With a wave of Law's finger, Kira's position changed, and Ulki's punch that should have missed hit the bullseye. Is the cooperation good? Do you want to join forces to deal with these guys? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Seeing that Law took the initiative to cooperate with him, Ulki immediately proposed to join forces. Ah blah blah, do you want to deal with that guy? Then count me in. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Before Law gave a reply, a poi on the side came up. He was the one who started the fight with Kid, so he would naturally not miss this opportunity. I just want to teach him a lesson. Looking at Lamy, who was watching the excitement with his head tilted, Law planned to leave a better impression and didn't want to be too violent, but his unwillingness did not mean Kid agreed. Trafalgar! You bastard! Kid, who was buried in the ruins, also crawled out at this time. He looked at Killer who was hit by Uraj's punch, and then looked at Law who attacked him. Kid's already bad mood became even more angry. Join hands? In this case, you all go to hell. Looking at the three captains who intended to join forces, Kid was not afraid, but began to attract the surrounding weapons. The metal was gradually gathered by him, and finally formed two hideous mechanical arms. In terms of courage and recklessness, Kid is not inferior to anyone. In the original timeline, this is the person who dared to provoke Red Hair shortly after entering the New World, but lost an arm without even seeing him. Then he met Kaido again. Thunder Bagua didn't defeat him. He also played confidently in the Battle of Onigashima and challenged Red Hair again. He didn't realize that even in the battle with Big Mom, the main output was Law. He lost the camp buff of Straw Hat Luffy and the good man Odin, and he was not the opponent of the real four emperors at all. He was very brave in the face of the red-haired man, and played GGO under the divine avoidance. Now that he has not experienced the beating, he is even braver. Even if these people really join forces, he dares to give it a try. Miss Lamy, this is not a safe place. How about I take you away from here first? Is this the follow-up of your chatting up? These people seem to know you. I think you misunderstood, Miss Lamy. Lamy was just joking. When she saw the awkward and helpless expression on Luo's face, she felt it was very interesting and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, so she simply teased him a few more times. Lamy doesn't think he has the kind of charm that makes others unable to extricate themselves at first sight. Stop flirting with me. If you have the ability, block all the attacks for me. Kid's hands began to close, and the two mechanical arms also slapped in the direction of Lamy and others. Although Ulki and Apud both proposed to join forces, they chose to evade instead of defending at this time. The most lacking thing in the pirate alliance is trust. Even if they have a common enemy, they will be wary of each other. It is not a life and death moment, so they will not help to withstand the attack. Luo Gang wanted to transfer Lamy as before, but Lamy stopped him in advance. Mr. Pirate, it is very impolite to always use your ability on others. Lamy's fingers liquefied, and a few drops of colored liquid flew out of her hand and fell on Kid's mechanical arm. At the moment of contact with those metals, a large amount of foam began to grow, and Kid's mechanical arm turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving only liquid with a pungent smell. What? Iron-eating bacteria. One of the bacteria bred in the body of Alola's stinky mud, a special bacteria that feeds on metal, facing Kid's mechanical arm. This bacteria can just counter it. At first, it was an accidental injury, and Lamy didn't care, but Kid took the initiative to attack her, and she would not give him face. Although they both had red hair, he didn't eat the face fruit, and he didn't have the strength. Before Kid could react, Lamy used the razor to come in front of him, and in front of several pirate groups, she slapped Kid lightly in the face. The direct damage was not high, but the insult reached the extreme. Being slapped in public by a woman was a great shame for Kid. Everyone in Kid's pirate group thought Kid was about to explode, but Kid didn't say anything. Kid, what's wrong with you? Kira was about to ask Kid about his plan, but found that Kid's face had a touch of green, and there were several bloodshot eyes. No matter how they shouted, he didn't respond. Stop! Kira wanted to stop Lamy, but his body also became stiff. La, sorry, I forgot I am not going to mention the name of the move. Your captain has been poisoned by me. If you have a good physique, you can get better in 1 or 2 hours. Remember not to touch him, or it will be contagious. Moses, Uncle Tiger? What's the matter? As he spoke, Lamy answered the phone and walked towards the direction where the children had just left without paying attention to anyone else. The captain and deputy of the Kid Pirates were both in a state of paralysis at this time. The rest of the men didn't know what to do, so they just stood there and looked at the other pirates around them vigilantly. Others didn't dare to get close to Lamy. The pirate with a bounty of 315 million Baileys was knocked down by her with a slap, which was beyond the cognition of these pirates. Even Drake, who was hiding in the dark and wanted to find an opportunity to show his presence in front of the beasts, was stunned. This was completely different from what he thought. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 955, Involution is not friendly to undercover agents, Kid gives Drake a chance. Chapter 956 Involution is not friendly to undercover agents, Kid gives Drake a chance. Drake's undercover journey has just begun. The involution of the beasts has led to an increase in overall strength, which is not good news for the Navy and Drake, who is about to go undercover. If you want to find out key intelligence, you have to find a way to enter the top of the beasts, and in the big involution environment of the beasts, entering the top has become more difficult. Drake's current bounty has a lot to do with the warring states. With his help, he, a fallen rear admiral, can quickly become a supernova and reach the Sabaody archipelago. But this is not enough. Drake's bounty is just his graduation diploma. With this thing, he has a stepping stone to join the beasts. The ability of the ancient species means that he is professionally matched, but that's all. A young man who just graduated has a huge disadvantage compared to the young people trained by the beasts. Moreover, in the increasingly expanding era of pirates, there are more and more pirates of the same level as him, which makes Drake's competition more intense. When he found the beast's manpower in Shampoo, he originally planned to take the opportunity to brush up his presence and let those interviewers be more familiar with him, so as to facilitate the later actions. So when the conflict just broke out, he had been hiding in the dark with a mentality of watching the show, waiting for the opportunity to attack. But the facts gave him a painful blow. Although Lamy's slap hit Kid's face, the damage was synchronized to Drake's heart. 2 attacks, no, only 1 attack defeated the bounty criminal with the highest bounty. The first attack corroded Kid's metal arm, and the second attack directly made Kid fall into stiffness. This was one of the few performances of Lamy, and it also made Drake realize for the first time how many monsters there were under the command of the giant beasts. Captain Drake, is that woman a pirate from the New World? Drake's men didn't know Drake's specific situation. In their eyes, Drake was just a former rear admiral who betrayed the Navy, and because of his identity as a former rear admiral, he knew much more than those fledgling pirates. Yes, a member of the Beast's pirates, the religious power under their command, the poisonous nun Lamy, with a bounty of 165 million Baileys. Drake's goal was to go undercover in the Beasts. In order to find an opportunity, he had a certain impression of the famous people in the Beasts. 100 million. She just killed the 300 million kid in a split second. Bounty doesn't completely represent strength, but this woman, the Navy, probably really underestimated her. Listening to his men's complaints, Drake didn't know what to say. The intelligence department of the Navy was a bit unreliable, but the bounty setting was usually still desirable. Lamy's ability is not simple, but compared to Jack, who is looking for fights everywhere, Kaido, who makes big news at every turn, and Quinn, who is often blamed, Lamy is not so scary. In addition, she is just a nun, and she doesn't do fighting and killing on weekdays. Even the Navy has no casualties in her hands, which makes the bounty not scary. In the New World, Lamy's ability performance is not too scary. People with strong physique and domineering can resist the poison she releases, but it is different here. She is like Quinn, a good player of bullying. The weaker the enemy, the more terrifying her performance. If Kid met a fighting faction like Batman, he could still fight for a few rounds with his ability. Even if it was Iska, he might be a sandbag for a while, but he happened to meet Lamy. Captain, the girl you are chatting up seems to be not simple. I said I'm not chatting up. The time point for Luo to break the defense is being constantly advanced, but looking at the stiff kid, Luo's heart is actually very complicated. He was glad that Lamy had such strength, which meant that Lamy's life would be safer in the future. At the same time, he felt sorry for Lamy's experience. He didn't know what Lamy had gone through to become what he is today from a crybaby. Captain Hawkins, is this why you stopped me? Drake was not the only one watching the excitement. The members of Hawkins' pirate group were also watching the situation here in the tavern. The pirate who almost fought but was stopped by Hawkins felt a little weak in the legs. Even the brutal kid was killed in seconds. If he fought, who knows what the result would be. This is fate. Don't worry. You don't look dead on your face, but others are different. A few straws extended from Hawkins' body, and several cards floated in the air under the control of the straws. Hawkins also silently changed the position of the cards. You are talking about what? Conflict probability 99.5%, mortality 50%, escape success 69.6%, he has half the appearance of death. Metaphysics may not be credible, but compared with the words of my grandmother in my hometown, it is relatively reliable. When Hawkins finished divination, Kid moved again. Puff. Puff. A few blood flowers burst out of Kid's arms. It was not the enemy's attack, but it was similar to an internal explosion, causing his blood vessels to burst. As the blood flowed all over his arms, his body moved again. Magnetic reflection. The remaining metal around was attracted by his ability again and bounced towards Lamy. However, Lamy didn't even have the interest to resist. Although she was an animal system ability user, she had a natural system mud body, which made her basically invincible in the first half. I underestimated the physique and perseverance of these newcomers. It seems that the toxicity has been reduced too much. Lamy can control the intensity of her toxicity. She just wants to teach these people a lesson and doesn't want to cause a biochemical crisis in Shabayati, so she diluted her toxicity. But she underestimated Kid's physique so much that Kid still has the ability to resist. When Lamy was thinking about whether to give Kid a ruthless blow, a blue figure appeared in front of her. Clang! Drake, who was originally watching the show in the corner, suddenly appeared on the track of Kid's attack and bounced off Kid's attack on Lamy. Go to the New World to fight, don't cause trouble here. This was his superficial reason. The Shabayati archipelago was too close to the Navy headquarters. If a big commotion was made, it would not be good for everyone. Moreover, this would also make him feel more present in front of Lamy. At this time, he was a little grateful for Kid's impulse and gave him the opportunity to feel more present. For this, he also made a cooler move, but the development of things once again exceeded his expectations. Instead of waiting for Lamy's question, he waited for Law's knife. Trafalgar Law, this is not a place for fighting, don't you understand? You don't need to teach me how to do things, I just don't like you and want to cut you. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 956, Shampooed Land in Chaos. Chapter 957, Shampooed Land in Chaos. Law was very upset, very upset. In his mind, Drake had been dissected by him several times. He talked to Lamy because it might be his own sister. In the subsequent conversation, Luo also confirmed this, but what was Drake doing? What did this guy want to do by showing off in front of his sister? Trafalgar, I'm not here to fight. I don't want to fight either, I just want to cut you. He also evaluated his supernovas of the same period. According to his analysis, Kid's group is the most unstable factor. Luo is more scheming, but relatively calm. He should know what the result will be if he takes action in Shampoo. As a result, after he took action, Luo was more like a madman. On the contrary, Kid did not continue to take action due to physical reasons, but just looked at other pirates around him vigilantly. Seeing Luo's unreasonable appearance, Drake's anger also came up. He is not a pirate, but an undercover of sword. He is not happy to see these pirates. If Luo insists on fighting, he doesn't mind. It just happens to show his value. But just when he was about to transform and let the future examiner see his professional certificate, he found that Lamy had left, leaving only a back figure, and didn't care about them at all. And from beginning to end, Lamy was just on the phone and didn't look at him straight. This is different from what I thought. The people of the beasts left, so there was no point in him fighting. He rarely contacted the Navy headquarters, but not long ago, the Navy headquarters sent him a message, asking him not to delay, let alone a conflict in Shabayati, and to enter the New World as soon as possible to find opportunities. No information was revealed there, but he also understood that the Navy might have some big moves, so he came out to mediate the fight. Unfortunately, he didn't have the face of red hair, or it could be said that Law, who was already in a state of anger, didn't intend to give him this face. The calmest and the ones who tried to persuade the fight all fought, not to mention the other pirates. A big melee between supernovas broke out on the Shabayati archipelago, until the arrival of the celestial dragons, which allowed them to temporarily cease fighting and eventually leave. It is no secret on the sea that provoking the celestial dragons will provoke the Navy Admiral. Most people will still be concerned about this, even these supernovas. Uncle Tiger, I'm sorry, I was busy just now, you can continue. Well, as I said before, something happened on Fishman Island, and a mermaid might be in trouble. Olga's Rotom is turned off, and I don't have her Den Mushi number, so I can't contact her. According to the schedule, she should meet up with you soon, so ask her to help you then. Rotom's phone has a shutdown function. Unless it is from the highest authority, that is, Arceus's contact can forcibly wake up the turned-off Rotom, others cannot contact people whose phones are turned off. From the perspective of workers, this design is very inhumane, but except for extremely special circumstances, this authority has not been used. Arceus has no intention of waking people up to work overtime at 3 in the morning. Got it, there are still 2 hours before the meeting time, I will tell Sister Olga then. Big sister and sister does not mean the same thing. In the world of pirates, elder sister is more of a title of status, and elder sister indicates a close relationship. Due to Olga's age and appearance, the seniority in the beasts has always been very chaotic. But the pirates don't care about this issue. When the difference in strength is obvious enough and the two sides have no close private contact, even if they are old enough to be grandfathers, they have to call each other elder brother. When Lamy returned to the ship, Olga had already arrived at the rendezvous point in advance, and was lying in a rocking chair at this time. According to her own words, she is more than 200 years old, and it is reasonable to take care of her old age. Unlike other pirates who have to take care of their own ships, Olga's Shadow Fox is parked at the commercial dock in a dignified manner, but the people around her turn a blind eye to it. Under the influence of the illusion, this is no longer the dock they know. Sister Olga, Sister Iska. Are you back? I heard you played with those newcomers for a while. They are all weirdos, few of them look normal. By the way, Sister Olga, Uncle Tiger just sent me a message saying that a mermaid has disappeared here and wants you to help find her. The specific information has been sent to your phone. Take a look first. Rami repeated Tiger's words and reminded Olga to check her inbox. Tiger? Why didn't he contact me directly? Listening to Rami's words, Olga called Elizabeth to the side and searched through the backpack on her back. Your phone is turned off and he can't find you. Oh, I turned it off at Hancock's place before. No wonder I feel like something is missing recently. As Olga's Rotom phone was turned on again, the Rotom that was boarding inside also yawned and made a greeting sound. When the boarding tool is turned off, Rotom sometimes chooses to sleep, which is why Tiger has not contacted Olga. Oh, did the mermaid who followed that starfish get lost? It's been so many years, how can she still be so careless? I remember her name is Cammy. Her confused personality hasn't improved. The current Fishman Island is different from the past. Under the powerful crackdown by Tiger and Jinbe, the disappearance of people in Fishman Island has almost disappeared. Through Tiger's prestige, the rogue fishmen in Fishman Street formed a special guard team. In addition to joining the mining company's mining operations, they also patrol the safety of Fishman Island. But Fishman Island is not a prison. Neither Otohim nor Neptune can find all citizens in Fishman Island. Whether it is a mermaid or a fishman, it is their freedom to go out. Cammy did not deliberately go to a dangerous place. The safety education of Fishman Island is in place, and the new Fishman Island and the territory of Mandarfesh are safe tourist destinations. There is no need to go to Shampooland to take risks. But her personality is always confused. She is always swallowed by sea beasts without paying attention. It is a coincidence that she can come here. The changes in Fishman Island caused the price of mermaids to soar. Human traffickers rarely found mermaids, so they would not miss such an opportunity. Swallowed with her was Papagu, a very magical starfish. Because he thought he was a human, he learned human language unconsciously and even had wisdom that was not inferior to that of humans. Because he participated in the design of the clothing of the cult of Arceus, Papagu had Tiger's contact information, which indirectly contacted Olga. Sister Olga, where should we find her? The human auction house. If something happens to her, she must be there. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 957, Beast Pot Culture. Chapter 958 Beast Pot Culture. Human auction house. Didn't Miss Yamato burn all these things? Yes, and I have done this before, but it's useless. Profits drive these people crazy. Even if these things are destroyed, new human auction houses will be born soon. The roots here are rotten. If they are not cured, it will be useless to pick off more bad leaves. Olga regularly clears out a group of human traffickers every year, but this behavior only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. For the sake of profit, there are always people who take this path and enslave weaker compatriots in exchange for their own interests. The Sabayati archipelago is right under the nose of the world government. The existence of the human auction house means that the world government has tacitly approved it. After all, the place with the most slaves in the world is not anywhere else, but the Holy Land, Marijoa. Those celestial dragons are easy to fool. I want to think about which vest to use this time. As she grew up, Olga's vests gradually increased. Some of the famous pirates she killed could not rest in peace after death. They were often put on vests by Olga to carry out some secret operations, which made the navy very worried. Some actions were done perfectly by Olga, and no one could suspect her, but as long as they were done, they would leave traces, and sometimes their vests would reveal some flaws. Her ability is illusion, which is no secret in the eyes of the navy, but her illusion is too real, and the navy cannot be sure whether it is an illusion or her true self, so they can only take two approaches in the end. Wait, you guys should not follow me, let's go back first. Recently, except for the officers stationed on the island, all other officers have been called back to Onigashima. I guess something big is going to happen. I am enough here in Champuti, you can take these little guys back first. Too many subordinates are not very meaningful to Olga. It is the best place for her to perform when there is no friendly army in the whole field. She and Quinn are not as good as Jin in single combat, whether it is individual defense, attack, or speed. Even in terms of skills, Jin is far ahead of her and Quinn, but in group battles, Jin is not as good as them. This is the difference brought by ability. Under Olga's arrangement, Lamy and Iska returned to the ship early with their newly adopted children, and she and Elizabeth went to the direction of the human auction house. Where did Papaga go? Isn't he Kami's master? Why is he gone at this time? I didn't notice it. He seemed to have gone to that luxury store to borrow a den mushi. Don't worry about him for now. Let's find a way to get Kami back. There are still a lot of prize money and treasures left from the last game. It should be enough. Luffy and others discussed how to save Kami. In the eyes of most people, this group of people are just pirates. They can't claim to be righteous, but they are a group of qualified friends. Even if they just met by chance, they didn't just leave. Instead, they went to the human auction house to find out the news. At the back of the auction house, a group of strange people also appeared here. The people from the Heart Pirates and Kid Pirates came here with unknown mentality, but they all looked injured. Kid's arms were wrapped in bandages, Law's face was covered with bandages, and Killer's neck was also wrapped in a circle of bandages. They didn't look very good. The previous melee left almost all the supernovas involved injured, especially Kid and Killer. They attracted a lot of firepower and almost died in it. If it weren't for the appearance of the celestial dragons, they might not have been able to get out so quickly. At this time, Kid was glaring at Law, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes, while Law completely ignored Kid and looked at the slaves being auctioned on the stage with a little playfulness. The mermaid was the finale of the sale until the end, and Olga also came to the backstage at this time. Her idea was very simple, leaving an illusion, and then getting rid of people without anyone noticing. By the time those people reacted, she had already left with Kemi. It was just because her cell phone was turned off that she arrived a little late. When she arrived here, she only saw a white-haired old man. Hey, is the backstage of this auction so strong? Can it even catch someone like you? What are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary old man. I sold myself here because I really had no money to drink. Is Pluto Silver's Rayleigh also an ordinary old man? You really have a bad taste. If you are really an ordinary old man, seeing me suddenly appear in front of you, shouldn't you panic or shout for help? Others can't recognize it, but Olga has seen this face in the intelligence. The former vice-captain of Roger's pirate group, the man known as the right arm of the Pirate King, even if he is old, is not something that an auction house can deal with. What about you? Are the disasters under Kaido also like me, an old man, looking for pocket money here? The guards behind him found Olga's figure, but before he could say anything, the transparent tail blade pierced his skull and pierced his brain stem, and Elizabeth also lifted the invisible posture. Olga, the person is in front. Come here, just play your game here, I want to see which unlucky guy will buy you. I say, shouldn't you respect the elderly and help me untie this explosive collar? Not interested, play slowly by yourself. Olga's appearance was just to say hello to this living old predecessor, and to get familiar with his way of speaking, so that she could wear his vest in the future. After achieving her goal, she walked directly to the front of the stage. But when she walked out, the auction house had already become a mess. Charlos, a celestial dragon, was knocked down by Luffy with one punch. The reason for knocking him down was very simple. He saw the precious pet Hello and wanted to snatch it away. Originally, Luffy was very unhappy with him because he bought Cammy. Now he wants to snatch Hello away. Luffy will naturally not be polite to him. Interesting, this year's newcomers are really brave. They dare to beat up celestial dragons like this. I am itching to do it. Beating up celestial dragons is the dream of many people, but most people don't have the courage. But now, the opportunity has come. There are 2 celestial dragons. Elizabeth, do you want to beat one? You mean? Anyway, someone has already started, so it's a waste if you don't beat them. There are 2 traditions of the beasts. One of them is to pick up children, and this tradition is still continuing. As for the other tradition, there will always be someone who will inexplicably take the blame, such as Luffy, who was chosen by Olga at this time. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 958, Illusion, Sleepwalking, Acting as a Monkey, Uncle Bear. Chapter 959 Illusion, Sleepwalking, Acting as a Monkey, Uncle Bear. On this sea, there are many hateful characters. Pirates, mountain bandits, mafia, scum in the navy, invasion of enemy countries. For residents living on the island, these armed forces can bring endless troubles and disasters. But there is only one group of people who can make residents all over the world feel disgusted and dare not speak out: the celestial dragons. The navy of the 4 seas has to be careful to be exposed if they want to do something, and the mountain bandits and pirates will be arrested, but the celestial dragons are different. Everything they do is legal, with the endorsement of the world government and the backing of the entire navy, which makes people unable to provoke them at all. Seeing the celestial dragons, either try to hide or kneel down respectfully. This is one of the few reactions that ordinary people can make. Even if someone beats up a celestial dragon, the reaction of the people around is to run away, fearing that they will get into trouble. As for the 4 emperors' pirate groups, they are not afraid of the celestial dragons, but they are not interested in provoking them. Before the table is completely overturned, the 2 sides usually do not interfere with each other. Even those celestial dragons will not go to the New World to make trouble for no reason. There are still people in Marijoa who can control these celestial dragons. Letting them provoke those sea emperors will not benefit the celestial dragons. The upper echelons of the celestial dragons still have brains. The managers of several families are considering the future, otherwise T0 would not be so smooth. It is very difficult to negotiate with idiots. Olga is the one who does not need to consider the consequences when going out to do things. Anyway, she has many vests. As long as it does not cause a global chain reaction, the cost is nothing to her. As long as the celestial dragons do not die, the most they will be beaten is to attract the admiral of the navy. Moreover, someone has already taken action first. If she beats 2 more, the result will be the same. I'm not interested, but take it easy. It would be troublesome to kill him with one punch. It's okay, it's okay. Look at that fat guy, isn't he quite resistant to punches? The guy in the straw hat punched his face and deformed it, but he didn't die. The current celestial dragons are basically too rotten to be evaluated, but their ancestors are different. They were able to establish a world government, and the original 20 kings still had their own abilities. Luffy didn't hold back when he punched in anger. For him, as long as he was his partner, it was worth his full effort. Anyone who wanted to take his partner away was his enemy, no matter what his identity was. That punch would make a big hole in the wall. Charlos just lost consciousness. This body's ability to resist blows is still good. A dark purple energy spread from Olga's feet to the surroundings, gradually covering the human auction house. After that, everyone in the auction house saw a scene that they could not imagine in this life. Is that guy crazy? He beat up 3 celestial dragons in a row. Kid in the auction hall almost dropped his jaw in shock. He thought he was fearless enough, but there was still one who was still reckless. He was angry when he beat up the first celestial dragon, but he couldn't understand the other 2. It doesn't make any difference. Anyway, whether you beat up 1 or 3, the result is the same, but if you do this, the admiral will come. Who cares? Let's go, Kira. We have to leave here before the admiral comes here. Law also made the same move as Kid, and even the Straw Hat Pirates were confused. Luffy. Why did you beat up 3 people in a row? Ah? That guy wanted to buy Cammy and snatch Hikaku away. And I only beat up 1. The other two haven't started yet. Did you beat them? Looking at Rizward and Charlize with broken glass hoods, Luffy denied his behavior just now. Xiao Feng, did you turn into me and beat them up? No, although I wanted to beat them up, I didn't do that, and I saw it too. It was you, little straw hat, who beat up the three of them. Yeah, you just ignored us and beat them up badly. Now we should take Cammy and leave. Sanji lit a cigarette and began to think about where to go next. Olga's illusion was not an illusion that acted on other people's consciousness, but a real illusion that acted on reality. The Straw Hat Pirates had no ability to distinguish this illusion. In their opinion, Luffy really beat up the three people. Really, could it be that I just fell asleep? Listening to his partner's words, Luffy fell into self-doubt, and after a brief doubt, he came up with a logic that normal people could not come up with. He thought that he might have beaten up the remaining two celestial dragons while sleepwalking. How is that possible? XN. Wait. Cammy is gone. The Straw Hat Pirates could not understand Luffy's logic at all, and Nami also found that Cammy, who was originally placed on the auction table, had disappeared at some point. At the same time, a giant suddenly walked out of the backstage, and the scattered slaves also fled in different directions. Only Rayleigh, who had untied his collar, was attracted by Luffy's straw hat. If you want to find that mermaid, she has been rescued. Fishman Island is protected by Whitebeard and has a complex connection with the beasts. You don't have to worry about the safety there. Speaking of that girl, she really made a big fuss. Hearing that Cammy was rescued, the Straw Hat Pirates felt relieved and began to think about how to leave here. At the same time, because of Luffy's straw hat, they and Rayleigh had their first intersection. Compared to them, some other people were even more troubled. Marshal Sengoku, someone beat up the celestial dragons, and there are 3 of them, and even took them hostage, so we have to go out. Borsalino. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, leave it to me. The celestial dragons were beaten and we can't just ignore them, but there is Drake on the island, and we can't catch him too, so we need someone with superb acting skills to deal with this problem. As the general of the headquarters, Kizaru is very clear about Drake's mission, and there are some other factors involved, which eventually made him take the initiative to take over this mission. At the same time, Kuma also followed other pacifists and sent Dalmaru to the Sabayati archipelago. Ryu, you are really your son, you are as brave as you, let me help you again. This is his last mission with Kuma's personality. From now on, he will be offline temporarily, but before that, he will help the leader's children to leave this dangerous island smoothly. When the navy began to gather towards the Sabayati archipelago, Olga had already taken Cammy away and set out on the journey back to Onigashima. The Sabayati archipelago had nothing to do with her. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 959, 3 Insiders, The Prelude to War. Chapter 963 Insiders, The Prelude to War. Dressrosa, Doflamingo just received a call from the Sabayati archipelago. Disco, the owner of the human auction house, was crying to Doflamingo about his experience, but Doflamingo laughed at his crying. This is ridiculous. Isn't this your store? Mr. Doflamingo, where are you? The store's reputation is gone now, and the Rizward family is involved. They will definitely cause trouble for us. You should quickly settle this matter. Are you going to abandon me? Shut up. Troublesome guy, when you blame me for your misfortune, a new era has quietly arrived, little Disco. No, I should say that we have been forcibly summoned by the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters plus 7 warlords of the sea versus Whitebeard pirates, what do you think of this future? Disco. Doflamingo hung up Disco's phone with a smile. Human trafficking was once an important business for him, but as he got in touch with the beasts, he has become less and less interested in this business, especially the top leaders of the beasts seem to hate this business. In order to please the beasts, those slave traders were almost all sold to Olga by Doflamingo, which is why Olga can always accurately predict their appearance time in the later period and then carry out fishing enforcement. This business has not been completely abandoned, just because it still has some value, but it is a bit tasteless. Now that it has caused trouble, Doflamingo will of course happily get rid of it completely. On the beach of Dressrosa, Doflamingo was wearing a vacation outfit, holding a piece of iced juice and looking at the sea leisurely, as if imagining what the sea would look like in the future. Dover, the Navy has been waiting for 2 days. Treble came behind Doflamingo and reported the situation of the nearby navy. I know, isn't there still 9 days before the war? Tell them that I will leave in 2 days. By the way, send a copy of the war situation to the beasts. That monster will not give up this opportunity. The future era is becoming more and more interesting, Dover. At almost the same time, in the waters of Nine Snake Island, a warship had docked in the doldrums, and the corpse of a sea king was floating on the sea. Flying Squirrel was negotiating with his soldiers and the 9 snake pirates. You are so brave to stay in this sea area. Although there are new technologies on the ship, we will be discovered if we stay for too long. But there is nothing we can do. According to the agreement between you 9 snakes and the world government, we cannot approach the coast of 9 Snake Island within 3 kilometers. In this way, we can only wait in the center of the calm belt. But I can't wait any longer. I am the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock. Come out quickly, the Navy has come to pick you up. The Flying Squirrel stood on the turret on the side of the warship, conveying the order from the Navy. But Hancock did not come out at all, and only the whispers of the women of 9 snakes reached the Flying Squirrel's ears. I haven't seen a living man for a long time. Yes, those men outside will run away when they see us. These navies seem to have some strength. They have killed such a big sea king. Still not as good as Lady Snake. Although you have verbally agreed to the call, you have not taken any action. This forced call of the 7 warlords of the sea is an order from the world government. If you refuse, the previous agreement will no longer be valid, and your title of 7 warlords of the sea will be revoked. Think carefully about what this means. If you lose this title, you can no longer do whatever you want under the banner of the world government. Do you hear me? Boa Hancock. Are you threatening me? As compensation, I hope you will hand over all the goods on the ship, okay? What nonsense! Who will agree to such a request? Do you think you are a child? Listening to Hancock's words, the Flying Squirrel was about to explode after being left out for a few days, but his soldiers immediately slapped him in the face. Yes. Quick, move all the goods out. Give them all to her. Asshole. Stop it. The soldiers with red hearts in their eyes could no longer control their behavior. Even with the restraint of the Flying Squirrel, they could not help but look at Hancock. At this time, pink light waves enveloped the entire warship, and everyone except the Flying Squirrel turned into stone statues. I accept your call and will set off tomorrow. Then what are you doing? I don't like them. When we set off, I will remove their petrification. Leaving the Flying Squirrel alone in the sky on the wind belt, Hancock returned to 9 snakes and called Olga. Sister Olga, have you received the news of the war? I have accepted their call and will appear on the battlefield. If you need anything, remember to contact me. In the new Fishman Island, Jinbei made a different choice. He did not refuse the call, but accepted the order of the Navy, because all this was Tiger's intention. Brother Tai. Jinbei, this is something you can't stop. The fishmen finally have another safe territory. Rejecting their call is not good for us. And even if you really want to do something, you have to get Marineford to have a chance. Tiger put down the Rotom phone in his hand, and it seemed that he had just sent the information. He is different from Jinbei. He respects Whitebeard, but that's all. He has no idea of blocking everything for Whitebeard. Even Jinbei's respect for Whitebeard has been divided by the beasts. The nominal protection of Fishman Island comes from Whitebeard, but the actual benefits come from the beasts. He is also clear about this. Well, there may be new situations at that time, you should adapt to it. If there is nothing, there is no need to risk your life for others. I understand, Brother Tai, I will trouble you for Fishman Island during this period. This is what I should do, isn't it? Anyway, I am also a member of the Fishmen. Doflamingo, Jinbei, Hancock. The news from the 3 Shishibukai appeared almost at the same time in the meeting room of Wano Country, and in this meeting room, Kaido's face was filled with unconcealed excitement. Everyone, the war is coming. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view it. Chapter 960, Don't Fight With Me. I will guard the house. Chapter 961 Don't Fight With Me. I will guard the house. Whether it is Yamato and Arceus who are out, or Jack who is fighting outside, or the Zou giant elephant who is patrolling everywhere, they have all returned to Onigashima at this time. It was rare for the top officials of the beasts to gather together. Even Olga, who had just left Shampooland not long ago, took Drago Knight back to Onigashima in advance. Fire Fist Ace was arrested and will be publicly executed in Marineford. Whitebeard will definitely go to rescue him. The times are changing again. The war between the Navy headquarters and Whitebeard, what are you excited about? Whitebeard may be sad, but Kaido's face is only excited. Even though he knows that Kaido is such a person who likes to join in the fun, Arceus still can't understand his excitement. Hehe, this is a rare event. Although it has nothing to do with us directly, it is also a wonderful appetizer before the banquet. But the old guy is still the same. He knows it's a conspiracy, but for his so-called family, he will still jump into this fire pit. It seems that he will also leave. Even if it is Kaido, he recognizes Whitebeard's strength, but Sengoku, Garp, and the three current admirals are also top-level strong men. In Kaido's view, one Whitebeard is not their opponent. The end of Whitebeard has become a foregone conclusion. After 6 years of the Four Emperors pattern in the New World, it will return to the Triangle era again. What do you think? This is a rare opportunity. Why don't you join me in the fun? There are not many opportunities to gather so many top powerhouses and to attack without scruples. Kaido didn't think there was anything wrong with his idea at all, and even wanted to drag Arceus to join in the fun. A fight between a powerhouse like him would be devastating to the surrounding terrain, especially Whitebeard, who was a monster that could cause supernatural disasters. The Navy headquarters was an excellent battlefield for Kaido. If there was a fight, he didn't have to consider anything, just fight to his heart's content. Yes, he didn't want to help Whitebeard, let alone the Navy, but simply wanted to fight with those guys. Not interested, and how many people do you want to bring? Not many, I said, this is just an appetizer. Godfather, I have a piece of news, take a look at this first. No one dared to interrupt the conversation between Arceus and Kaido, only Yamato stood up at this time. What? Look, father, this is the information that the Millennium Dragons gathered before. I went to many islands along the way, but they were all worthless. Father's slate radar didn't respond at all. This is the only place I haven't been to yet. Yamato emphasized his work and stated that he was not playing, but working. Then he used Rotom to unfold the sea chart translated by Robin in front of Arceus. Look, father, this is the place. A Millennium Dragon said that it saw the original streamer flying into the center of the whirlpool. I wanted to let Steel Armored Raven take us in to take a look, but father suddenly called me back. This location is really interesting. Looking at the three institutions on the map, Arceus also understood where this special whirlpool was. The whirlpool in the mouth of the Millennium Dragon was a special ocean current controlled by the world government. They built 3 major institutions around this whirlpool, the Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and the undersea prison, and used the ocean current formed by the whirlpool to reduce the travel time. If you don't have the ability to open the door of justice, you will be trapped in this special current forever. All pirates will stay away from this place. No one wants to be surrounded by the Navy inexplicably. It just so happens that they fight their own battles. Kaido, you can do whatever you want. I'll go to this whirlpool. There may be something I want there. I see. Do you need a lot of manpower? No, a few people who can help are enough. Okay, then let's allocate manpower in other areas first. Kaido's eyes swept over the many cadres under his command, and he had already made his own arrangements in his mind. Men. The war has come. If Whitebeard wants to save his son, there won't be many people left in his territory. If he dares to go to the Navy headquarters under such circumstances, he can only go all out, and there won't be many strong subordinates in the territory. As long as Whitebeard leaves, someone will definitely attack his territory. When the news of the Navy is fully announced, these pirates will be attracted like sharks smelling blood, so we have to act first. Olga, Jack. Looking around, Kaido finally chose the 2 of them. Captain Kaido, Brother Kaido. The territory issue is left to you 2. In addition to the personnel left on each island, the idle personnel and those with numbers above 2 digits will obey your command. Mu King and Bankura are also handed over to you. Use the fastest speed, before others can react, grab all of Whitebeard's territory for me. Jack and Olga were appointed by Kaido to expand the territory. Because neither of them has the ability to fly, it is not easy to evacuate from the Navy headquarters in time if something unexpected happens. It is better to let them use their abilities in other places. When the high-level combat power is too busy to split, Olga and Jack are invincible on the front battlefield. The only thing left for you is the defense issue. Wano country will be handed over to who should I hand it over to? Originally, he asked Arceus if he wanted to join in the fun. He knew that Arceus was not interested in such things and planned to hand over the main island to him. Not being stolen is also an important part of the battle, but Arceus has his own arrangements, so he has to change people again. Brother Kaido. I'm here. Father. I'm here. Quinn and Yamato's voices rang out one after another. In terms of guarding the house, the two of them rarely competed. Miss Yamato, you have to respect the elderly. I arranged all the security facilities in Wano country. I am more familiar with the mechanisms and terrain here than you. Uncle Quinn, I seem to be stronger than you. I was the one who looked after the house when my adoptive father and father were not here before. And if that's the case, shouldn't you love the young? Kaido's arrangement has explained everything. Olga and Jack are responsible for expanding the territory. This is a fait accompli. So except for the guards, the rest will either follow Kaido or Arceus. Arceus's military force has reached its peak. All he needs are a few assistants. He will definitely not let them go. If they are not responsible for guarding the main island, they will be pulled away by Kaido. When they arrive at the chaotic battlefield, who knows what will happen? Yamato doesn't want to fight for no reason, but Quinn is more realistic. He doesn't want to be pulled out and persecuted. For their own peaceful future, competing for the garrison commander has become the only chance. Father. Brother Kaido. Just leave Wano country to me. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 961, Intrigue and Mutual Deception. After all, the rules of pirates are relatively loose. One is the most senior of the pirate group, and the other is the future successor. For the candidate of garrison commander, Yamato and Quinn can be said to have tried their best to argue. Everyone speaks very well. According to their debate, if they don't defend the home, it will be a huge loss for the beasts. There is a reason. Kaido almost laughed when he listened, but he was angry. Shut up. You two should follow me to the battlefield honestly. This kind of big scene is too rare. The Navy has never mobilized so many troops at one time. The only comparable one is the Battle of God Valley. You retreated at this time, what should you do in the bigger scene later? The war on the top is the largest scale of the Navy in decades. 100,000 elite Navy drawn from all over the world, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, the Navy hero, and the Navy marshal. After excluding the actors, the water, the fish, etc., and not considering the damage to the surrounding environment, this lineup can steadily eat the Whitebeard pirates. Or from the beginning, the world government has been on guard against other sea emperors and has certain preventive measures for possible situations. Since the end of the Battle of God Valley, Kaido has also experienced many battles and fought against powerful opponents, but this kind of battle with a large number of people has never appeared. The total number of troops in the Valley of the Gods was not as high as it is now, but with Rox at his peak, plus young Garp and Roger, the quality of that battle was not low at all. Kaido at that time was not even qualified to participate in the decisive battle. For Whitebeard, he wanted to rescue his son, and for the Navy, they had to achieve their strategic goals and stabilize the order of the sea, but for Kaido, the war on the top was his paradise. Others' arrangements are still to be discussed, but Yamato and Quinn are typical of not wanting to escape. I object. Brother Kaido. You know what's going on with me. When you get to that place, do you want me to be a target? Although the bounty order is still marked as only alive, and he found a little confidence on the banana plantation island before, the possibility that those guys want to kill him has always existed. Daring to go out is one thing, but going to the enemy's base camp is another. Quinn, think about it from another perspective. As long as you can prove your strength, they won't let some small characters bother you. Isn't this a good thing that will be solved once and for all? Kaido did not intend to let Quinn and Yamato go, but he did not simply impose orders as a captain, but tried to deceive them. Point 2 took the initiative to join the battle. But without the little one, a bigger one will come. No, Quinn, you are wrong. Such top-level combat power has no time for trivial things like assassination. What you need to do is not to avoid but to make them dare not attack you. Only in this way can you get real safety. Besides, it is not so easy for them to defeat you now, right? Kaido tried to fool Quinn with his own logic, but Quinn always felt that something was wrong. Kaido's words made some sense, but they did not fit his own situation. I object too. Father, if you want to fight, can't you just go by yourself? It's the same with or without me. As long as you show enough strength in this war, I will not care about you in the future, and it doesn't matter what you do during the time you go out to play. For this daughter, Kaido changed his rhetoric and started to make empty promises. I didn't go out to play. I was helping my foster father find something. What do you mean by forget it? It means that I won't ask you to practice in the future. You have completely graduated from my place. As long as you perform well enough, I will keep this promise. Kaido's standard is strong enough, but he didn't say how strong it is to be strong enough, and he reserved the final right of interpretation for this sentence. Yamato didn't notice this loophole, and was attracted by Kaido's generous conditions. He immediately gave up his previous remarks and even started his own warm-up. I understand. When are we going to leave? Yamato showed an extremely positive look, but she had other ideas in her heart. It's not difficult to fool her at ordinary times, but this person can't be Kaido. She didn't believe Kaido's words. Although she didn't notice Kaido's final right of interpretation, she had another idea. Anyway, my father went to fight. He would definitely not think of me if he was too excited. I just need to find a place to fish in the water. Stupid dad, don't try to fool me here. Why does my daughter feel like she's missing something in her brain? Who did she inherit it from? Kaido and Yamato's eyes crossed, and both of them showed strange smiles. The war hasn't started yet, but some people have already started their own intrigues. That's it. As for guarding Wano country, you can arrange it. You're better at this than me. Kaido finally left the arrangement of the defense work to Arceus. He really didn't know who would defend it. Ziraura, Setsuna, Wano country is handed over to you and your wife. Call back the Lord of the Elephants. With it and the Gyarados outside, no matter how many fleets there are, they can't get close here. Also, let Perona and Lamy help guard. You know their abilities. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, it doesn't matter. Yes, sir. The couple plus the Lord of the Elephants, it's almost like the entire fur tribe was left in Wano country, which can be regarded as a special job of the allies. Ulti, page 1, you two siblings, come with me. Yes. Mander Fesh, the outer territories are under your command, and the remaining single-digit numbered personnel are also under your command. As for Shayna, you lend me Shayna for a while, it won't be inconvenient to fly to the marine headquarters. Among the senior cadres, only Shayna has not been arranged yet. As for Greninja, he has never participated in external missions. He has always been responsible for the security of the Flower City, and this time is no exception. Kaido's candidates are Jin, Quinn, Yamato, and his 8-headed dragon. This is the team that is scheduled to join in the fun. Seeing that Arceus has not made any arrangements for Shayna, he has also set his sights on this high-level combat force. After all, there are not many characters suitable for him to go to Marineford to cause trouble. Only by being able to fly can you be flexible, and only by being strong enough can you protect yourself, so Kaido does not plan to take anyone else with him except the senior cadres. Shayna, do you have any opinions? No, Master Shenjuyu, if you don't need me there, I can go anywhere. That's it, there are still 9 days before the war, from now on, everyone is ready for war. End of this chapter. Chapter 962, False Wise Generals and Real Wise Generals. The personnel arrangement is over, so the next step is the combat meeting. The content is not complicated. According to the information sent by the 7 warlords, there are less than 9 days left for the war. Whitebeard should have started to move, otherwise they would not be able to successfully reach Marineford before the execution. We don't have to be so anxious, Jack, you set off now and gather troops in the territory. Mander Fesh, you also take people back to the territory to arrange defense. Olga, you are on standby at Onigashima now, and you can leave after we set off. War is not a fight. Kaido went to the war on the top to join in the fun and simply satisfy his own selfish desires. There is no need to consider any cost issues. He brought elite cadres with him. Even if he didn't take a ship, he could fly directly from the sky. But Olga and Jack's side is different. It is a battle for territory. In order to get the highest benefits from the war, timing is also an important choice. Kaido needs to estimate a specific time. It is best to have a battle here when Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters go to war. In this way, neither the Navy nor Whitebeard can have extra forces to intervene here. It is much faster to get to Whitebeard's territory from here than to the Navy headquarters, so the beasts still have plenty of time. Yes, leave it to me, Captain Kaido. No, you don't understand what I mean. When the time comes, use your illusion to disguise the fleet and let them think that it is me who is leading the team, not you. Your current ability illusion is enough to cover the entire Wano country, right? It's fine if we don't fight, but we might be exposed if we fight. That's enough. I don't want to reveal my position before I greet them. This is a big surprise. The ones who go out to fight for territory are the ones with the later numbers, while the ones in front are left to guard the homeland, because Kaido doesn't trust other forces, and hiding his whereabouts is also for this purpose. He went to grab Whitebeard's territory, and others could also grab his territory. This is why the ones with the later numbers went out to fight, while the ones in front were left to guard the home. It is also his strategic goal to let Olga disguise herself with illusions. Only in this way can others be cautious and give them false information. I understand, Captain Kaido, I will arrange it. Ahaha, there is basically nothing else to do. Go and rest, and conserve your energy. You won't have a chance to rest in the next period of time. The meeting of the beasts ended, and Jack, who had a mission, began his own actions. The entire beasts was like a war machine, quietly moving in the shadows. Medicines, food, weapons, and ammunition, the past stocks have been put to good use. Factories in various places have also started to work in 3 shifts around the clock, and more materials needed for the war are constantly distributed to everyone. The cotters also have their own actions. Quinn is frantically loading some weapons that may be used, and is also taking time to teach Perona and Lamy to be familiar with the defense facilities inside Wano country. He was right before, these things were arranged by him personally, and he is much more familiar with them than others. The Lord of the Elephants also began to return to Wano country, and the Fur Tribe's musketeers, led by Setsuna and Ziraura, temporarily entered a state of war. Mand Fesh, who was out, has also joined Tiger, and has set up a joint defense line on the sea with Nereus and Manafi. Drake also calmed down after the farewell banquet, preparing for the upcoming battle. It was Jin and Shayna who were relatively relaxed. On the cliff outside Wano country, Jin and Shayna discussed the topic of war. I heard that you made a mistake when you were chasing that guy before. When Jin was chasing Blackbeard, Shayna was still outside with Arceus and did not return, but she read some news from the newspaper. Ah, I underestimated that guy's physique. That guy is also an alien. Normal humans will never have that kind of vitality. Coupled with that group of naval forces that got in the way, that guy escaped. Picking up the special shell, Jin put the special sea stone spikes back on his hilt and began to wipe his blade. But I won't let him run away this time. The Navy headquarters forced him to be summoned. Since this guy has obtained the position of Shishibukai, he must accept the Navy's call. Do you want me to help you? You know, I have this thing. The red chain was thrown out of Shayna's hand, and it made a loud bang in the sky. No, I'll take that guy's life myself. Really? Then you can do it yourself. I'll clean up the guys who are in your way. In addition to Kaido's enthusiasm for war, his subordinates are also a bunch of actors in a sense. Jin has his own goals, Quinn has also thought of life-saving measures, Yamato is thinking about how to fish, and Shayna is just following Arceus' orders, but for Kaido, it doesn't matter. His only goal is to find his own fun. On the other side, Ziraura also launched a Pokemon. Not only Diancie and Shemi, the leaders of the Pokemon tribes in Wano have formed a circle. Brothers and sisters, the Lord and others are about to leave, and the safety here depends on us. I don't know if there will be any strange people coming here, but it is our mission to guard this place. Roar. Met. Loto. Beto. Vass. The voices of Pokemon rang out one after another, and each of them showed full confidence. Don't worry, although Quinn is a bit useless, the device he set up is quite useful, and someone coming in will definitely be discovered. It's better to be cautious. An organization that has existed for 800 years may have some unexpected things. On the sea, the most eye-catching thing is not the action of the beasts. The Navy published the news of the public execution in the newspaper. This matter has now become a well-known thing. The Whitebeard pirates, the Beasts pirates, the Big Mom pirates, the Red Hair pirates, and the New World pirates have their own movements. Except for Whitebeard, who will definitely come to the headquarters, no one knows what the other 3 people will do. As the execution date approaches, the expeditionary team has left their base and is heading towards the predetermined location, but Kaido has specially found Arceus before leaving for the battlefield. You want another resurrection grass? Yes, from the moment he set out, he was determined to die. I know this very well. After all, I have been on the same boat with him. He is a rare opponent. No matter how well he takes care of his body, he is old after all. It would be a pity to retire like this. I still want to experience the peak power of that guy firsthand. This is the last chance, ugh ugh ugh. End of this chapter. Chapter 963, Only Death, All Beings Are Equal. I should have told you that this thing is called resurrection, but in essence it is healing and physical recovery. If you really die, it is useless. I remember, and you also said that this thing can only be used by the Pokémon you created or the Pokémon ability users without modification. Since you can modify it anyway, why not modify it more thoroughly, such as temporarily restoring the youth of that old guy? In battle, Arceus' most unsolvable ability is immunity, but his essential ability it is still creation, and changing in creation is the essence of his ability. It is possible, but why do you do this? Why? I can't explain it clearly. I hate that guy's personality, but he is one of the few opponents I look up to. It's a pity for such a guy to die in the hands of others. Although he is only 15 years older than me, I still missed his strongest stage. It is a pity not to experience it again. Kaido rarely mentions his life on Rock's ship to others. That life was not bad for his personality. He lived in the fighting and enjoyed his own fun. At that time, he even had a close sister who was in good shape. For Kaido, it was also a good memory. And after this war, the pattern of the sea will change again. After Whitebeard dies, I'm afraid we will become a thorn in the eyes of the world government. Tesoro will also have a headache. We have to give him a way to relieve it at this time. You want to use Whitebeard to lure them. That's what I mean. People are born unequal in wealth, status, and power. This leads to those trash being able to sit on the throne from birth. But no matter how strong a guy is, death is equal to them. Those cowardly guys hold power but do not have the ability to match it. They enjoy enough prosperity and are more afraid of death than ordinary people, especially those old guys who are about to die. They will not miss any opportunity. This can be seen from the financial statements submitted by Tesoro. The most healthcare drugs are given to the celestial dragons, the kings of some allied countries, and wealthy businessmen around the world. They are willing to spend this money to prolong their lives as much as possible. The reason why the Operation Fruit can be sold at a sky-high price of 5 billion is because of the rumored immortality operation, right? This war cannot be hidden from the world. What do you think those guys will do if they see the signs of being able to restore youth or even achieve immortality? Using Arceus' ability to restore Whitebeard's youth temporarily can not only realize his desire to fight, but also pave the way for the future. When a company really has a means of immortality, even if the company's background is problematic, the goal of the top management is no longer to destroy them immediately, but to get the results first. No matter what the process is, they need this result. Kaido's trip to the top is not an outing. Going there means breaking up with the world government. The core members of the Beast Fruit have been transferred by Dragonite to prevent possible bad situations. With the efficacy of the resurrection grass, in the best case, they can reach a new agreement. Even if the situation is not ideal, the consequences will not be any worse. At most, it will become a special guerrilla organization like Morgan's World Economic News Agency. Kaido thought this idea was reasonable. The worst-case scenario was that Quinn would continue to be unlucky. Look, if we prepare some new tricks for Whitebeard, we won't suffer any loss. Why not? Go and prepare them. I'll give them to you when the time comes. Be careful. Don't let Shayna and the others get involved. Hehe, don't worry. I won't die. I'm not looking for death. Besides, Yamato needs to experience some cruel things. After so many years, she is still so naive. This war should make her understand a lot. The day of the war on the top is getting closer and closer. The Elephant Master has arrived at the designated location, and the troops in the Beast territory have also been assembled and began to gather towards the designated location. As Kaido led his men to fly away, the various beasts began their own actions. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden from others. The Navy and the world government only expressed vigilance. On the contrary, the Big Mom pirates also moved. She did not intend to miss the opportunity of Whitebeard's departure and wanted to take the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. As time goes by, the scheduled time of the war is getting closer and closer, and people all over the world are paying attention to the news about the war. In the South China Sea, people are panicking on the streets. There are only a few hours left. Will Whitebeard really come? Who knows, but will he really come? Even if it's Whitebeard, he's already quite old. Is that so? After all, he is a survivor before the Great Pirate Era. I haven't seen his name in the big news for several years. What are you talking about? It's because it's an opponent that can't be ignored that the Navy headquarters will summon all the elite. I think he will definitely go. An older man next to him gave his own judgment. According to age, he is also an old guy of the same era as Whitebeard and knows more about him. What will happen if he really shows up? Who knows? In the East China Sea, sheep are nibbling on grass leaves driven by herders, and people here seem more relaxed. He was a pirate a long time ago, how could the Navy headquarters lose? Yes, no matter what kind of pirate it is impossible for him to invade Marineford. That's not necessarily true. More than 20 years ago, a pirate named Golden Lion invaded Marineford and destroyed half of the Navy headquarters. This time, it will probably be even worse. No matter who wins or loses, there will be huge casualties. It would be best if Whitebeard didn't show up. I really hope that the execution can be carried out smoothly. Also an older man, he is not optimistic about the outcome of the war. In the North Sea, heavy snow fell, and several people were arguing in front of the store. Boss! Bring me some wine, go away. Who would be in the mood to open a shop on a day like this? If the world still exists tomorrow, I will open it naturally. Then at least sell us the wine. It's so cold, I feel like I'm on the execution platform without wine. In the West Sea, in an unnamed tavern. Don't treat him as an ordinary old man. About a year ago, we just saw him sitting there and gave up hope of survival. A pirate who lost a leg recounted his experience. He was still frightened by Whitebeard, and his hand holding the wine glass was shaking uncontrollably. Even if it was the Navy headquarters, the old guy wouldn't be afraid. End of this chapter. Chapter 964, Indiscriminate Attack from Kaido. In the first half of the Grand Line, the residents here were also extremely nervous, praying, and looking forward to it, but no matter what their mood was, they all hoped that the Navy would be the final winner. For them, Whitebeard's death was equivalent to a sign of peace. Under the propaganda of the world government, they firmly believe that pirates like Whitebeard are the source of turmoil. Even in the nursery rhyme, Whitebeard is just an evil ghost and an unstable factor in the sea. At the same time, a large number of reporters have gathered in the Sabayati archipelago, waiting for the first-hand information of the war. However, the most nervous are the Navy soldiers of Marineford. This is the first time since the Great Pirate Era that the Navy headquarters has truly launched a full-scale war against the Emperor of the Sea. The civilians of Marineford have been evacuated, and the square is full of densely packed Navy soldiers. There is a little noise in the order. Even if they are elites from all over the world, they can't help but feel nervous. As the three admirals appeared in front of the execution platform, the Navy soldiers felt more confident. Only the 7 warlords didn't know what to think. At this time, Bear had completed all the transformations and became an emotionless pacifist. Standing in place as a war robot, Hawkeye waited for the appearance of the world's strongest man. The most bored person was Hancock. Ah, I don't know what Sister Olga is doing. These men are disgusting to look at. Snake Princess, you said what's in your heart. Shut up. Of course I know, but I don't care about this kind of thing. Jinbei, don't think that you can talk to me casually just because you have that kind of relationship. Although it's not that disgusting, you are also a man. At this time, Hancock was standing at the edge because she didn't want to get too close to those men. Jinbei had dealt with Hancock several times because of the new Fishman Island, so she could accept it slightly. Seeing that Hancock didn't intend to talk to him, Jinbei also sat down cross-legged. He was just confused about this war, so he wanted to find someone to talk to. Doflamingo's chat did not continue, and Sengoku's speech quickly interrupted their whispers. With the announcement of the news that Ace's father was Roger, the sea ushered in the first wave of shock. On the eve of the execution, Whitebeard's fleet successfully entered the bay. Before that, the Navy had already lost the movement of the Whitebeard pirates. The surveillance ship would sink immediately if it was sent out, so Sengoku could only choose to wait. The war came as expected, and all plans were still being carried out according to Sengoku's plan at this time. The biggest change began to change with the appearance of Little Ounce. This time he came to rescue Ace because he obeyed Whitebeard's order to rescue his good brother. As a descendant of Ounce, Little Ounce's character can be regarded as simple and honest. He gets along well with Ace, but he is not as desperate as in the original world line. Ace did not go to Wano country, nor did he learn how to weave a bamboo hat from the braiding village. Without the relationship of giving hats, the intimacy between the two sides was slightly worse. But this is a bigger trouble for the Navy. The role played by Little Ounce, who was angry and did not listen to Whitebeard's dissuasion, and Little Ounce, who followed Whitebeard's arrangement and advanced in an orderly manner, is completely different. As the war began, the behavior of the actors gradually manifested. So far, the 6 Shishibukai have swung a sword, and there is no other performance. If it were not for fear of going too far, Jinbei would probably not have planned to stand up. A large number of pirates successfully broke into the bay with the cover of Ounce, and the Navy's plan began to start. The iron wall built by the Navy some time ago was successfully raised. Without Little Ounce's body, the encirclement that had a gap was completely filled. In contrast, Squard, who was fooled by Akainu, was unable to backstab Whitebeard. His relatively healthy body allowed Whitebeard to block the sword with his domineering power. Even if you are a fool, I still love you, Squard. It's up to you whether you trust me or the Navy. Whitebeard did not vent his anger on Squard. Judging from the current situation, the Whitebeard pirates could not break through the Navy's encirclement. Whitebeard was about to take action himself, but he had just jumped off the Moby Dick end, but something strange happened. A stream of light streaked across the sky, directly passing over the Navy's encirclement wall, leaving a deep gully on the square, and a human-shaped pit at the end. If this stream of light was not eye-catching enough, then the giant dragon hovering in the clouds was completely different. Flame clouds wrapped around his limbs. At this time, Kaido had left the body of the 8-headed evil dragon, grabbed the flame cloud and poked his head out of the clouds, looking at the battlefield below with a fanatical face. Ugh, Newgate, you are still the same virtue. Even stupid subordinates can be tolerated to this extent. Kaido, who suddenly appeared in the sky, seemed to disrupt everyone's thinking, and even the battlefield of the fight had a brief pause. Both Whitebeard and Sengoku were very wary of this figure in the sky. No one knew what this madman was doing. Hee. What a luxurious war. Let me add more fuel to the fire. Hot breath. The blazing flame spewed out of Kaido's mouth. As his dragon head swung, the flame moved straight from the ice surface to the direction of the execution platform. Whether it was the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates or the defenders of the Navy headquarters, they were all included in Kaido's attack range. The final landing point of his attack was the deep pit that was smashed by the UFO before. The indiscriminate attack made everyone present think he was a madman, but the next moment, they found that they still underestimated Kaido. Damn daddy! Is this the cool appearance you mentioned? Is there anyone you arrange like this? Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by bursts of coughing, Yamato climbed out of the deep pit, ignoring the Navy soldiers around him, and pointed at Kaido in the sky with an angry face. End of this chapter. Chapter 965, The Fake Match Group of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The encirclement wall was broken by the pirates. The first to come to their senses were the soldiers inside the encirclement wall. It was not their job to see the whole situation. The enemy in front of them was what they should face. Before, the Whitebeard pirates were blocked outside the encirclement wall. The Navy inside had not faced the war directly, but they were always tense inside. The Yamato thrown by Kaido was considered to have broken their tense nerves. As the elite of the Navy drawn from all over the world, they did not panic, but quickly organized themselves and launched their own attack on Yamato's position. Attack! Don't let the pirates reach the execution platform. Yamato, who had just climbed out of the pit, was instantly covered by fire, which made her already not very good mood even more irritable. Ever since Robin told her that it would be better if she didn't speak when she appeared in Alabasta, Yamato has been studying her appearance posture. Even with Kaido's pie, Yamato is ready to fish well, so she wants to find a handsome but inconspicuous appearance, only in this way can she achieve the next goal. However, Kaido predicted Yamato's thoughts. In order to prevent Yamato from fishing, he lied to her again and told Yamato that he had a very classic combination appearance, but he just needed Yamato to cooperate. Under Kaido's deception, Yamato finally fell into the trap. If she didn't cooperate, Kaido couldn't throw her out lightly. Yamato thought this might be a trap, but she underestimated Kaido after all. She thought that no matter how abnormal Kaido was, he would not do outrageous behavior on the battlefield, which eventually led to this slightly tragic situation. And this is exactly what Kaido wants. He doesn't believe that Yamato still has a chance to fish. Get out of my way. Aegean smashed the ground, and the pit she had smashed collapsed completely. The shock wave also knocked the approaching navy to the ground. Even if they were elites from all over the world, Yamato's opponents at this stage were beyond their response range. The generals with higher ranks had not taken action yet, but the Shishibukai who had been fishing started to move instead. Get out of my way. Prisoner arrow. Hancock touched her lips lightly, and a pink heart-shaped bubble appeared in her hand. With a light pull of her other hand, the pink bubble turned into a rain of arrows, shooting towards Yamato. The Shishibukai have taken action. Finally. Those bastards are really patient. The navy was somewhat dissatisfied with the Shishibukai slacking off, but there was nothing they could do. Now that the Whitebeard pirates were trapped on the ice and had not broken through to the square, it was reasonable for the Shishibukai to wait and see and prepare to deal with someone stronger. But after the attack, they found the problem. Hancock might as well not have taken action. All those hit by her captive arrows turned into stone statues, but this was the navy's hinterland, and the airflow generated by Yamato's swinging bat deflected Hancock's arrows, which resulted in all the navy being petrified. Pirate Queen! What are you doing? I am fighting according to your request. The enemy is too strong and has neutralized my moves. What does it have to do with me? You. I believe you can forgive my accidental injury, right? Hancock stroked her hair with one hand without even turning back, and the navy who questioned her had turned into a dog-licking expression and began to respond to Hancock's words. Hancock also came to Yamato after this and started her own performance. It seemed that she was fighting fiercely, but she didn't use any strength at all. Long time no see, Yamato. Oh, it's Hancock. Your attack is still so interesting. Is it interesting? Is Sister Olga here too? No, she went somewhere else. My bastard dad said that Sister Olga's ability more suitable for other places. That's a pity. Do you want to continue? I don't want to work for those navy. Of the 7 Shishibukai, Blackbeard is now looking for suitable subordinates in Impel Down. Among the remaining 6, only Kuma is fighting hard because he has no independent consciousness. Other than that, the rest are looking for a suitable place to fish, and no one is fighting hard. The navy can summon the Shishibukai, but it can't force them to fight desperately. The performance of the Shishibukai in the Battle of Marineford may have some influence on the abolition of the Shishibukai system 2 years later. The seraphim who obey orders are much more useful than these ambitious people. Well, let's fight a few times first. It's too long and that old man is not easy to fool. Yamato wants to delay time. As long as she delays until Kaido fights with others, she can fish wantonly. The aftermath caused by the two made it impossible for the surrounding navy to get close, and they had to disperse to the surroundings, not knowing that the 2 people inside were playing a fake game. Get out of the way. The navy soldiers were watching the place where Yamato and Hancock were fighting warily, but Jinbei suddenly came over and stretched out his hand to push away the navy who was blocking them. See Knight Jinbei. That woman is a pirate of the beasts. She is not easy to deal with. I will go to help her. Brother Tiger, I understand what you mean by playing by the rules. If you want to find the most honest one among the 6 Shishibukai present, then Jinbei can even be compared with the bear who has turned into a robot. He is too honest and just acted as a decoration. But Kaido who attacks indiscriminately and Hancock who hits his friends gave him new ideas. It is not okay to just stand there, but it is inevitable to accidentally hurt someone in the attack. Murky Karate has many group damage skills. In order to help the navy deal with the big guys of the beasts, it is reasonable for him to accidentally hurt a few navy people. This can more or less reduce a lot of pressure on Whitebeard's people. Fishman Karate, Karasa Wa Zhengchuan. The blue fat man jumped high and punched the ground. This punch showed how deep Jinbei's attainments in Fishman Karate were. The 2 people in the middle of the punch were unharmed, but the surrounding navy was blown away again by the shock wave. The encirclement closest to here was also affected, and there was a vacuum period for ammunition supply in the rear, allowing the pirates outside to find a suitable breakthrough again. The 2 Shishibukai and Yamato had a very happy fake match, but another Shishibukai also moved at the same time. Moria left his original position and moved towards where Kaido was. Along the way, whether it was the navy or the pirates, he caught them all and cut off their shadows. Kaido has been his nightmare for many years. He has been awakened by nightmares countless times, and has imagined countless times what it would be like to see Kaido again. But it was not until Kaido appeared in front of him again that he realized that his emotion towards Kaido was not fear, but anger. End of this chapter. Chapter 966, Newgate, you are still old. Kaido of the Beasts. What exactly is this guy going to do? On the execution platform, a few drops of cold sweat flowed from Sengoku's forehead. Kaido's appearance was reasonable, but unexpected. In Sengoku's view, Kaido and Whitebeard had no friendship, and there was no reason to rescue Whitebeard. With this time, he might as well occupy Whitebeard's territory. Except for Yamato, who had already entered the interior, Kaido did not carry out subsequent attacks after the heat breath. He seemed to be looking at something, and finally turned into a form and fell towards the Moby Dick. Damn it, did they really reach a pirate alliance? That red hair. According to the speculation of the five elders, it was Red Hair who secretly led a powerful pirate alliance. If all this is true, then the Red Hair who still hasn't shown up is the biggest problem. Garp, do you understand what I mean? Zhang Guo didn't understand why the five elders insisted that Garp appear on the battlefield. Although Garp's identity was a naval hero and his absence would affect morale, Garp's presence here would also cause a lot of trouble. This led to him having to watch Garp execute his adopted grandson. If Garp really did something irrational, it would be troublesome. The Admiral of the Navy was held back by the naval hero, and he had to take into account the friendship of his colleagues when he took action. No one would believe this if he told anyone else. If there was no Kaido, Garp would not have affected anything, but Kaido's appearance had already broken some balances, not to mention that he did not come alone. Kaido, and his daughter and subordinates, the total bounty on these people has exceeded 10 billion. I know, I won't watch if it really comes to that. Garp still had no intention of standing up. If these people were also here to save Ace, he would probably laugh out loud in his heart. Unless the incident escalated further, he would not be able to devote himself to this war. The distance was far, and Sengoku couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield over there. There was a lot of noise over there, and he couldn't tell for a while whether they were faking the match or not. However, Kaido's next move confused everyone again. He turned into a form in the sky, and the thunder was ringing around the eight fasts, and the domineering aura of the Conqueror's color sounded like thunder in the sky. Long time no see, Newgate, let me see if your skills have regressed. Great power Thunder Bagua. Kaido held the stick with both hands and smashed it at Whitebeard below. There was no trial, no holding back, and the first move was a full-strength attack from Kaido, but he didn't use any buff skills, and simply relied on his current physique. Get out of the way, Squard. Looking at Kaido above, Whitebeard kicked Squard behind him away. This was not because he was resentful, but because Squard couldn't bear the aftermath of this battle. If left alone, Squard might even die directly killed by the aftermath of the collision between Whitebeard and Kaido. Although they have not fought yet, the power of the strong domineering color in Kaido's hand has already been revealed. The power of vibration wrapped around the blade of Kusukome Kiri, and the power of domineering also extended from Whitebeard's body to the blade. The weapons have not collided yet, but the collision of domineering has already begun. Don't get in the way, Kaido. Boom. The hull of Moby Dick shook violently, and the sea surface that was previously frozen by Kuzan was cracked under this huge impact. Although Whitebeard stabilized his body, he still took a few steps back. Newgate, you have retreated. A few years ago, you were enough to take this blow. I'm not in the mood to fight with you now, Kaido kid. Although the relationship is not very good, you and I are both pirates. The Navy should be the enemy, right? Whitebeard didn't want to fight with Kaido at all. If he really fought with Kaido, he would not be able to be distracted to rescue Ace. Without him, the pirates under his command would definitely not be able to rescue Ace. We were on the same ship before, didn't we join forces to fight against the Navy first? Whitebeard will not let go of the fighting force that can be won over. The previous hot breath caused considerable casualties to both sides, but if Kaido is really willing to join forces with him, the success rate of the battle will be greatly improved. Not interested, I'm just here to participate in this battle, whether it's you or the Navy. I just want to find a strong enough enemy. There are not many people on this sea that I can look up to. Several wind blades flew out of Kaido's hands, and Kaido followed closely and hit Whitebeard. The fish fruit blue dragon form has the power of flying, but Whitebeard does not. It is difficult to use the power on the ship, so he had to fall to the ground. The battle is inevitable, but Whitebeard has no intention of fighting head-on. Instead, he rushed to the place where there are more navy, using Kaido's power to cause considerable trouble to the navy. The navy did not have any senior generals to stop all this. The impact of their aftermath was limited after all. If Kaido and Whitebeard really fought each other here, that would be the best result. When they were both defeated, the navy would have the opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop. Edward Newgate. What are you doing? Is this your attitude towards fighting? Kaido, I'm old. I have never had any interest in the title of the strongest. If you want it, just take it. But I don't have time to waste with you now. I'm going to rescue my son. Hehe, Newgate, you are still so naive, always recruiting such a weak son. What are you talking about? Isn't this the truth? Your son is too weak, so he fell into the hands of the navy. Look at my daughter. Even if she was thrown into the middle of the navy, she is still alive and kicking. If your son is so strong, you don't have to think about so many things. Kaido's words were mixed with a kind of boastful emotion, and Whitebeard couldn't find a reason to refute. But this is you, Newgate. The strongest man in the world still lost to time. You are so uninteresting. Since you care so much about your son, how about I give you a chance? What do you want to do? Fight me with all your strength. It's a fight to the death. This is the headquarters of the navy. No matter how the fight goes, it will not affect our territory. I don't have the time or the mood. Yes, what you lack is time, but I can give you the power of youth. This is your last stage. Don't you want to let the world see what a young Whitebeard looks like? Kaido took out a wooden box from his coat and threw it at Whitebeard in front of him. Eat it, you will experience the power of youth, then go do your thing, and then fight me with all your strength. Newgate, you still have some courage. If you don't even dare to do this, then I've misjudged you. End of this chapter. Chapter 967, Young Whitebeard, Unexpected Tsunami. The thrown wooden box was caught steadily in Whitebeard's hand, and at the moment of contact, the outer box shattered under the influence of the vibration, leaving only a green grass leaf. Is this the thing you used to restore your strength? You have a good memory, but this is specially made. Newgate, don't say I don't remember the old times. I still remember what it was like when you invited me to Rock's ship. Since then, I have wanted to have a thorough fight with you, but the 15-year age gap has a huge impact. Go save your weak son, and then fight with me to your heart's content. Compared to dying in a hospital bed, this kind of ending is more suitable for you. You are really a lunatic. Do you really want to be my gravedigger? Do you think the navy will watch you and me fighting here? No, although I hate others interfering in my battles, it is not unacceptable to have a few more powerful enemies. Gulala, you will regret it. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard threw the grass leaf into his mouth, not caring whether this thing would have a strong side effect. Marineford was the place he had chosen to retire. As long as he could save his son, he didn't care about what happened next. And Kaido is not so depraved as to poison himself. Bang! Bang! As the grass leaves disappeared into Whitebeard's mouth, his heart began to beat vigorously, the blood in his body began to flow faster, and bursts of white steam emanated from his body. His dry skin regained its elasticity, the wrinkles on his face were gradually smoothed, and the old pupils also had the brilliance unique to young people. Gulala, this feeling has been long since I last felt it. Guys, get out of the way, don't get close to my straight line. Dad has become younger. Is this still Dad? Yes, it's Dad. Dad was like this when I first joined the pirates. Whitebeard's return to youth boosted the morale of the Whitebeard pirates, but everyone chose to follow Whitebeard's arrangement and evacuate to both sides. They all knew how terrifying Whitebeard was when he was at full power. In the sky, Marco, who was paddling with Kizaru, was kicked onto the ice by Kizaru without noticing, and the self-healing flame began to heal his injured body. The changes in Whitebeard were unexpected by everyone. Even Kizaru forgot that he was paddling, otherwise the passive ability of Marco would not be triggered at all. Rubbing his eyes, Marco couldn't believe what was happening. This was no longer something that could be described as a medical miracle. This is a miracle. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Warring states on the execution platform didn't know how to evaluate what was happening at this time. The emotion called rationality in his mind had completely collapsed. From the moment Kaido appeared, he had been speculating on the possible ending, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The damage caused to the Navy headquarters by the restored youth of Whitebeard would be devastating. Only the old people who had experienced that era knew how terrifying the young Whitebeard was. Asshole! Why is the live broadcast still going on? Cut it off immediately. At this time, warring states found that the live broadcast was still going on. Since the previous actions of the Navy went smoothly, in order to show that the Navy had enough power to protect the sea, the live broadcast was not cut off immediately. But with the reappearance of the young Whitebeard, warring states knew that the next battle would become more brutal, and immediately ordered the Navy to cut off the live broadcast signal of Marineford. But he was still a step too late, and the restored youth of Whitebeard had become the latest headline of the newspaper. Youth, it's really a terrifying power. Monsters all over the world will go crazy for it, even those guys who hide in the dark corners and control the world can't resist this temptation. Doflamingo's expression also became excited. The power of youth is something he also wants to get. His original goal was the immortality surgery brought by the Operation Fruit, but now he seems to have a new goal. Fight, this war has become more interesting. With his hands clenched, countless parasitic threads were released from his hands. The surrounding navy and pirates were like puppets, fighting to the death under Doflamingo's control. At the same time, a cigar suddenly fell on the ice. In this battlefield full of gunfire, no one noticed the cigar, but looking up along the trajectory of the cigar falling, you can see Quinn with a pale face. You can vaguely see something like a soul floating behind Quinn, and it took a long time to re-enter Quinn's body. What do you think if I run back now? Quinn's heart ached. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. If the news of Whitebeard's rejuvenation spread, he would have a hard time. The Holy Beast and Mr. Kaido are not in Wano country. It's useless for you to run back. Yes, Shayna is right, and don't think you are so omnipotent. In most cases, you are just a waste that drags you down. Hehe, for so many years, this is the first time I hope I am really a waste. You two don't know anything at all. Quinn didn't even have the interest to refute Shayna and Jin's words. He was thinking about a very serious question, whether all the security facilities in Wano country should be replaced with lethal weapons. The current strength felt a little insufficient. But speaking of it, it's a good thing that I used someone else's name when I was talking about platinum lead disease before, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Thinking of the fact that when the problem of platinum lead disease was made public before, the beast fruit made up a huge medical team, which was one of the few good news for Quinn. Where did Blackbeard go? Did he run away? Shayna and Jin didn't care about Quinn's future. Instead, they searched for Blackbeard on the battlefield, but they didn't find anything. While they were still looking for Blackbeard, Marineford changed dramatically again. Whitebeard's arms were bulging with muscles. He was about to break the siege wall of the navy in front of him, but he found a ferocious friction sound coming from under the ice. The inner bay frozen by Aokiji also began to shake, as if something was about to rush out from under the ice. Near the Gate of Justice, a giant tsunami appeared in everyone's sight. The scale of the tsunami was even more terrifying than the tsunami caused by the earthquake that Whitebeard had previously triggered. The huge waves that seemed to destroy the world were already rushing towards Marineford. End of this chapter, chapter 968, the slacking behavior that was broken. What's going on? Did Dad show his power again? No, it's not Dad. Dad didn't do anything just now. Is it a natural disaster? The tsunami caused by the earthquake at the beginning of Whitebeard's opening was enough to submerge the entire Marineford, and it was Kuzan's ability that eliminated the impact of the tsunami. After that, Whitebeard did not launch a similar attack. Kuzan's ability was one aspect, and on the other hand, Whitebeard's subordinates had already begun landing operations. If they continued to trigger large-scale earthquakes, the members of the Whitebeard pirates would also suffer heavy casualties. This is also the disadvantage of the tremor fruit. Although it has unparalleled destructive power, the aftermath of the vibration also has a great impact on friendly forces. Whitebeard, although the tsunami created has destructive power, it is nothing compared to this new round of tsunamis. Jin and Shayna flew to the sky at the same time, intending to avoid the impact of the tsunami. This direction. Is the Holy Beast angry? No, if the Holy Beast is really angry, the impact will not be so ordinary. This is more like aftermath. And according to the Holy Beast, he will return to Wano country after getting his things. He has no intention of intervening in Mr. Kaido's affairs. Neither of them was affected by the wave. The tsunami looked terrifying, but it did not threaten them at all. Kaido specially selected the senior cadres who could fly to deal with similar emergencies. As long as they can fly to the waves, no matter how big the tsunami is, it will not threaten them. Although there are many people below, they are either Navy or Whitebeard's people. Facing these non-friendly units, they will not worry. Whether it is Jin or Shayna, they are all people who have walked out of the sea of blood and corpses. No matter how many unrelated people die, their emotions will not fluctuate. They want to know what happened to Arceus. That's right. The power of the holy beast is far more than that. Wait. Is there something on the waves? Jin knew that Arceus had the power to destroy a country with a wave of his hand. If he was really angry, he would not use an inefficient attack like a tsunami. He wanted to see how the navy would deal with the tsunami, but he saw something strange floating on the waves. It's a ship. It's not strange that such a big tsunami rolled up the ship. It looks like a warship outside Marineford. It's a warship, but it seems that there are prisoners in it. Is it? How can there be a warship full of prisoners in this place? I don't know, but I know that Mr. Kaido probably wants more fun. By the way, where is Quinn? Shayna looked around and didn't see Quinn. Logically speaking, they were all in their 40s, and everyone knew how to face danger, so Jin and Shayna ignored him and just raised their altitude. In terms of Quinn's personality, he would never put himself in danger unless someone touched his banana or a mace was placed on his head. Quinn. Oh, there, still alive and kicking. Following the direction of Jin's finger, Shayna saw Quinn fighting with two dragons in the air. He looked no different from an ordinary Western dragon, and his body was much smaller than the eight-headed dragon, but he was equipped with a laser cannon on his back like the pacifist. Behind them were small two-legged dragon-like creatures, with ordinary miniature machine guns mounted on their bodies. Like the pacifist, they were all masterpieces of the Navy's scientific forces. They were creatures that were originally reproduced based on the bloodline factors of the eight-headed dragon. After several years of cultivation, they finally formed such an air force. They were special forces hidden above the clouds according to Sengoku's arrangement, waiting for the order to attack. However, the war below was progressing very smoothly, so Sengoku temporarily suspended the attack of this force, intending to pursue the pirates when they completely fled. As a result, Kaido intervened, and then there was this huge tsunami. Before they could react, Quinn plunged into them again, which eventually led to the current situation of air combat. Come on! Let Master Quinn see what you guys who can only pirate are capable of. You two don't come over. I will personally deal with these guys who stole my achievements. Quinn was also pouring out his firepower, and even asked Shayna and Jin not to interfere with his battle in an uncharacteristic way. Is this guy crazy? He really thinks this is his own achievement. In Shayna's view, Quinn is already a contradictory creature. He fears the danger brought by the Black Pot, but at the same time enjoys the glory brought by the Black Pot. To outsiders, this was Quinn seeing through the origins of the Navy Dragon Force and defending his own achievements, but as both of them belonged to the most advanced unit, Shayna and Jin knew exactly how powerful Quinn was. No, this guy is looking for excuses for himself so that he doesn't have to intervene in overly dangerous battles. Those things only account for 30% of his firepower at most. Shayna would simply attack Quinn physically when she was in a bad mood, but Jin was different. He liked to give Quinn a double blow mentally and physically, so he knew Quinn's thoughts very well. You can guess it almost by looking at his actions. In fact, just as Jin thought, Quinn was looking for a reasonable reason to slack off. He was different from Jin and Shayna. As Lunarians, the two of them were stronger and more valued by Arceus. Even if he did nothing in the war at the top, it would be fine to go back. Yamato has now been thrown into the crowd by Kaido. Kaido has no time to take care of her for a while, so he is the one in danger. In order to avoid being targeted by Kaido and forcibly assigned to a difficult opponent, Quinn decided to find a group of guys who look powerful but have no real skills to fight. Originally, he chose the giant vice-admirals below, which were the easiest enemies to deal with in his eyes, but in the process of avoiding the tsunami, Quinn had a new idea and started his own air battle with these air forces. Quinn hoped to fish like this until the end of the battle, and then return to Wano country intact, but accidents always happen. When he was fighting these pirated copies in a friendly manner, the genuine copies came. Roar! Accompanied by the roar, the idle eight-headed dragon in the sky rushed towards the flying dragon army, breaking through their formation with just a face-to-face encounter, and then the eight heads came out together and directly bit off the neck of a large flying dragon. Roar! After that, the eight-headed dragon looked at Quinn in confusion, roaring. The meaning of the voice was very clear. How could such a weak guy chase you? End of this chapter. Chapter 969, The Broken Siege Wall, Execution Proposal. This is a test. It's a test. You don't understand, get out of the way, let me deal with these guys. Quinn has already figured out what the Navy's flying dragon troops are. The dragon scales of those flying dragons are enough to resist ordinary guns and cannons. This is difficult for ordinary pirates to deal with, but it's a piece of cake for Quinn. Not to mention his sunlight flames and laser cannons, energy balls, or his previously modified missiles are enough to break the defenses of these flying dragons, but he didn't use them at all, and even deliberately missed them just to delay a little longer. These flying dragons seemed to Quinn to be just for show, but they were very intimidating, and the attacks they launched were also scary, which was originally a good tool for slacking off. He also wanted to find a Shishibukai to slack off, but Yamato was slacking off with 2 Shishibukai, so it was just acceptable. The only Shishibukai who could slack off was Doflamingo. If he could not decide the winner after a long fight with Doflamingo under Kaido's nose, he would definitely have to undergo special training. In the sky far away from Kaido, he could at least relax a little. At this moment, the flying dragon whose neck was bitten off by the eight-headed dragon also completed its regeneration. Its speed was much slower than that of the original eight-headed dragon, but it had finally broken through the upper limit of ordinary creatures. At this moment, a laser just happened to hit it. Look, it's not dead at all. Although you always fight with Brother Kaido, you still have a lot to learn. Go find those giants to play with. Let me handle this. If it doesn't work, do you see that big green guy? That guy is the descendant of a demon. You can go find him to play with you. Quinn tried to get the eight-headed dragon to change the battlefield so that he could continue to fish, but he failed. It's not that the eight-headed dragon is hard to fool, but it has learned some bad habits from Kaido, such as snatching the opponent it wants. In its opinion, these flying dragons are much more interesting than those giants. Ignoring Quinn's words, the eight-headed dragon rushed towards the flying dragon troops in the sky, directly killing Quinn's plan in the bud. Damn it, even it doesn't let me live in peace. I should have gone down before Miss Yamato. Yamato has already occupied the place in the best actor group, which makes Quinn lose the opportunity to perform. Looking at Yamato who is still paddling, he suddenly envied him. Forget it, I'll find a few vice admirals to play with when the time comes. I hope those guys can cooperate a little. Looking at the tsunami that was rushing towards Marineford, Quinn began to plan his next move, while Shayna and Jin were looking for clues that might be related to Blackbeard. The battle below did not stop because of the sudden tsunami, but became more intense. Little ones, use the tsunami to break through the encirclement. Ounce. Get ready. Whitebeard's full-bodied voice spread across most of the square. In the case of inconvenience in using Den Den Mushi, fighting with voice became the best way to communicate. Tsunami is a crisis, but also an opportunity. For the current Marineford, tsunami is not the biggest crisis, because Kyuzan is still serving as his admiral of the navy. With this freezing ability, he can still limit the surrounding seawater. It's just that before he freezes the tsunami, Whitebeard can use this wave of tsunami. Whitebeard punched the ice, and the frozen sea surface cracked inch by inch. At this time, the impact of the tsunami had reached the range. The originally calm sea water rushed towards the top of the square under the tsunami. In the sea, a coated pirate ship rushed out. This was the trump card left by Whitebeard. From the beginning, he kept a surprise force under the sea. With the huge waves formed by the tsunami, the ship successfully crossed the Navy's encirclement wall. Although Kyuzan froze the waves in time, the pirate ship still reached the encirclement wall with the help of Ounce. This is also unavoidable. The frozen waves will provide pirates with an opportunity to break through the encirclement wall. If they don't do this, this huge tsunami is enough to wipe out the Navy below the rank of Major General. Due to its own weight, the ice layer that only froze the stern did not restrict the pirate ship, but instead made it fall down and lean against the Navy's encirclement wall and the ground, giving the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates a suitable foothold. A breakthrough has appeared. Brothers, go! Rescue Ace! The Navy's encirclement wall was originally a vertical barrier, but with the help of the ice and the pirate ship, a small hill has formed here, giving the pirates a chance to break through. At this time, Deuce is no longer a member of the Spade Pirates, but has joined the Whitebeard Pirates with Ace, and is leading the pirates of the second squad to rush to the front. It is not realistic to want to jump directly off the tall steel. The previous pirate ship has become the only passage at this time, which naturally makes the artillery fire from the rear of the navy aim here. The captains of Whitebeard are intercepting the shells at this time to reserve the passage for the subsequent pirates. But when they climbed up the encirclement wall along the ice, they saw only a dazzling flash. Hey, I can't let you go like this, Yasakani no Megatama. Flashing imp, get out of my way. Yasakani no Megatama was interrupted as soon as it was released, and the terrifying shock wave forced Kizaru to avoid Whitebeard's attack first. But just as he pulled away, Whitebeard appeared in front of him again. Yashika mirror. After continuous refraction, Kizaru escaped from Whitebeard's attack range, and his eyebrows and eyes became less of playful expression. Is this the young Whitebeard? Gulala, this is a long-lost power, Sengoku. Hand over my son. Boom. Whitebeard punched in the air, and the ice layer in front was shattered by Whitebeard's attack. A huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell like raindrops towards the navy below. Calm down. On the execution platform, Sengoku's figure gradually became larger, and a golden shock wave was hit from the palm of the Buddha-like Sengoku, turning the ice in the air into powder. He is just a young Whitebeard. He couldn't destroy the navy headquarters when he was young, and now he can't. Concentrate firepower. They only have one way. Kizaru was in a stalemate with Whitebeard, and Garp was still in a state of entanglement. Aokiji's ability was not suitable for handling ice, so Sengoku would take action to clean up those ice blocks. With Sengoku's ability, the morale of the navy was reawakened, and a new round of competition with the Whitebeard pirates began. Marshal Sengoku, the time is almost up. The Whitebeard pirates are already surrounded. I suggest that Ace of the Fire Fist be executed immediately. Akainu's voice came from the side. He had just dealt with the deserter problem and put forward his own opinions in the face of the current battle situation. End of this chapter. Chapter 970, Who are you? Akainu was not on the front battlefield just now, but went to rectify the discipline. In a 100,000-man army, it is inevitable that some people will retreat, but on the battlefield, without the order of the superiors, retreat and escape are not allowed. A person's cowardly escape may trigger a chain reaction, and eventually lead to the collapse of the defense line. The rejuvenated Whitebeard, the unexpected Kaido, the destructive power of the earthquake and the heat breath broke the psychological defense of many soldiers. They wanted to slip away when the battlefield situation was chaotic, but Akainu caught two typical ones. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the deserters who were observing in the dark returned to the battlefield, and Akainu himself returned with it, and put forward his own suggestions before joining the battle. The significance of Ace's existence to the navy is to attract the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates have entered the encirclement. The subsequent battle has nothing to do with Ace, but a comparison of the military strength between the navy headquarters and Whitebeard. In order to prevent complications, Akainu believes that Ace should be executed immediately at this time, so that the possibility of Ace being rescued can be eliminated and the loss of bait will not be caused. It's not time yet, Sakazuki. Does the navy need to talk about morality with pirates? Killing him now will make Whitebeard crazy. If he destroys crazily without regard for the consequences, the navy headquarters cannot afford the consequences. Whitebeard and Kaido are the main problems. I know, I will go and deal with Whitebeard with Borsellino first. Looking at Garp, who was silent but clenched his fists, Sakazuki didn't say anything else, but directly entered the front battlefield. He wanted to see what Sengoku could say after the encirclement of Whitebeard. Hehe, the power of youth is really good. I'll find something to do. Whitebeard will not fight him properly unless he achieves his goal. Although he can help Whitebeard, Kaido has no such idea. He will not miss the opportunity to use Whitebeard to consume the navy. Kaido is a little interested in the Buddha-like warring states, and he can't stand Yamato's slacking. He picked up the wine gourd on his waist and drank the strong liquor inside. Kaido was about to make some moves, but was suddenly stared at by a big man. Kaido! Die! The pale arm slapped Kaido. It was Moria who had walked towards Kaido before. His figure was unprecedentedly huge, even surpassing Little Ounce. He didn't know how many shadows he absorbed along the way, and even the clothes on his arms had been burst, but his eyes were still clear. Moria didn't know what kind of emotion he had towards Kaido. He didn't know whether it was fear or anger, but there was always a voice in his body telling him to kill Kaido. Die, die! Shadow hell! Countless shadows condensed into a sharp thorn forest, stabbing at Kaido's body. Mariah's fists pounded the ground frantically, as if venting his resentment for many years. I say, you should have fought enough, right? After a series of fierce attacks, Kaido's voice sounded below, and Mariah's fist stopped in mid-air. Kaido blocked Mariah with only one hand. The other hand was still holding his wine gourd, and Mariah couldn't even interrupt his drinking. If it's just a back pounding, it's still qualified, but who are you? Who are you? The three words were like sharp steel nails, piercing Mariah's heart. The nightmare that he couldn't forget, the nightmare of more than 10 years, he didn't even know who he was. Asshole! You killed all my companions. Kaido, you actually forgot who I am. Shadow Horn Gun. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a pirate. I don't know how many pirates I've killed. Weaklings are not worthy of my names. And you actually let me do it myself? It seems that I was very weak at that time. Kaido drank the wine in the gourd. With a little drunkenness, Kaido looked at the giant Moria. It seems familiar. Moonlight Moria. Kaido, remember this name with your body. Everything in Wano country, I will give it back to you. Shadow Box. The black shadow formed a square box around Kaido, and then raised his palm and slapped it down, but before it touched, Moria's shadow box was torn in the middle by Kaido. I remember it, it turned out to be you. Compared with the past, you are much weaker. Back then Mariah could still fight with him for a few moves. Kaido thought he would grow a lot in these years, but he became weaker. It's my fault. I still have an impression of you. This time I will completely forget you. Mingdi. Boom. The columnar stick hit Mariah's abdomen. His huge body did not bring any advantages. Mariah flew backwards with one blow, and countless shadows ran out of his mouth. Boring. After the blow, Kaido never looked at Mariah again, but continued to walk towards the battlefield. 7 warlords were killed in one blow. That's not an opponent I should worry about. Focus on what's in front of you. The pirates are coming up. Wait, something is falling from the sky again. It's a prisoner. On a naval artillery platform, several gunners stared at the sky blankly. Since the beginning of this war, the things falling from the sky have inexplicably increased. This warship is the one on the wave that Shayna and Jin saw. The people on board are the prisoners of Impel Down and Luffy, who wants to rescue his brother. Previously, in the Sabayati archipelago, Luffy was taken away with Heracross. They were taken to an island where Heracross gathered. Heracross on the island temporarily took them in and brought Luffy the latest newspaper. With Heracross's flying ability, Luffy finally found the Navy's triangular current and invaded Impel Down from high altitude. And he was able to enter Impel Down smoothly thanks to Blackbeard and his party. This allowed Luffy to take the opportunity to rush in and pass through the closed gate of justice. He was able to arrive here thanks to the sudden tsunami. With the help of the huge waves, he was able to get here smoothly at this time. As for Arceus, the initiator of the tsunami, he was still in the center of the triangular current at this time, but the vortex that had been spinning for decades without stopping disappeared at this time. Arceus' power forcibly stopped the rotation of this sea current. It was precisely because the vortex was forcibly stopped by Arceus' power that this huge tsunami was derived. In the eyes of others, the tsunami that was enough to destroy the world was just the aftermath of Arceus' attack. At this moment, the stone slab had emerged from the sea water and was floating just above the sea surface. End of this chapter. Chapter 971, The Good Brother of the Fairy and the Jade Dragon is of course the Ice Pillar. Some time ago, Kaido had not yet arrived at Marineford, and the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had just started fighting, when Arceus' origin had already arrived near the triangular current. Except for the gates of justice in Judicial Island, Impel Down, and Marineford, the Navy's triangular current has always been unguarded. They can't add fences and covers to the entire sea. This kind of investment is not something that the Celestial Dragons will do, and it is completely unnecessary. Normal pirates will never get close to this current. The great power of nature is difficult to contend with. If ordinary wind-powered sailboats and foreign ships are caught in the vortex current, there is no chance to escape. There are generally only 2 results of being trapped in the current: drifting endlessly, or surrendering directly to the Navy, so that even the escort link can be omitted. There are people who can break through this kind of current. There are always very few people who have the ability to fight against the current, but such people will not take the initiative to go to the hinterland of the Navy. So far, no pirate has been able to fight the entire navy alone, whether it is the Lonely Red, the Golden Lion, or Rocks at the beginning, they all failed in the end. Arceus's origin can be said to have broken the precedent. Lord Arceus. We have entered the Navy's triangular current. Where to go next? With the power provided by the triangular current, the Navy's warships are enough to save half of the time. Even with the power of the origin, it is difficult to get rid of its flow speed. After being caught in the current, it enters a state of drifting with the current. Turn left and head straight for the center. But the boat might capsize. Just do what you are told. You don't need to worry about other things, Lord Arceus. He's new to the origin and isn't used to some things yet. Don't mind. Common sense doesn't work on this ship. Looking at the ocean, the origin is also a miracle. From the Sky Island to the underworld, there's no place this ship hasn't been. Relying on Arceus' own power, this ship is no longer an ordinary pirate ship. As for why Arceus still chooses to take a boat, on the one hand, it's a tradition on the sea, and on the other hand, he always feels that something is missing without a suitable means of transportation. The origin may not be the best, but it's the most convenient for him to use. It's okay, turn the rudder. Yes. The helmsman rolled up his sleeves. According to his previous experience, if he wanted to force a turn in such a whirlpool, he would need to overcome great resistance, and he might not be able to do it alone. But when he turned the rudder, he found it unusually easy. At this time, the origin was already wrapped in a light blue light. It was more like the ocean itself than a ship. The turbulent current automatically bypassed the origin when it encountered it, allowing the origin to sail smoothly to the center. It was about the time when Kaido arrived at Marineford. The origin gradually approached the center of the vortex. Under the deep sea, Arceus also sensed the breath of his stone tablet. It's really surprising that it's in such a place. This world is very large, and the outside territories have not been explored yet. Of course, they will not explore the hinterland of the Navy. That is, Arceus came here after hearing the news from the Millennium Dragon tribe. Then Arceus' eyes were dyed with a touch of blue, the blue light that originally only wrapped around the origin spread to the entire ocean, the turbulent sea current stopped abruptly, and a roar came from the sea. The triangular current was originally a speeding train. Under the influence of nature, this train kept speeding on a fixed route, but today, a pair of hands from outside the sky directly pressed the front of the train to death. When the front of the train was forcibly stopped by external forces, the carriages behind it would not be spared, but would cause a series of chain reactions, and the same was true for the triangular current here. The center was fine, only some wind and waves were generated. The closer to the periphery, the greater the impact of Arceus's interception of the triangular current, the sea water surged, and huge waves hundreds of meters high rushed to the surroundings. But all this had nothing to do with the origin. Except for Arceus, the people on the ship only had one feeling: cold. Why is it so cold, Xiao Pei, lend me one of your clothes. Don't move, sister, my hands seem to be frozen. The two were the strongest types on the ship except Arceus. Even they felt the cold, let alone others. This is the result of the increase in the number of stone slabs. The return of the stone slabs is not a simple addition to the increase in power, but a terrifying multiplication trend. In the past, when the stone slabs returned, they would only bring some changes in the breath, but with the return of the 15th stone slab, Arceus's own power has undergone a qualitative change again. The breath of the stone slab alone made the surrounding pirates feel seriously uncomfortable. And the one that can bring such severe cold is naturally the icicle stone slab. After the fairy and the jade dragon, the icicle, the three nemesis of the dragon system, has also returned successfully. Lord Arceus, please take back your power. We are a little overwhelmed. This little guy has been sleeping in the sea for too long and is a little excited now. Under Arceus' control, the cold air was gradually taken back by the stone slab, which also made the pirates on the ship breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a few splashes of water appeared on the sea, and the sound of the explosion also reached the ears of the pirates on the origin. Looking up, it was a warship from Judicial Island. According to the intelligence of the Navy, the most serious jailbreak in history occurred in Impel Down. At this time, the personnel of Impel Down were dealing with the follow-up, and the Navy of Marineford was fighting against Whitebeard. Only the Navy of Judicial Island was still in an idle state, so it entered the triangular current to search for the traces of the jailbroken pirates. The origin made them misunderstand something and directly launched an artillery attack. Lord Arceus, let me handle it. It's a good time to stretch my body. The navy and the pirates are enemies, and firing is a signal of war. Page 1 immediately sent out a request for battle. No need, turn around and go to Marineford to see what Kaido is doing. Lord Arceus, don't you care about those navy? They fired provocations. Ulti scratched her head. It would not be a normal reaction for them to do nothing when the other party had already fired. It's just that you don't need to go. I just happened to try something new. Don't you think so, Regius? The icicle slab that had returned to the body was released again, but there was no trace of cold air. Unlike Darkray's time, the power of the icicle slab was not released, but it acted as a core. With it as the center, the cold gradually condensed into ice, and a sharp-edged ice giant appeared on the deck of the Origin. End of this chapter. Chapter 972, Ice God Pillar Regis, the headache of the five elders. There are many ways for Pokemon to be born. They are not limited to ordinary life. In addition to conventional animals, plants, clouds, air, rocks, steel, and elements of nature can become a member of Pokemon. However, no matter what kind of carrier, the strongest carrier is always the stone tablet. Darkrai had been performing tasks alone for a long time and even had to face unknown enemies, so he exhausted the evil power in the evil-faced stone tablet. Regis in front of him is even more special. As a member of the Regi family, they can also be called the God Pillar family or the Toilet family. Unlike the previous fantasy Pokemon, nor the so-called legendary Pokemon like Windspeed Dog, Regis is a true legendary Pokemon. Due to the special nature of the God Pillar family, they can even use Arceus' slate as their core, but this core is only temporary, and is considered a short-term strengthening buff. Arceus can still take back the slate after the matter is over. Outsiders also have the ability to use slates, provided that they have obtained Arceus' consent. Under appropriate conditions, Arceus is not unwilling to lend slates, provided that the person knows how to return them. The number of Regiases is not unique, and ice is their body. As a very ancient Pokemon, Regius' body is covered with ice from the Ice Age, and some Regiases have even slept in the underground glaciers for countless years. Regiases with icicle slates as carriers are undoubtedly the strongest Regiases. Different geometric bodies gradually condense together, and then begin to expand under the influence of icicle slates, and finally a large Regius with a height of 17 meters is born. Go, teach them a lesson, and come back to me later. Regis. There are 7 yellow dots on Regis' face that form a cross. They are their visual organs and the way they express their emotions. The 7 yellow dots flashed frequently, and a sharp sound came from the column. Then Regis jumped off the deck and floated above the sea, but the sea water under its feet was completely solidified under the influence of the cold air around its body. Turn, target Marineford. Yes. The Origin turned around and left, and Regius also locked onto his target, slowly drifting towards the ship sent by Judicial Island. What is that? A robot? An ice sculpture? I don't know, but it must be something bad since it came from a pirate ship. Just attack, start bombarding. Regius' target was large, and his movements were not fast. The dense shells exploded on Regius, but they did not cause any impact. Although his body was made of ice, Regius' body was very solid. The impact of the explosion did not affect it, and the shrapnel would be bounced off by the smooth ice surface. The Navy of Judicial Island did not realize the danger of the ice pillar. Its appearance did not look as dangerous as the 8-headed dragon, and it was even a little funny, but as Regius approached, the sound of the gun stopped. What's going on? Keep firing. That guy is coming. The barrel is frozen. The gunners tried to pull the cannon, but to no avail. When they tried to fix the cannon, the ship shook violently. Boom. A large piece of the ship's deck was missing, and not far away, Regius' hand was still flashing with electric sparks. It did not use ice skills, but fired an electromagnetic cannon. It thought that such a warship was not worth it, but Arceus must have had his own purpose in asking it to act, so it wanted to force the ship to retreat and find the mastermind behind the ship, so it deliberately missed the electromagnetic cannon. If it wanted to destroy the warship immediately, the most direct way was to get close to the other party and kill the other party with the cold air emitted from its body. It deliberately drifted very slowly to achieve its goal, and the warship in front saw that the artillery fire was ineffective, and Regius was getting closer and closer, so it also chose to retreat. On the Origin, Arceus looked at Regius, who followed and was not worried about anything. The recovered slate was different from the slate that was lost before. Before, he was looking for a dead mobile phone in a dark room, which was naturally very difficult. But after returning, it is equivalent to restarting the phone. Just make a call and you can quickly find its location. The icicle slab temporarily left in Regius's body is in such a state. The triangular current has disappeared, and the speed of navigation has slowed down a lot, but during the voyage of the origin, some people are looking at the information in front of them. The Holy Land, Marijoa, and the 5 elders are looking at the report of the navy and are lost in thought. They are also paying attention to the battle situation in Marineford. This battle has a great impact on the development of the subsequent world. Kaido, his daughter, and some cotters have appeared in Marineford, and restored Whitebeard's youth. Didn't Red Hair say before that he would try to stop Kaido? Is this what he called stopping? I said a long time ago that Red Hair has a problem. There must be a special connection between him, Whitebeard and Kaido, but we haven't discovered it yet. Tap, tap, tap. A sound of footsteps came from the outside world, and 2 communication soldiers came to the 5 elders. Report. The latest news from Judicial Island is that they did not find the escaped prisoners in the Delta Current, but found the pirate ship of the Beasts, led by Arceus. Report to the 5 elders, information from Impelton, including the 6th floor, a large number of prisoners escaped, and their current whereabouts are unknown. Deputy Director Hannibal was seriously injured, and the guard Shiryu of the Long Reign rebelled. Director Magellan is trying to suppress the remnants, and the specific situation needs to be recounted. However, the leaders of the prison break have been identified, namely, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, Marshall D. Teach, the Blackbeard, and Buggy, the Joker. The blonde 5 elders waved his hand, indicating that the messenger could leave. After they left, several people continued the talks. It's not good news that a large number of prisoners on the 6th floor have escaped. Suppress the news first. The escape of monsters on the 6th floor will cause panic. The situation that has finally stabilized cannot be destroyed like this. These guys with D in their names are really annoying. The bald 5 elders holding a knife seemed very impatient. The long knife he had been holding in his hand had part of the blade exposed. He looked very disgusted with the so-called will of D. And that clown Buggy, this person is actually Roger's crew member and Red Hair's brother. Is his hiding in the East China Sea also part of Red Hair's plan? The 5 elders with a goatee thought of Roger's pirate group. It stands to reason that there will be stains on any ship, but Buggy's performance and intelligence is too different from Roger's pirate group. If it weren't for the solid evidence, he would find it hard to believe that Buggy is Roger's trainee. These are not important for now. Red Hair doesn't like chaos, so he won't cause any big trouble. The focus is on Whitebeard, who has regained his youth. If those old guys hear about this technology, it's hard to say what they will do. Let's send someone to take a look first. Kaido, Yamato, Arceus, and most of the beasts are not in Wano country. This is probably the weakest defense of Wano country in decades. We can send someone to try to sneak in. Isn't there a CP0 team nearby? Satan, who has a name for the time being, made his own suggestion. They have been curious about the secrets of Wano country for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 973, Olga and Red Hair's updated battle record. Wano country has a backup plan. There is no need to guess about this kind of thing, but this is the best opportunity. It is too rare for the high-level combat forces to be almost all out. The 5 elders don't know when they will encounter a similar opportunity again. When the order was sent from Mary Gosa to the outside world, and Red Hair, who was questioned by the 5 elders, also launched his own actions some time ago. Among the pirates, Shanks is the one who least wants to see the war on the top, so when Ace set out, he tried to persuade Whitebeard to bring Ace back, but he did not succeed. Even if he received the news of the war on the top, he wanted to control the scope of the war and not let too many forces be involved. Among the many forces on the sea, Kaido is the most likely to get involved in this war, so Red Hair hopes to persuade Kaido to stop. But now Kaido has enough cotters, enough for him to complete his goal in 3 ways, and Shanks can't stop him even if he wants to. There are too many routes from Wano country to the Navy headquarters, and he can't keep an eye on Kaido at all. He can only try his luck at the intersection of Kaido and Whitebeard's territory. If Kaido wants to attack Whitebeard's territory, this road is still unavoidable. Red Hair tried to contact Kaido by phone, but Kaido hung up the phone as soon as he said a word. It is a fantasy to persuade Kaido not to interfere in this war. While Shanks was making the layout, Olga and Jack had already successfully reunited. Are you really going to do this, Sister Olga? As long as he is stronger than Jack, he will follow the other party's arrangements. Olga is definitely not Jack's opponent in a head-on fight, but if the two really fight, Jack probably can't even touch him. The ability of illusion is not friendly to his melee defense, but it is not so easy for Olga to defeat Jack. After all, Jack is too thick-skinned now. Well, you take people to go around from the side, and I will go to explore the way alone. If there is really someone blocking us, I will deal with it. The Navy will not intervene in such things. The only ones who have the ability to interfere with the actions of the beasts are Red Hair and Charlotte Linlin. If it were Charlotte Linlin, they would definitely choose to temporarily unite and divide Whitebeard's territory first, so there is no need to worry. The only one who can really stop them is Shanks. After all, only Red Hair knows what he is thinking. In order not to delay the team's journey, Olga divided the troops again. Red Hair is a pirate as famous as Brother Kaido. Can you do it alone? Don't worry, don't worry. It's just Red Hair. My record with him is 2:0. He and his brothers are not my opponents. Among the big cotters of the beasts, the one with the best record is not Quinn who escaped from Akainu, nor Jin who fought against Daotu and others, but Olga, a woman who once played with the 4 Emperors' Shanks in her hands, and played with him twice. This is not a lie, but an objective fact, which happened a long time ago. But no matter what, it is still very face-saving to tell this matter. In order to maintain this glorious record, she has never had any conflict with Red Hair again. As long as she doesn't fight, she will always be 2:0. Besides, I don't plan to fight him. If he shows up here, it means he has no time to stop Captain Kaido. It doesn't matter if I tell him where Captain Kaido has gone. Captain Kaido won't refuse to have one more person on the battlefield. You just need to hurry up and go around. Under Olga's arrangement, the Shadow Fox went ahead, and Jack temporarily followed behind, deciding whether to fight head-on or take a detour according to the situation. At this time, they had reached the border sea area, but the Shadow Fox had stopped, and only illusions were sailing forward. Big boss! It's Kaido's Beast King that appeared, and Kaido is on it. Simply using observation haki to create illusions is useless for Olga now. If it's a special observation haki like Roger or Otohim, which can capture the target's voice, it can indeed detect the abnormality of the illusion. But the predictive type is not good. Olga's illusion is a special illusion that really exists. Even if it predicts the future dozens of minutes later, those illusions still exist on the sea. Moreover, even if the observation haki has been cultivated to the level of predicting the future, it is impossible to predict that long, so it is unrealistic to use predictive means to distinguish the truth of the illusion. Either the ability can be targeted, or the powerful firepower can be used to attack indiscriminately to find Olga's body, otherwise it is very difficult to break the illusion. Whether it is seen by the naked eye or perceived by the domineering, what appeared in front of them was the real fleet led by Kaido himself. Kaido, go back, it is not good for you to participate in this battle. Your territory is big enough now. Shanks' full voice reached Olga's ears, but she did not respond, just manipulated Kaido's illusion and made a move. If she responded, she would have to use her ability on Red Hair to deceive his hearing. The illusion she created would not be seen through by ordinary observation haki, but it would be different when the ability was used on others. If she did that, Red Hair would soon find the abnormality, so she said nothing, just continued to delay time. At first, Shanks hadn't noticed anything wrong. The eyes of the illusion Kaido were very realistic, and the drinking action was consistent with Red Hair's cognition. But Kaido kept drinking without responding, which made Shanks feel something was wrong. Given Kaido's personality, it was normal to hit him with a stick. Boss, something seems wrong. It's not right, so let's change the way of greeting. After noticing something unusual, the domineering aura of the Overlord pressed towards the illusion in front. Under the influence of this pressure, Kaido's figure began to become illusory, and the Beast King also turned into a dilapidated sailboat. The dilapidated fence was under Shanks' domineering aura. It shattered directly under the impact. Big boss, it's fake. Where is the real Kaido who deceived all of us? Ahem, hey, you should be able to hear it, a friendly reminder to you, Captain Kaido should have arrived in Marineford now. On the dilapidated wooden boat, Olga's voice came from a set phonograph. She didn't want to show up in front of Shanks at all, she was just manipulating her illusion at the extreme distance. By the way, I'll help you recall that you and that red nose have lost to me twice, but you can hear this recording, which means you found the problem this time, so let's call it a draw. End of this chapter. Chapter 974, More Chaotic Marineford. A rewinding sound came from the phonograph, and Olga's voice sounded again. She also set the playback function for the phonograph, intending to show off her brilliant record again. Kaka. Lucky Lu crushed the phonograph left by Olga with one foot and took out a new piece of barbecue from behind. Boss, what should we do now? We seem to have been fooled. Go to Marineford and stop those guys before they cause a more terrible situation. Are you going to ignore this place? No matter what, her whereabouts are not that easy to track. It's a waste of time to find her. If we come up empty-handed again, it will be really troublesome. Whitebeard will at least take his subordinates and ace into consideration and will not destroy at all costs, but Kaido is different. If Kaido is allowed to go crazy in Marineford without restraint, the cost will be devastating. The 100,000 navy of the Navy headquarters are drawn from all over the world. If the loss of these 100,000 people is too exaggerated, it will cause a major blow to the order of the Navy in other areas. Although it will not shake the foundation, it will make them lose their ruling power in a short time. The current rules of the world are set by the world government, and the Navy is also the largest order. Without the guardian of this order, the sea will become more chaotic, which is not the situation that Red Hair wants to see. He came here and was deceived by an illusion, mistakenly thinking that Kaido was leading the team in person. He believed Olga's words not because of trust, but because of his understanding of Kaido's character. If Kaido was the leader, he would never trick him into leaving in this way, but would come up with a stick to fight him first. The Red Fourth turned its course and headed towards Marineford. By the way, Big Boss, have you really lost to that woman twice? Shanks' ship got along very harmoniously. The crew members didn't give Shanks much face on weekdays. They were all very interested in the dark history of Red Hair. I really miss those days. So that woman really defeated you head-on. A long time ago, that was a long time ago. Now I will definitely not lose again. Shanks' voice was a little funny, which was his usual style. Before the big battle, this style could make the crew relax, but he didn't dare to guarantee whether his face would be useful at that time, and whether it would cause a new battle. Marineford, before the new forces arrived, it became even more chaotic. The emergence of the jailbreak forces made the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. Cotters of the Revolutionary Army, jailbreaks, former 7 warlords of the sea she-males? What kind of combination is this? Looking at the strange combination that appeared in the warships falling from the sky, the soldiers at the turrets didn't know how to evaluate this combination, and Garp on the execution platform looked even uglier. His 2 grandsons appeared on this battlefield at this time, and their identities were the pirates that Garp least wanted to see. Sengoku's face did not change much under the background of the Buddha, and he didn't even care much. Compared with Kaido before, these people were nothing. All of them together, they didn't cause as much damage as Kaido's people. The Navy was in a complicated mood, and the jailbreak forces were the same. On the way from the Impel Downs to the Navy headquarters, they had no channels to obtain intelligence from Marineford. They thought it was a battle between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters, but the situation on the scene was much more complicated than they imagined. Kaido the Beast, is this madman here too, Straw Hat Boy? This battlefield seems to have become more complicated. Yin Wonkuff, who was lurking on the 5.5th floor of Impel Down, chose to escape from prison because of Luffy's identity. As for how he knew Luffy's identity, it all depended on Heracross beside him. In order to make Yin Wonkuff understand this matter, Heracross drew a simple sketch on the spot. Although it was abstract, it accurately conveyed his meaning. Kaido? Why is he here? But who is Whitebeard? Isn't it said that he is an old man? I didn't see it. Luffy didn't care about the chaos here. He just wanted to rescue Ace. No matter how powerful the enemy was here, his goal would not change. It's just that he had heard the name Kaido too many times, so he had doubts. Hehe, where there is war, there is Kaido. It's normal for him to appear here. As for Whitebeard, isn't he there? The Golden Hook pointed forward, and Crocodile, who had finished his enlightenment, left his training place. Among the escaped prisoners, he was the first to see the abnormality of Whitebeard. He was impressed by what Whitebeard looked like when he was young. The fact that this old guy has become younger is not good news for him, especially when he saw Whitebeard fighting against Kizaru and Akainu at the same time without losing. The haze became even darker. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Crocodile's head suddenly disappeared halfway. Doflamingo had already arrived here quietly. Long time no see, Crocodile bastard. I heard that you were arrested and imprisoned. I was sad for a long time. After all, I told that woman your information. Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile's arm turned into yellow sand and stabbed Doflamingo. This sentence was a big blow to him. You bastard, my plan of more than 10 years has been completely ruined because of a word from you. You can't say that, even without me, you may not succeed. Now I have a chance for you, how about joining forces with me? This sea is about to undergo an unprecedented huge change. Seize the opportunity to succeed. The white line formed a shield in Doflamingo's hand, blocking Crocodile's resentful attack, and then continued to invite him to form an alliance. You should have seen that, that's the difference in strength. You don't have the ability to defeat those monsters, so relying on the power of these monsters is the best choice. But now I just want your head. The desert-ified crocodile appeared behind Doflamingo and smashed his head with a golden hook. He wanted to settle old scores with Whitebeard, but that area was impossible to get close to now. The magma, laser, and vibration were affecting the surroundings. As the battle intensified, they could no longer control the aftermath of the battle. From time to time, the navy or pirates were hit by the aftermath. At the least, they were injured, and at the worst, they died. Whether it was pirates or navy, they were trying to stay away from that area. Unable to intervene there, Doflamingo, who came to the door, just absorbed Crocodile's resentment. Straw Hat Boy, this battlefield is extremely dangerous. With what you have now, you may Straw Hat Boy. After Crocodile ran to fight Doflamingo, Yin Wonkuf wanted to explain the situation of the battlefield to Luffy and let him understand the danger of this battlefield. He is the son of Dragon, that's why Yin Wonkuf is willing to help him. But before he could finish his words, Luffy had already run away. Ace! I'm here to save you. You're not like Dragon to be so impulsive, Beetle Boy, you've worked so hard. Hee. There's no other way, everyone. Let's go together. Hee. With a strange laugh, Yin Wonkuf and his men jumped off the warship and rushed towards the execution platform. Chapter 975, Frostbitten Ice. Garp, it's your family again and your son's subordinates. There's already one more Kaido here. If there's another dragon, then Sengoku will have to consider changing his strategic goals. If there are 4 emperors plus the revolutionary army, it will be difficult for the navy to deal with it, especially when Garp doesn't want to help at all. Garp didn't sit there all the time. Just now, he punched Marco who wanted to rescue Ace. The captain of the first squadron was knocked away by his punch, which encouraged the navy, but as Garp's old partner, Sengoku knew very well how much force Garp used in that punch. Rather than saying that Garp's punch was to make Marco leave, it is better to say that the punch retained most of Marco's combat power, allowing him to deal with other enemies. If Garp did not move at that time, Sengoku would move. As a Marine Admiral, he could not watch others rescue Ace in person, at least this person could not be Marco. Garp did not speak, and he did not know what to say. Instead, Sengoku began his speech. Don't be confused. Just a newcomer. But don't underestimate him, he will also be a factor of sin in the future. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Fire Fist Ace grew up together as sworn brothers, his blood is the biological son of the Revolutionary Dragon. The son of the Revolutionary Dragon seemed to notify all the navy to do their best to eliminate him, but in fact, this sentence has another meaning. With Luffy's strength, ordinary navy officers could not have much impact on him. Almost all the navy officers above the rank of vice admiral on the battlefield were engaged in the battle and had no ability to be distracted. The only ones who could spare their time to deal with Luffy were the top fighters, and these people were all high-ranking members of the navy. They were also aware that Dragon was Garp's son. Sengoku's words were, to some extent, telling these people that Luffy was Garp's grandson and that they should be slow in their attack. Akainu and Kizaru did not care about this matter. They were busy now. The destructive power displayed by the middle-aged Whitebeard was extremely terrifying, and they needed to resist every blow seriously. The most leisurely one was actually Kyuzan, at least it was like this before. A few ordinary captains could not do anything to him. After hearing Sengoku's shouting, his attention was also on Luffy. Mr. Garp's grandson. Before he could take any action, his brain sent him a dangerous signal. Thunder Bagua. Boom. Kyuzen's figure reorganized not far away, and his timely dispersion allowed him to successfully avoid Yamato's attack. Ah, young lady, I remember you are not the type who likes fighting, and you have nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates, right? Looking at Yamato, who suddenly stared at him, Kyuzen was a little confused. Among the 3 admirals of the navy, he was the one who had the most contact with Yamato. If he were to make an evaluation, Yamato and Kaido were not at all like each other. Every time I met her, she gave me the feeling of a tourist, and she had no intention of fighting at all. No, I don't want to fight either, but I don't want to fight, so I want to fight you. Don't you think this is contradictory? As Kaido began to move, Yamato's plan to slack off has changed. Hancock and Jinbei are fine for acting at a distance, but Kaido will not approve of it if it lasts too long, so she needs a new opponent. Whitebeard has 2 generals, and she is not interested in going in to disrupt the situation. If she is involved there, it will be more troublesome. Whitebeard and she are not related, so she does not want to contribute. The remaining Kyuzen naturally became the best choice. Girls have their own little secrets, and Yamato is no exception. There are some things about her that Kaido does not know, such as the ability to be immune to ice. Kaido's abilities cover a wide range. Lightning, fire, and wind blades are all elements he is used to. In addition, he has a strong physique. Ice is not one of his usual abilities. Since the Ice Pillar Slate has just returned, there is no one who is good at using ice in the 100 Beasts, so Yamato's ability to be immune to ice after the breakthrough has no chance to be shown in the 100 Beasts. As a user of the ice fruit, Kyuzen's most common method is freezing. Compared with flash and lava, Kyuzen's frontal explosive power is slightly insufficient. Facing the absolutely restrained Yamato, he can only use physical skills. When it comes to physical skills, Yamato, who has been beaten by Kaido, is not afraid. Looking at the entire battlefield, Kyuzen is the one who has a big name and strong strength, but it is difficult to cause effective damage to her. Taking advantage of Kaido's poor intelligence, she believes that she can perfectly execute her plan of fishing. It doesn't matter. For my future beautiful life, please show more strength. A beautiful life. It's really beautiful when all of you disappear. Ice hockey. Compared to those pirates who simply aim to plunder and kill, Yamato is much kinder, but her identity is still a pirate. For the navy, pirates are the root cause of the instability of the sea. Kyuzen raised his hand and aimed at Yamato. Several icicles shot out from his palm. As soon as they hit, Yamato was wrapped in a sphere of ice in the center, but Kyuzen did not feel relieved at all. Ice Saber. The cold air condensed into a scimitar in his palm, and with the blessing of domineering, he slashed at the ice ball he made. It is difficult for his frozen fruit to kill the opponent directly. Even if it becomes an ice wither, as long as it can be thawed, it will not endanger life. If you want to kill the opponent, you have to break the target while freezing it. The ice blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, is extremely sharp. With the blessing of domineering, this temporary weapon is not inferior to an ordinary famous sword, but before he can get close, the ice ball has broken into pieces. At this time, Yamato has entered the form and swung his stick to block his weapon. Sure enough, this level of attack can no longer limit you. Maybe if you try harder, let me see what the headquarters general can do. Let alone Kaido, Kyuzen didn't know what Yamato's ability was. He had never heard of any ability that could be completely immune to ice. I just think that the reason why Yamato is more resistant to her own ice is because she can also use ice. Although Yamato fought with Kyuzen, her mind was not on the battle at that time. If Kaido hadn't been watching her, she would have run away long ago. Under Kaido's coercion, Yamato was forced to go all out, and at the same time refreshed Kyuzen's cognition. Mahuan Blade. Ice Pheasant Slash. Kyuzen focused his main energy on Jian, and didn't care about the cold air attached to it. You and I are both ice, and ice can't hurt ice. That's not necessarily true. Ice Dragon Spin. The cold air in the front of Jian condensed into an ice dragon, which spread along his ice saber to his arm. There was no added domineering, nor was it a physical attack, so Kyuzen didn't take it seriously, but the next moment, he felt a strange feeling in his arm. Burst Pheasant Mouth. The left hand released an ice bird, and the huge flying bird made of ice crashed into Yamato in front of him. Yamato's ability was immune to the impact of freezing, not the physical impact of the ice itself. The giant ice bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters allowed Kyuzen to temporarily distance himself. Hey, You're kidding me. There were a few black and purple spots on the wrist of Aokiji's right hand. As a user of the ice fruit, he knew exactly what it was. This is usually called frostbite. Chapter 976, The Purpose of Ice's Rise, Buggy's new starting point yet. Frostbite is very common, and he can cause frostbite to the enemy himself. But he never thought that one day, as a user of the ice fruit, he himself would be frostbitten. They were both ice, but his ice had little effect on the opponent, and could only cause damage through physical collision, but the opponent's cold air could freeze his body. Although this was due to his carelessness and failure to defend against Yamato's cold air, it also meant that the abilities of both parties were no longer on the same level. Mushi Binja. Before Kyuzan could think about the principle of why he was frostbitten, Yamato's attacks followed one after another. With the previous lesson, Kyuzan did not touch the frost released by Yamato, but used elementalization to avoid it. Natural ability users still have great advantages. With the help of observation color, they can disperse their bodies in advance to avoid the enemy's attack. As long as they can't hit, no matter how strong the armed color is, they can't cause damage. Except for Red Hair's unique ability of observation and killing, it is quite troublesome for others to hurt natural ability users. You are a general. Why don't you fight back? Look at your colleagues. Don't you have any moves that look powerful? Kyuzan's fighting style made Yamato anxious. Dotei is plain and unpretentious, with no deterrent power at all. If she doesn't make a big noise, she can't deal with Kaido. Your general will not be sent by the way. Looking at the magma and scattered lasers from Whitebeard's side, Yamato had strong doubts about Kyuzan. You are really underestimated. It seems that freezing has no effect on you. Who knows, who will tell you about their abilities? You don't look very smart, but your fighting nerves are really sharp. Thank you for the compliment. Who are you saying is not smart? Bastard. You speak clearly for me. After all, there are only a few people who like to tell the enemy about their abilities. In most cases, if you want to know the enemy's abilities, you have to judge from the battle. The admirals of the navy have their own talents in combat. Kyuzan had a new judgment from the fact that he was frostbitten, but the rest can only rely on his own attempts. Yamato's incomprehensible words gave Kyuzan an illusion that he might be able to get some words from her, but he failed in the end. It doesn't matter. We can only fight to the end anyway. Great Red Lotus Ice Hell. Kyuzan's body was covered with frost. The frostbite left behind gradually disappeared under the influence of life return and ability, and the cold air he released formed sharp ice spears in the sky. If freezing is ineffective, then he can only try physical attack. Very good, that's the way it should be. Looking at the dense ice spears in the sky, Yamato showed joy on his face. Only such a movement could get Kaido Lake over. A flash of lightning flashed in the corner of his eyes, and lightning wings appeared behind Yamato. Amid the roar, the thunder and lightning of roaring Xiao met the ice spears shot by Kyuzan. This is not the best solution to deal with this attack, but it is the best solution to notify Kaido. She used this way to tell Kaido that she had used the power of thunder and lightning and did not paddle at all. The first member of the paddling group began to enter the real battle, and other paddling groups also made their own changes, but it was not so smooth. After Yamato found Kyuzan, Hancock and Jinbei had no opponents for the time being. Seeing the vacant positions of these two people, Quinn seemed to have found new hope. Mhahahaha, let me be your opponent from now on, don't try to interfere with Miss Yamato's battle. As a person whose hobby is acting, Quinn's face will not change when he tells a lie. Looking at the complex battlefield environment, he really has the urge to throw a plague bomb. But reason tells him that a big tree attracts the wind. There are countless people staring at him. If he makes a big noise again, the two old men on the execution platform may move. Seeing Hancock and Jinbei accompany Yamato to paddle for so long, he feels that he can continue the life of Yamato just now. Big fragrant kick. But what he received was a kick from Hancock. Looking at his mechanical arm that began to petrify, Quinn's expression became very complicated. Terrible ability, but I am the plague disaster, one of the three disasters along with the phantom disaster and the flame disaster. This ability is not enough. Quinn's true thoughts: Olga and I are colleagues, so take it easy. The feedback from his arm told Quinn that if he kicked somewhere else, he would probably be petrified. This woman had no intention of holding back. I'm sorry, I hate men, especially your type. I believe you can understand, right? Quinn didn't say anything else, just wiped her nosebleed, which was considered as tacit agreement with Hancock's words. At this time, Jinbei's gun wave also brushed Quinn's body and hit him, just destroying a turret on the encirclement wall. The slackers found their opponents again. Quinn's luck was still not good, but there was a group of even stranger people on this battlefield. Due to the battle between Yamato and Aokiji, the number of icebergs in the battlefield has been increasing, and even formed an ice maze, and in this ice layer, there was a fake ice block. That was the disguise created by Mr. 3 using the wax fruit. Under it, Buggy and a group of prisoners in Impel Down were plotting something. Captain Buggy, please give the order. Whether it is to take down Whitebeard's head or defeat Kaido, we will follow you no matter what. After all, you are also a crew member of Roger. Let's see the courage of the Pirate King's crew. No, I don't really want to fight with them. Looking at the fanatical prisoners, Buggy was embarrassed and could only mutter in a low voice, but in this closed space, his voice still reached the prisoners' ears. What? Captain Buggy, you actually... I didn't do anything. You actually want to fight both of them at the same time. Your ears are too arbitrary. Can you only hear what you want to hear? Since leaving Impel Down, these prisoners have regarded Buggy as their god, and their hearing has become more and more outrageous, which makes it difficult for Mr. 3 to accept. The most important thing is that Buggy can always climb up the pole they give. Ahem, that's for later. Now we have to do this first. Buggy is great, then do this. Buggy is a genius, do you understand? Understood, Captain Buggy. Okay. Guys, let's go. The pirates stood up and tried to push away the candle barrier created by Mr. 3, but the wax did not move at all. What's going on? Why can't I push it? It seems to be frozen. It doesn't matter, just let Brother 3 melt it. The pirates looked at Mr. 3, but the next moment, they were embarrassed. The situation happened. Although the flames had been lit above Mr. 3's head, the candles above them showed no signs of melting. What's going on? It seems that there is something very cold outside. I can't melt it. An awkward voice came out of Mr. 3's mouth, and the surroundings fell into silence for a while, until a pirate asked a question. Do you feel like you can't breathe? Breathing has become so difficult. There was another silence, and then the pirates realized something and began to knock on the wax blocks above frantically, trying to escape from here before the oxygen ran out. Chapter 977, Buggy's Luck, Kaido's New Goal. Damn, why is this thing so hard? It can't be broken at all, it's useless. After a series of clanging sounds, the pirates under the cover put down their weapons helplessly. Their blades were already curled, and they couldn't break the wax block barrier created by Mr. 3. The wax made by Mr. 3 with the wax fruit is as hard as steel after solidification. It is precisely because of the protective color of the white wax liquid and its hardness that they can find this resting place in the battlefield full of gunfire. But now, the barrier that protects them has become their cage. Originally, Mr. 3 could remove the wax barrier outside by himself, but the battle between Yamato and Kyuzen affected the environment of the battlefield. Although Yamato's goal was to play a fake match, it was impossible to get Kaido Lake over without real efforts. The ice fruit and the extreme cold power of the new Qrem have long turned the surrounding area into a cold winter like the Red Lotus Hell, which caused Mr. 3 to melt the candle faster than it solidified. If you look from the outside, you will find that they are covered by a huge iceberg. The weight of the iceberg makes them unable to push the lid on it, the extreme cold temperature makes Mr. 3 unable to melt his wax block, and the hard texture makes it impossible for these pirates to destroy it. For a while, they are trapped in a dead end. Well, it's really strong as the wax block made by Mr. 3. Captain Buggy. Now is not the time to praise Brother San's ability. Yes, although Brother San's ability helped a lot in escaping the prison, it's not the time now. Wait, Captain Buggy, you must have a way, right? Please do it quickly. If you don't break this thing, the oxygen will really be sucked out. Hey? What can I do? I don't know how thick the ice layer below is. I can't get out either up or down. I'd better wait for the judgment of fate. The most powerful thing on him is the special Bucky bomb. The problem is that the power of the Bucky bomb has always been a mystery. If it is detonated here, he doesn't know whether it can blow up the cage outside, but it will definitely kill himself. Bucky, who was exhausted physically and mentally, simply chose to lie down and lie on the ice with a helpless look on his face. Captain Buggy. Have you given up hope just like that? It's so disappointing. Ever. The pirates around were condemning Buggy for his inaction, but a flash of knife light suddenly passed over them, and the originally sealed wax block cover slid to one side, allowing the pirates inside to see the light of day again. It's Hawkeye and Flower Sword. Their slash cut off the wax block of the third brother. They were prisoners in the Impel Downs, but most of them were in the first 2 levels, and there were very few who could cut steel. But for swordsmen, cutting steel is a foundation, not to mention Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. He accepted the government's call and did not play a fake match, but so far he only swung a knife against Whitebeard, and then he began his special fishing behavior. As a pure swordsman, Hawkeye has not seen a suitable opponent for a while after Shanks broke his arm. Zoro of the East China Sea is in a good mood, but he is still a seedling, which makes Hawkeye uninterested. On the battlefield of Marineford, only Vista made him slightly interested. Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, also known as Flower Sword, has an excellent dual-wielding skill and is also an excellent swordsman. In the hearts of all swordsmen, Hawkeye is the top challenge target. In addition, the 2 sides belong to hostile camps, and a duel between swordsmen begins. Saved. Great no. Captain Buggy. You have already expected all this, it must be like this, right? A pirate touched his bald scalp. The sword energy just now slashed past their scalps. If it weren't for Buggy lying flat, they were all bending over to condemn Buggy, they would probably be cut in half. So that's how it is. Captain Buggy, in order to save us, you actually risked your reputation. It's like this. Captain Buggy. We will follow you until death. Oh. The prisoners in Impel Down were full of enthusiasm, and Mr. 3 was stunned. Bakey, these people may have brain problems. Do you really want them to be your subordinates, Buggy? Looking back, Buggy, who had just resigned himself to fate, became arrogant again. His body was torn into pieces and flew in the air, planning the awakening plan for him, Buggy. Under the random operation of a group of people, a relay Den Mushi woke up again, and reporters far away in Marineford also saw the live broadcast again. What's going on? Why is the live broadcast restored again? Zhangguo, who was below the execution platform, became angry when he saw the live broadcast signal connected again. After becoming a big Buddha, the execution platform was no longer suitable for him to stand on. In order not to mess up, the execution platform collapsed, and Zhangguo came to the bottom of the execution platform. The direction of this war was no longer expected, and it was even beyond control. The encirclement wall was broken, Whitebeard's inexplicably restored youth, the flying dragon troops used to chase the remnants were swept up by the 8 evil dragons, the 7 warlords of the sea were either slacking off or paddling, and the only one who really worked hard was knocked down by Kaido. There was no problem with the bear after being transformed, but his combat ability was far inferior to that of the conscious bear. At this time, he was fighting with Yin Wangkuf. The situation on this battlefield has entered a stage of being out of control. And the situation that is even more out of control has come to Zhangguo. I say, as a Navy Admiral, is it really okay for you to do nothing in this war? A questioning voice came to Zhangguo's ears, but the person who said this was not appropriate. He was not a Navy, but Kaido. Let him do nothing in this war, that would be more uncomfortable than killing him. Now Whitebeard is still working hard to save his son, and Kaido has also chosen his target. Akainu and Kizaru are fighting Whitebeard together, Aokiji and Yamato are fighting fiercely, and Kaido has not found any problems yet. He does not intend to join forces with Whitebeard, nor does he want to snatch his daughter's opponent, so he naturally targets the 2 old guys who are dazed on the execution platform. The 3 admirals are all in the battle, and no one can stop Kaido at all, or rather, before anyone else can react, Kaido has already arrived in front of the execution platform, looking at the 2 people on the execution platform with greed. Kaido, this is a war that has nothing to do with you. Since it is a war, how can it have nothing to do with me? Let me experience the strength of the Navy Admiral. Great Mighty Thunder Bagua. Chapter 978, Buddha's Warring States, Black Arm Zifahan. The muscles in his arms burst out, and the scales flashed with cold light. Kaido in the form of a tightly grasped the 8 precepts with both hands, and the Conqueror's haki was also attached to the tip of the weapon. With his own sprint, he smashed into the Buddha-like warring states. Facing Kaido's mace, Zhangguo crossed his hands to form a cross, bent his knees slightly, and began to move his body downward. The golden Buddha continued to collide, an AD symbol appeared faintly on his arms. Vajra Zhizang. The D symbol began to rotate, and a barrier composed of golden light appeared in front of Zhangguo, blocking Kaido's mace in the air. But the huge impact force did not disappear because of this, but pushed Zhangguo all the way back, and after breaking through several walls in succession, it finally stopped behind Marineford. This was originally a peaceful town. The residents living at the foot of Marineford did not have to worry about the harassment of pirates most of the time. Monsters like the Golden Lion were very rare after all. But now, this peace has long been broken. Under the influence of Whitebeard's vibration, many houses have collapsed, and there are shells that are fired from time to time. Ugh, the golden body of the Buddha is really dazzling. Kaido, this war will not benefit you in any way. If you are willing to make a deal with the world government, why do you want to intervene in such a meaningless matter? No meaning? The meaning of war is to fight, how can it be meaningless? And don't get me wrong, I have always loved fighting, and order is just the preference of others. But we all hate the same kind of people. Those high and mighty world governments are not pleasing to people, so we will unite together. Now it seems that it is the wisest decision I have made. Seeing that Sengoku blocked his attack, Kaido did not think there was anything wrong. This is the Admiral of the Navy. If he can't even take such a stick, then the Navy is too boring. You lunatic! Fighting for the sake of fighting, intervening in the war just to satisfy his own selfish desires, Kaido's madness makes Sengoku unable to understand. Call me whatever you want, I'm going to have a good fight. Don't think about your execution platform, I'm not interested in the life or death of Roger's son, and the fact that he fell into your hands only shows that he is not strong enough. But before I have my fun, you just have to fight me honestly. Boom! As Kaido finished speaking, there were several thunders in the sky, and the sky above Kaido and Sengoku was covered by dark clouds. Crazy thunder inducing Naraku. The lightning in the clouds was attracted by Kaido, and along with the swing of Hachisai, it hit Sengoku below. Akala! Sengoku waved his right arm to block Kaido's Hachisai, and a special momentum rushed straight into the clouds, even breaking through the dark clouds gathered above, and a ray of sunlight shone on Sengoku's body again, making the golden body of the Buddha even more dazzling. The world government represents the order of the world. Without this order, the sea will only become more chaotic. Without the power of suppression, it will only bring disaster to the world. A shock wave condensed on the left arm of Sengoku, and then gradually compressed into a light spot. The Navy is the barrier of the world. The Navy that dominates the world is the justice on the sea. Buddha's impact. Sengoku slapped Kaido's chest with his left palm, and the light spot also exploded at this time. On his palm, the domineering aura of the king's color was looming. Boom! Kaido's body flew backwards and knocked down several houses before stopping. However, before the smoke and dust had dissipated, a wild laugh came out of it. The impact completely ignited his inner fighting spirit. The young Whitebeard was a powerful opponent, but Sengoku, who was of the same era as Whitebeard, was also a rare strong man. The domineering aura of the king's color, the human fruit, the mythical beast species, and the Buddha form, as the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku has the strength to match it. Amoka-Vatra, 100 styles. The golden Buddha's palm swung out an after-image, and the palm and stick intersected. The melee of the animal system unfolded in this city, but during the battle between the two, a heavy footstep was heard on the streets of Marineford. Click, click. Under the rain curtain, a figure with a slightly unbalanced figure gradually approached, with a head of purple hair wet by the rain. Looking at this dilapidated town, his eyes also looked at Kaido. Kaka. There was a collision sound from the mechanical arm on the right hand, and the mechanical clamp at the front had formed a fist shape. Its holder also came to the side of Sengoku and Kaido after it suddenly jumped up. Pang! Crush the hurricane! At the same time, Sengoku, who was fighting Kaido, took Kaido's roaring thunder with his golden body, and the sound of a huge bell spread throughout most of the town. A strange force was transmitted into Sengoku's body with the bombardment of the 8 fasts, but relying on the power of the Buddha, Sengoku was not affected too much. Taking this opportunity, Sengoku also grabbed Kaido's shoulders, limiting Kaido's ability to move. Now! Boom! The mechanical arm blasted towards Kaido's head, but there was an extra transparent barrier between the mechanical arm and Kaido. The seemingly weak barrier became an unbridgeable gap at this time, and even the sea stone bullet fired from the center of the mechanical arm was blocked by one. Then a green energy surrounded Kaido's dragon tail, and as Kaido turned around, it hit Sengoku, making him distance himself from the two again. The higher level of observation haki, predicting the future. The short-term prediction brings a lot of improvement to the battle. The enemy's surprise attack was within Kaido's expectations. The barrier he held up allowed him to reasonably avoid danger. He is also a capable person. It is also a trouble for the sea stone bullets to hit his body. Liking to fight does not mean liking to be beaten. I saw it, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr. You can't help it and want to participate in this event. The person who came is the current Navy Chief Instructor, Zephyr. Although he has retired behind the scenes, he still retains his rank of general. This battle that affected the entire Navy was originally commanded by him in the rear, but after the battle between Kaido and Sengoku came to the town, he still took action. This town carries too many of his memories, family, students, and his life has long been inseparable from this town. Looking at the constantly destroyed Marineford, he still came to the front-line battlefield and assisted Sengoku in attacking Kaido. If you break into the enemy's hinterland alone, you have to be prepared to be besieged, pirate. Chapter 979, Akainu, Kizaru, the candidates for breakthrough. Numbers are one of the Navy's biggest advantages, not only the number of grassroots combat forces, but also the high-level combat forces. If a one-on-one battle cannot be determined for a while, then let two people do it. Other forces may not be able to do this, but the Navy has the capital. The original admiral is also an admiral. Due to physical reasons, Zifa's physical fitness has slightly declined, but it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The Navy admiral who does not kill has long become a thing of the past. After experiencing the tragic deaths of his family and students, Zifa's heart has already undergone a huge change. Although he still believes in the Navy, he has also established a new pirate guerrilla team to hunt pirates on the sea. Zephyr was naturally transferred back to the top of the war this time. Long time no see, old buddy. Well, the last time we joined forces was decades ago. Yet, after his family was killed 30 years ago, Zephyr retired from the front line, and only stayed in the Navy at the request of Steelbone Sora. Although they are from the same era, Zephyr and Sengoku's friendship is far less than that of Crane and Garp. If it weren't for the opening of the war on the top, they wouldn't have had this opportunity to join forces. If they don't want to fight the pirates with their numerical advantage, then there's something wrong with their brains. Brother Kaido, do you need me to hold one back for you? The one who was searching for Blackbeard in the sky appeared behind Kaido. He hadn't found Blackbeard yet, but he saw Kaido being attacked by Zephyr and Sengoku. No need, go do your thing, you are not needed here, don't interfere with my fight. Yes. Jin flew back into the sky, and Kaido also shook his arm, ready for the second round. He hated others interfering in his battle, but he didn't hate the increase in the number of enemies. More difficult opponents were his way of finding fun. At this time, Zifa took out a can of spray from his arms and inhaled twice. With the aging of his body, he contracted a disease similar to Xiaochuan, which could occur at any time during high-intensity battles and required medication. His body and Whitebeard's were two different diseases, which were chronic diseases that were difficult to cure. Is your body okay? It's okay after this fight, but I'll cover you. Zephyr had a clear understanding of his body. He was capable of participating in this level of battle, but he didn't have the ability to be the main attacker. After losing his right hand, his strength was already limited. The scientific forces equipped him with a special prosthesis called a crusher on his right arm, but it was not as good as the original arm after all. The crusher is not without advantages. It is equipped with sea stone inside and is considered a capable person. Nemesis, so Zifa dared to say this. Have you finished discussing? Then let's continue. The second round of the war should begin. Kaido jumped slightly a few times. After the power of the dragon dance was integrated into his body, he took the lead to meet the two people. His target was not Sengoku or Zifa, but Zifa's crusher. That weapon also posed a great threat to him and needed to be dealt with first. The sea stone used to make it came from Wano country. Caesar also participated in the production of the crusher. After he ran to Doflamingo's hands to live a life, the information about the crusher was also sent to the intelligence room of the beasts. There are only a few enemies worthy of Kaido's attention, and he has a certain understanding of this matter. With the 8 fasts in hand, he doesn't have to worry about the problem of physical contact. This is also done just in case. Crushing tornado. Zeph's crusher smashed into the ground, and the bricks and stones on the ground shattered under his attack. Then the front end of the crusher began to rotate, and a whirlwind came out of the crusher, carrying the bricks and stones on the ground, and the sea stone bullets shot from the crusher to Kaido in front. Such an attack has no effect, but it can create a better output environment for Sengoku. When Kaido evaded Zephyr's attack, Sengoku had already jumped high, and the huge Buddha's palm shone with golden shock waves, slapping Kaido from both sides. While Kaido found his own fun, the battle of Whitebeard in the square in front became more intense. Big fire! The magma giant fist collided with Whitebeard's fist, and the justice coat behind him fluttered in the wind, but Akainu had no intention of retreating, and he was firmly nailed in front of Whitebeard like a nail. Yashikani no Megatama. A dazzling yellow light appeared from the side of Akainu and Whitebeard, like a small sun, which made people unable to open their eyes. In the sun, a large number of lasers burst out like rain and hit Whitebeard. Without any description, facing the middle-aged Whitebeard, Kizaru also cheered up, and the dense laser bullets all hit Whitebeard. Then he came to another direction in an instant and successfully avoided Whitebeard's counterattack. It's really scary, like a monster. Can't such an attack work? There were many red marks on Whitebeard's body, but he was not pierced. With his current physique, Whitebeard still successfully blocked Kizaru's attack. Hell dog! In the gap when Whitebeard attacked Kizaru, Akainu's magma-like arm quickly stretched out and stabbed towards Whitebeard's head, but Whitebeard's elbow appeared a white light symbolizing vibration, and he took the opportunity to turn around and hit Akainu directly. Even with a natural body, Akainu's internal organs were greatly affected by the vibration, but he still did not retreat. While his whole body was magma-like, he continued to launch his fierce attack. Akainu resisted Whitebeard's pressure in the front, while Kizaru looked for his own opportunity on the side. This was the tactic of the two men, and they also brought into play their respective advantages. Even the rejuvenated Whitebeard was restrained here by the combined attack of Akainu and Kizaru, preventing him from getting closer to the execution platform. But they also failed to defeat Whitebeard quickly, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Yachiwu! Kizaru, who had just been forced back by Whitebeard, kicked several times in the air, and several lasers flew towards Whitebeard's body like a flock of crows, but were blocked by Marco with his own body in mid-air. Dad, I can't break through, the road to the execution platform is blocked by the Navy. The flame of regeneration healed Marco's body. Jaws just took over the Vice Admiral who was entangled with him, giving him time to come to Whitebeard's side and ask about the details of the next step. Although almost all the Admiral-level combat power was entangled, there was still a Garp in front of the execution platform, and the Whitebeard pirates had no manpower to deal with him. Boom! Waving his fist towards Akainu in front, Whitebeard began to look at the entire battlefield, but finally set his sights on Luffy, who was surrounded by a group of Marines. It seems that he is the only one who can break through Garp's defense. Chapter 980, Grandpa Sun-K, Aokiji's question. Boom! Whitebeard clenched his fist and punched Luffy. The air cracked like a spider web under his fist. The powerful shock wave rushed towards Luffy with a mighty force. All the Marines on the road were blown away by this punch. Even with the rank of Lieutenant General, he had to choose to temporarily avoid the edge in the face of this attack. This is the most terrifying thing about Whitebeard in his prime. The Tremor fruit is the power of natural disasters in his hands. He can cause immeasurable damage to the surroundings with a wave of his hand. Correspondingly, when Whitebeard threw this punch, Akainu and Kizaru also made their own responses. Amaji Hachiguru. Doujeo Guren. Whitebeard dodged Doujeo Guren, but Kizaru, whose whole body turned into a flash, hit Whitebeard's chest. In a battle of this level, distraction is a big taboo. Even Whitebeard has to pay a price for intervening in other battlefields when he is outnumbered. Facing Kizaru's surprise attack, it is basically impossible to avoid it without adequate preparation. Whitebeard took 2 steps back, and blood flowed along the lines of his muscles, dyeing the cloth belt wrapped around his waist red. Dad! Don't worry about me, I'll take care of it here, everyone. Cover Straw Hat Boy. Help him rush over. Kaido was bored and went to fight Sengoku, Yamato was pulling Kyuzen to play a fake match, and Whitebeard shared the pressure of Akainu and Kizaru, but this was the limit of what they could do. Whitebeard didn't expect Kaido to help him with anything. This was already a pleasant surprise. The 7 warlords were not in the mood to fight, and the captain could fight against the Vice Admiral. He needed someone who could break through Garp's defense in this situation. Defend the people. If he wants to break through Garp in terms of hard power, he can't find it, so he can only find another way. When on Whitebeard's ship, Ace kept talking about his younger brother every day. Whitebeard also has a certain understanding of Luffy's relatives. If anyone among the remaining people can rescue Ace in front of Garp, it can only be Luffy. Whitebeard's voice spread over most of the square, and the pirates under his command also responded. The captain's order is absolute for the pirates under his command. The pirates who are able to get rid of the opponents in front of them began to move towards Luffy. Before Luffy could react to what happened, a large number of pirates from the New World had gathered around him. These pirates were also famous in the past, and many of them were even stronger than Luffy. But under Whitebeard's order, they were willing to cover for him. That won't do. If you all pass, I'll be in trouble. Hachi's Haku. Flashing Imp. Where are you looking? Kizaru's attack was interrupted by Whitebeard before he could be released. The result of Whitebeard's distraction just now was almost repeated on him. Borsalino. Leave that to others, deal with Whitebeard first. As long as he is dealt with, the Whitebeard pirates will be vulnerable. You are so bold. If you want to take my head, then try it. Navy. Murakumokiri hit the ground, and a huge crack extended to the execution platform, helping the charging pirates to open up a new path. Whitebeard even took several attacks from Akainu to restrict Kizaru firmly within his ability, not allowing him to intervene in other battlefields. People fell every moment. With Ace as the center point, both the pirates and the navy had suffered huge casualties. As Kaido left the front battlefield, Yamato also relaxed a lot, and the intensity of the battle with Kyuzen dropped sharply. Did you see it? What? This battlefield, because of your arrival, the casualties have become more serious. If it weren't for you pirates, this would never happen. As a navy admiral, Kyuzen's fighting nerves are not weak at all. Yamato's moves look powerful, but they are also weird. He is Garp's chief disciple, and the ice fruit is his main combat power, but this does not mean that he can't do physical skills. It's just that facing Yamato with the blessing of lightning, he is at a disadvantage in the game of physical skills. But Yamato sometimes suddenly stops, giving people a feeling of deliberately letting the water, which makes Kyuzen more and more confused. What exactly does she want to do? After all, normal people can't understand Kaido's family environment. What are you talking about? This is a war. Isn't it common for people to die in war? Besides, you started this war. It doesn't seem to be wrong. It seems that you are not as naive as I thought. Don't talk to me in that elder tone. Who do you think you are? Don't get me wrong, if my juniors become pirates, I will have a headache. I'm just curious. You don't like war, and even the battles are full of perfunctory. Why did you come to this battlefield? Of course I was forced to do it, but is my battle perfunctory? This is not okay. She actually let her opponent notice the perfunctory, which is simply the biggest failure in her match-fixing career. If Kaido noticed it. Thinking of that horrible scene, Yamato shook her head violently, and then rushed to the other side in front of Kyuzen. With the blessing of Zekrom's lightning power, Kyuzen could not limit Yamato's steps. When she appeared in a safe area again, she had a Hira cross in her hand. Why would you come to such a place? This place is not suitable for you. He is really generous. He actually agreed to let you come. Don't go there anymore. Your strength won't help you. Ever since that Jigglypuff blocked a bullet for her, Yamato didn't want to bring Pokemon to dangerous battlefields. Except for tourist-level missions, she would not bring Pokemon, even if her Pokemon were special types like Diancie and Genesect. Heracross is not good at high-speed flight. In the war on the top with a large number of senior generals, that kind of flying speed is easy to become a target. Recognizing the truth in Yamato's words, Heracross turned his attention to Buggy and his group. There seemed to be a good locksmith there. Seeing Luffy carelessly going to rescue people without even a key, he flew helplessly in the direction of Mr. 3, intending to help get a key. Buggy's location is almost the safest area of the entire battlefield. Yamato did not stop it, but found Kyuzen again, intending to correct Kyuzen's perfunctory thoughts. At the same time, behind the battlefield, another group of forces was approaching Marineford. Captain Teach, do you really want to do this? It's very dangerous there. Haha, of course, isn't this why Ace was handed over to the Navy? The power to destroy the world is destined to belong to me. Chapter 981, Kaido's Wrath X. The prisoners in the 6th layer of Infinite Hell are all real monsters. Even Yin Wangkuf dared to release Crocodile because he had Crocodile's handle in his hand. But Blackbeard is different. He needs to recruit combat power quickly, so he set his sights on the combat power of the 6th layer from the beginning. After his special after the selection method, he also found his subordinates on the 6th floor and brought them to Marineford, intending to start his new plan. In the triangular current, he knew nothing about what happened in Marineford. If he knew what happened here in advance, he would probably not come here at all. He did not come to the front battlefield. Blackbeard's initial goal was to pick up leaks, so he quietly landed from the back of Marineford, intending to observe the results of Whitebeard's battle. That old guy is really brave. He is so old, and he can still fight so fiercely. Meow ha ha ha, Teach, are you scared? Why not let me do this, Captain? Avalo Pizarro laughed and asked Blackbeard for the position of captain directly. This was one of the prisoners he brought out from Impel Down, an ambitious man nicknamed the King of Evil Politics. Almost all the subordinates selected by Blackbeard are like this, all of them have unique ideas. Before the selection, Blackbeard also made plans. He didn't want those who were too weak, and he didn't dare to take those who were too strong. In the end, he chose these few people. What a joke, this is the Blackbeard Pirates, how could the captain give it to you? Follow me, especially you Wolf, be careful, don't let others notice you. Blackbeard stayed in Marineford for a few days on the pretext of preparing for the battle, and had a certain understanding of the environment of the town here. At this time, a shockwave rushed from the side. The figure of the Golden Buddha appeared in the sight of the Blackbeard Pirates. Sengoku? Why is he fighting in this place his opponent Kaido? Blackbeard felt that his brain cells were not enough. It was obviously the war against Whitebeard, and Kaido, who had nothing to do with it, was actually fighting with the Navy Marshal. Not only that, but also that old guy Zifa. The Navy has spent a lot of money this time. Even Zifa has gone to the battlefield. Captain Teach, there may be worse news. Lafitte looked at the screen on the side. Thanks to Buggy, the live broadcast signal of the battlefield was restored, and now he could just see the picture of Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard's face that was the same as decades ago, Blackbeard rubbed his only remaining eye, his face full of disbelief. What the hell is going on? With so many combat forces in the Navy, they will definitely not let Whitebeard go. When they are both injured, he will pick up the leak, kill Whitebeard and take his ability. This is a perfect plan in Blackbeard's eyes. But now, with Kaido who is disrupting the situation and the young and energetic Whitebeard, Blackbeard feels that his brain cells are not enough. Captain Teach, what should we do next? Wait, let me think about it, it seems that I have to make some changes. Whitebeard's lively appearance will not die for a while, and Blackbeard does not want to face the middle-aged Whitebeard at all. At the beginning, he abandoned his dignity to get on Whitebeard's ship, and knew how terrible the young Whitebeard was. If he appeared in front of Whitebeard, he would definitely die miserably if he violated the iron rule of the Whitebeard Pirates. Watching Kaido and Sengoku fighting, coupled with the environment where no one was around, Blackbeard had a new idea. Ugh! Come on, is it not enough? I just finished warming up. While Blackbeard was making a new plan, Kaido became more and more excited. In the high-intensity battle, the blood in his body began to boil, giving him a long-lost sense of pleasure. With the blessing of Dragon Dance, Kaido became more and more courageous. The speed and strength after the blessing brought great pressure to Sengoku and Zifa. If it was Zifa who was in good health, their battle would be much simpler. But Zifa's body is not as good as it used to be, and the attack of Xiao Chuan has become the biggest disadvantage. And as the intensity of the battle increases, the pressure on Zifa is getting greater and greater, and even the frequency of the attack has increased a lot. When Zifa took out the spray again, Kaido also launched a new round of attacks. This is not a simple duel, but a fight to the death. In the battle between Roger and Whitebeard, Whitebeard would consider Roger's physical illness and give him time to rest, but Kaido would not. In his opinion, since he joined the battle with illness, he had already made up his mind. If he held back because of such a thing, it would be disrespectful. Agni Dragon Dance Bagua. The dragon flame wrapped his whole body, Kaido was like a dragon from hell, and the power of the dragon dance emerged again, and it took effect at the same time as Kaido's attack. Kaido has already integrated those skills, and has developed new skills based on the characteristics of the skills. The dragon dance has greatly blessed him, and it is also the skill he is most familiar with. In order not to be interrupted by the enemy, he has integrated the dragon dance into many moves. Agni Dragon Dance Bagua is the most powerful move. Zifa's movements became stiff, and Zhangguo, like before, planned to use his ability to block Kaido's attack and let Zifa look for an opportunity to attack. With the blessing of the Crusher, Zifa's damage to the ability user is no less than Zhangguo. The golden light greeted Kaido, but unexpectedly, at the moment when Kaido's mace was swung, the golden light on Zhangguo's body suddenly disappeared, and he also returned to normal from the Buddha form. Although there was still domineering, the sudden disappearance of the ability also disrupted Zhangguo's rhythm. After losing the Buddha's golden body, his defense power also dropped by more than one level. Facing Kaido after 2 dragon dances, Zhangguo's body flew backwards, blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably, and a bloodline crossed the sky. Looking at Zhangguo who was beaten away, Kaido did not choose to chase, nor did he continue to attack Zifa. There was no joy on his face, but frost. Dare to interfere with my battle? The extremely powerful domineering color surged around, even more terrifying than the previous battle, and the ground in front of Kaido turned into a swamp-like object under the impact of the domineering color, and a big hand stretched out from the ground. This is Pizarro's ability. He is an ability user who has eaten the island fruit. He can integrate himself into the island and manipulate the island, which is very similar to Pika's stone fruit. And Blackbeard also jumped out of the palm of this big hand. The reason why Sengoku lost his ability was not other things, but that Blackbeard, who came from underground using Pizarro's ability, grabbed his ankle with dark water. Just now, Sengoku's attention was all on Kaido, and he didn't notice Blackbeard's sneak attack at all. Chapter 982, People's dreams will not disappear, but your life will end here. The dark fruit is the nemesis of ordinary ability users. Even strong people like Sengoku and Whitebeard cannot use their abilities under the influence of the dark fruit. He couldn't intervene in Whitebeard's front battlefield. Looking at Kaido and Sengoku fighting here, Blackbeard had 2 ideas in his heart. Help Sengoku to attack Kaido, or help Kaido to attack Sengoku. Both the Great Buddha fruit and the Blue Dragon fruit are very powerful, and the abilities of these 2 mythical beasts make him jealous. The reason why he chose to attack Sengoku was also the result of Blackbeard's thinking. When he was selecting companions in the city of Impel Down, he had fought with these people. None of these prisoners on the 6th floor were the type that was easy to worry about, and on them, Blackbeard was sure of one thing, that his dark fruit was useful. So it's not that he has a problem, but that group of beasts has a problem. Drake and Jin almost cast a shadow on him. He didn't know what the hell was that group of beasts. If the ability was ineffective on Kaido, then he would be a joke. Moreover, he was the leader of the prison break in the city of Impel Down, and he had turned against the navy. Looking at Kaido, who was fighting 1 against 2, he finally chose to attack Sengoku. He and Jin had a big conflict, but in Blackbeard's view, it was nothing at all. He was the unlucky one. Even if there was a problem with Drake's eyes, he also lost an eye, so it should be considered even. In Blackbeard's heart, interests are the most important. In Blackbeard's heart, trust never exists. He doesn't trust his subordinates much. The reason why he dares to use these people is that they have the same purpose. As long as the interests are consistent, they can form an alliance, which is the so-called pirate. So Kaido is not an object that cannot be united. Sengoku is Kaido's enemy. If he attacks Sengoku, Kaido will not give him a stick, right? Kaido will not join forces with Whitebeard. After he takes away Sengoku's ability, Whitebeard will probably be almost done, and he can decide what to do depending on the situation. Arrogance, and self-righteousness are the characteristics of Blackbeard. The fundamental interests of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates are contradictory. In Blackbeard's view, these 2 behemoths are impossible to unite. Kaido must have other purposes for appearing here, so he made this decision. He admitted that he had some gambling elements, but he was a crazy gambler. He had been on the road of gamblers since he set foot on Whitebeard's pirate ship decades ago. The battle between top combatants seems ordinary, but every blow is actually a fight of life and death. Odin in the original timeline was directly knocked down by Kaido when he was distracted. For Sengoku, who is a capable person, that moment is actually more fatal. Blackbeard thinks this is a risk-free gamble. Since he broke into the Impel Downs, he has established an irreconcilable contradiction with the navy, so whether to attack Sengoku will not affect anything. It's just that he lacks understanding of Kaido and doesn't know how much Kaido cares about the process of the battle. You 2 bastards, how dare you interfere with my battle? Looking at Blackbeard and Pizarro who merged into the ground in front of him, Kaido was surprisingly angry, even angrier than seeing Yamato shouting that he didn't want to fight and then lying on the spot. The cocky energy merged into his soles, and Kaido stomped hard on the ground with one foot. Boom! The earth began to shake, and the neat road surface turned upwards, becoming tattered in the blink of an eye. Pizarro, who had merged into the island, felt his blood boiling, and was directly kicked out by Kaido. Shake shake! Blackbeard widened his only remaining eye, and the ability he had always dreamed of was actually used by Kaido. It's just an earthquake. I don't like to use this ability, but I'm very angry now. Haha, Kaido, join forces with me. If we join forces, we will definitely rule the world. The combined abilities of you and me are enough to turn the world upside down. Looking at the furious Kaido, Blackbeard not only did not fear or retreat, but instead proposed to him to join forces. By then, you can have as many opponents as you want, enough for you to fight to your heart's content. Hey, you are really brave, rule the world? You are so bold. Looking at the arrogant Blackbeard, Kaido was even laughed at by him. What's wrong? Don't you even have this little bit of generosity? Ambition breeds dreams, and people's dreams will never end. As long as people are alive, they must work hard towards their dreams. People's dreams will never end. That's right, people's dreams will never end, but your life ends here. Kaido agreed with Blackbeard's words, but his killing intent towards him did not decrease at all. Interfering with his battle was an unforgivable thing, even if he did it. It's Yamato who's in charge of this matter, and there's no way to turn the page without fighting for a few days. It was at this time that Jin, who had sensed Kaido's domineering color, returned to the vicinity again and saw Blackbeard's disgusting face. Brother Kaido. Jin, I'll give you another chance, get rid of this guy, don't let me down. Kaido knew very well that Jin's biggest target in the war was Blackbeard, and he hadn't made a move because he was waiting for Jin. Kaido also has his own care for his subordinates whom he values. Jin can be regarded as his right-hand man, and it's worth his patience for a while. But if Jin doesn't come again, he won't be able to bear it. Don't worry, brother Kaido, I won't let him escape again. I'll take his head back for the honor of our clan. Leave it to you, my interest has been ruined by this guy. Kaido took back his weapon, looked at the flying Sengoku and Zephyr next to him, and even lost the interest to continue fighting, just looking at Blackbeard. Even if he has a backup plan, Kaido will not give him this chance again. You lunatic, is the conflict between us going to the point of no return? I also lost an eye. As for other things, I can apologize. The blue flame blade passed by Blackbeard, and Jin directly entered the blue flame mode. You talk too much nonsense. This time I will chop off your head and see if you, an alien, can still survive. Asshole, this guy is not easy to deal with. You guys hurry up. Blackbeard called his companions to ask them for help, and then found a chance to slip away, but before he finished speaking, he heard a scream. The red flame formed a terrifying cage, which had enveloped all his subordinates, and the one who released the flame was not Jin, but Shayuna. Go ahead, I'll take care of the guy who's in the way for you. Chapter 983, My dear brother has sworn, can't you cooperate? With the building of the Navy headquarters as the dividing line, Marineford has become two distinct battlefields. The square is a deadly fight between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy's elite, and there are also the lazy 7 warlords of the sea and some of the beast-slacking monsters. Behind the building is a more top-notch hunting ground. Kaido leaned against the ruins with a gloomy face. He was very unhappy that the battle was interrupted. Under that situation, Sengoku was hit in the chest by the powerful Agni Dragon Dansebagwa. Originally, he would not have been injured so badly. The golden body of the Buddha is the hardest shield for Sengoku. As his combat power reached its peak, his own shield was broken very rarely. The last time was more than a decade ago, when Arceus' attack broke his defense. But Blackbeard's ability is very disruptive. He originally raised his shield to fight Kaido, but his shield suddenly evaporated. His body reacted, but it was still too far behind. Such a Sengoku has made Kaido lose the will to fight. Kaido pays great attention to the process of fighting, but he is not rigid. If this battle will determine the future, Kaido will still choose to defeat the opponent in front of him first, but he will kill the person who interferes with his battle afterwards. It's just different this time. Sengoku is not his main target, but just a prop for him to relieve boredom. The process of wanting to enjoy has been destroyed, so Kaido will naturally not continue. Whether it is to heal Sengoku or give himself a stick, forcibly pulling the two to the same level, it does not conform to Kaido's logic. Therefore, he just watched Zifa take Sengoku away from the battlefield temporarily, and observed the direction of Jin and Blackbeard. He wanted to see if there was any way for this alien to survive this time. At this moment, Jin's battlefield has been divided into two parts. Pizarro and Blackbeard are in front of Jin, and the other members of the Blackbeard pirates are stopped by Shayna on the other side. Pizarro. Take me away from here, the plan has changed, and we can't afford to offend this guy now. Blackbeard's plan has failed. He wanted to join forces with Kaido to plan something new. Among the four emperors, he and Red Hair have an old grudge, and he violated Whitebeard's iron law. As early as the day he killed Thatch, he had offended half of the four emperors. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This is the creed he believes in. Killing Sengoku is obviously beneficial to both of them, so Blackbeard will do it. Blackbeard knows that Jin wants to kill him, but as long as Kaido agrees to join forces, he should be able to stop Jin. After all, Kaido is the captain of Jin. As a result, he did not expect Kaido's brain circuit to be so unique, and he had no intention of joining forces at all. His dark acupoints can also transfer targets, but the speed is too slow. Judging from Jin's previous performance, his dark acupoints are simply too late. Pizarro's island fruit is different. For Pizarro, who has eaten the island fruit, the island is an extension of his body. It is easy to move within the island. You are really weak, Teach. Are you scared? Why don't you let me be the captain, meow. Although Kaido hit an earthquake, the power of the earthquake was mostly absorbed by the island itself, and Pizarro escaped from the island in time. He was not greatly affected. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. You guys who are rusting in prison have no idea how terrible these monsters outside are. Pay attention to his hilt. The madman's hilt is loaded with sea stone bullets. These pirates have been in prison for a long time. Depin, who was sent in by Olga, went in the latest. Many people don't know what kind of monsters the four emperors are now. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin became famous earlier, they knew how to be afraid, but facing Red Hair and Kaido, they were less afraid. After all, they were also big pirates before, and they were a little confident in their own strength. I know. The fundamental reason for these people to join Blackbeard was to leave Impelton, and after that, they temporarily formed a group of interests. As people with abilities, they were still restrained when facing Blackbeard, so they were willing to give Blackbeard some face and listen to his command temporarily. Pizarro's body began to merge into the ground, and he planned to sneak underground with Blackbeard. After he sneaked into the ground, the entire island would turn into his body, but attacking the island would have no effect. Only by finding his body in the entire island could he cause effective damage. Originally, this was a good escape ability. But as soon as he merged into the island, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. It was not a slash, but a red chain. The other end of the chain was held in Sharyuna's hand, and there was a sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth that was exposed. Don't get in the way, that guy is dead, your opponent is me. Meow ha ha ha. That's useless, your tiny chain can't hit me, how is it possible? Pizarro is very familiar with his ability. Just now, only his rock-like face was left on the ground, but an extremely painful expression suddenly appeared on that face. Tiny chain? You don't know at all, this is a creation given to me by the supreme power. Sharyuna clenched the chain in her hand and pulled it upwards, almost lifting up half of the street. It seemed to be just an ordinary chain, but the moment the gunhead pierced the ground, the shape of the red chain changed. The underground part scattered around, and dozens of spikes almost affected half of the street. Pizarro thought he had avoided Sharyuna's attack, but he didn't know that it was just a precursor to the attack. As the red chain pierced into the body, the power left by Arceus in the chain also took effect. Pizarro's ability of the island fruit failed, and he was directly pulled out by Sharyuna like a dead fish. The sharp barbs pierced Pizarro's body, causing him to scream in pain. He was dragged to his own battlefield by Shayna and fell directly in front of the other members of the Blackbeard pirates. Since you have joined that guy's army, be prepared to die with him. My lovely brother has sworn an oath of honor. If I let him run away, I will be really ashamed. The two of them are the only known Lunarians still alive in the world. There may be other survivors, but Shayna has never found any trace of them in all these years. Even though Jin has changed from a weak child to a powerful monster, he is still the younger brother in her heart. Originally, she didn't care much about Blackbeard's affairs, and Jin also said that he would solve this problem himself, but Jin just swore an oath, and he used the honor of the race. In this case, Shayna will never allow any problems to occur. Chapter 984, The Beginning of Destruction. Strictly speaking, Shayna's red chain is no longer the original red chain, but the 2.0 version. Yamato's Ken finally entered the 7.0 era because of damage. But Shayna's red chain is different. Its original purpose was to restrain Pokemon users, that is, to target possible traitors, but so far, there have been no such traitors among the gods, which is a good thing, but it also means that the red chain has basically no chance to appear. Coupled with Shayna's personality, this chain is more of a trump card, with far more symbolic significance than practical significance. This is somewhat different from the practical Arceus cult, so in the replacement of weapons, Arceus also upgraded the red chain so that it can target ordinary fruit users. Although Shayna's armament Haki attainment is good, in the face of some strange abilities, mastering Haki may not necessarily touch the opponent. With the targeted weapon, Shayna's combat effectiveness has been further improved. The red chain will not make ordinary ability users enter a weak state, but it can accurately capture their entities. Pizarro is an example. After he was thrown to the ground, Shayna's red chain once again entered the state of a chain gun, and the sharp cross-shaped gun head pointed at the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Who are you going to go first? Although Kaido is still on the side, Blackbeard can't run away no matter how you look at it, but if things develop to the point where Kaido needs to take action, Shayna and Jin will lose face. She will not interfere with Jin's battle, but she will not let others interfere with him either. Don't even think about running away. They won't give up. They both have the ability to fly, and there's that madman Kaido behind them. You can't run away. If you want to survive, catch this woman and help the captain solve the fire disaster. Lafitte glanced at the pirates around him and had noticed some people's little thoughts. This makeshift Blackbeard pirates had no camaraderie to speak of, especially the few people who just came out of Impel Down. If Blackbeard really wants to fall, they will only take the opportunity to escape when Blackbeard attracts the enemy's attention, and will never fight to the death to hold the opponent. It's useless to talk about loyalty with such people. Only interests can tie them down. These people are penniless now, and the only thing that can make them nervous is their own lives. Meow, that woman's weapon is weird. It feels like the same as that freak Teach, both conceal other people's abilities. Damn, how come there are so many weapons that can restrain people with abilities? Why bother? Since she doesn't want us to leave, let's just catch her. I hate the pirates of the beasts, and I want her clothes and weapons. Depend's eyes were full of greed. She was good at using whips, but she didn't find a suitable weapon in the city of Impel Down, so she picked up a robbed spear. The power of the red lock in Shayna's hand induced her inner greed. At the same time, Depend also liked beautiful clothes. She had long been resentful of the prison uniform on her body. Looking at Shayna in front of her, she just wanted to take everything from her. And the reason she was imprisoned was because she ran into Olga, and she has not forgotten this hatred over the years. Shayna's attitude and Lafitte's words made them understand that if they didn't solve the woman in front of them, nothing else could be done, so Depend was the first to move, and Shiryu also acted with her. He was originally the warden of Impel Down, but his character was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. He often killed prisoners for no reason and enjoyed it. This violated the rules of Impel Down. After repeated persuasion failed, Magellan had to lock up Shiryu. When Impel Down was invaded, Magellan released him because of the lack of combat power. He originally hoped to use his ability, but Shiryu turned against him on the spot and brought the antidote to Blackbeard and others, otherwise they would be wiped out by Magellan. Shiryu's joining was more proactive than other recruited pirates, and he chose to take action at this time. Although it was the first time to cooperate, the two cooperated very well, aiming at the root of Shayna's wings from the left and right. Facing the two people who attacked, the color of the flame behind Shayna changed and turned into the same blue as Jin. The two people have different training focuses, but after all, they are from the same clan, and some fundamental things are still the same, such as the control of the abilities of the Lunaria clan. Jin knows, and Shayna also knows. Blue flame mode plus red chain, in addition to the increase of Mega, Shayna has also entered the full firepower mode. If Jin had not brought the honor of race when swearing, Shayna would not have entered this state at the beginning, but after Jin said that, everything was different. Clang! Clang! The two people's attacks hit Shayna, but they had no effect. The defense of the Lunarians in the blue flame mode was very terrifying. With their abilities, it was very difficult to break the defense. Very good, then let's start with you two. The red chain turned into two fists and appeared under Shayena's hands. The blue flame drew a graceful arc in the air, harvesting the two people in front of her like the sickle of the god of death. Shayena got rid of all the people who got in the way, leaving Jin and Blackbeard with plenty of space, and Jin did not live up to the fighting space created by Shayena for him. He chopped Blackbeard with heavy blows, intending to behead him directly. Dark water. The dark power condensed in the palm of his hand. Blackbeard barely grabbed Jin's blade and absorbed the flames released by Jin. Wait, I think we can talk. There's no need to make it a life and death situation. In order to survive, Blackbeard will do whatever it takes, even kneeling down and calling him daddy. As long as he can survive, he will have a chance to get back at his own game. He thought he was no match for Jin. When Kaido refused to cooperate, he wanted to use his words to persuade Jin to change his target. Especially after seeing the same blue flame burning on Shayena's body, he seemed to understand something. There are no two identical abilities in this world, and you are siblings. Jin didn't listen to Blackbeard's nonsense, and kicked him in the chest directly. While kicking him away, he flew forward again, raised his knife and chopped at Blackbeard's neck, but he barely dodged it by rolling over. I've heard people say that in the past, there was a legendary tribe of gods on the Red Earth continent. They have white hair and black wings, and the blazing flames allow them to survive in any environment. They are worthy of the title of Tribe of Gods. Chapter 985, Annihilation at the Soul Level. Thank you. Blackbeard endured the pain and told the information he had analyzed. Now he didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain, and had to seize every second. I have a plan. A plan that is enough to subvert the entire world. At that time, it will definitely satisfy your need for revenge. Killing me will not make any sense to you. I am more valuable alive. Begging for mercy is also a technical job. Facing different enemies, the way of begging for mercy will also change. In the original timeline, facing Whitebeard, Blackbeard would shout out shameless words like I am your son too. Although he has violated the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard will not let him go, but he knows Whitebeard's character, and that moment of hesitation can be regarded as saving his life. It's just that he and Jin don't have such a relationship. If recognizing him as his father can make Jin stop, Blackbeard can also consider it, but Jin's crazy attitude obviously doesn't intend to pay attention to him. At this time, Blackbeard urgently needs a reason to make the other party stop. If his guess is correct, then Jin and the world government have an irreconcilable feud. This is Blackbeard's last chance in his heart. The outside world doesn't know much about the Lunarians, but it's not completely unknown. Whitebeard himself has heard about the Kingdom of God and has mentioned it to some of his sons. Before, when the ability could only work halfway against Jin, Blackbeard didn't think about it in this way. After all, there was the example of Drake in front, but with the appearance of Shayena, the overly similar powers of the two made Blackbeard suspicious. The dark fruit is not always ineffective, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It is certain that the beasts have some power that can ignore the dark fruit, such as the mysterious technology of Quinn that is circulated in the outside world. The power of the devil fruit is obviously sealed on Jin, and the remaining power is naturally his own power. The powerful flame defense, the wings soaring in the sky, and the true face that is unwilling to show to others, all of this makes Blackbeard firmly believe in his judgment. Jin's attack paused for a moment, which made Blackbeard feel that his words had worked. It's just an eye of a subordinate, it doesn't matter at all, right? That woman is not your kind at all, why do you have to do this? Zang! The knife flashed, and the houses behind Blackbeard were neatly divided into two halves by Jin's sword energy, and Blackbeard's chest was also wrapped in darkness, and began to absorb the damage left by Jin. Ah! It hurts. You lunatic! Jin just didn't listen to him at all, he was just charging for the move, and Blackbeard suddenly noticed that Jin's expression seemed to be more ferocious than before. You have to die for one more reason now. I'm not threatening you, I hate the world government too, don't you want to live in the sun? Your captain isn't that great either, he hasn't actually solved the problem in all these years, if you join me, I'll be able to help you solve this problem soon. The darkness extinguished the flames attached to his body, and Blackbeard's tone became more panicked, but at this time, Jin put down his weapon. Ha ha ha, are you tempted? What I hate most is a self-righteous guy like you, you know nothing, but you dare to speak nonsense in that kind of place. Jin reached behind him and took out a new weapon. After I left last time, I was thinking about how to completely kill an alien like you. Your body's vitality is very tenacious, few people I've seen can compare with you, but I want to see if your soul is equally tenacious. The black and purple blade in Jin's hand was full of weirdness, and there was even a weird eye on the handle. Before setting off, he borrowed a sword from Hirikoshiki, Yama, which had been transformed into a single scabbard. In order to completely kill the alien Blackbeard, Jin also included his soul in his killing range. Hirikoshiki had no objection to borrowing the sword, and even planned to give Tenido Hazan to Jin, but Jin didn't want it. He was not a two-sword style, and Yama was enough for him. Jin's whole body of domineering was concentrated on the right hand holding Yama. The racial talent gave the Lunarians extremely high defense, so they could safely use all their domineering in battle. Yama was originally a sword that would release the user's domineering without authorization. The user could rely on this ability to exert a very powerful force, but if Yama could not be tamed, it would be sucked dry of domineering and die. After being transformed into a single scabbard, Yama with a new consciousness can control this ability and will not drain the user at will, but the user can increase the input of domineering by himself, allowing Yama to exert greater power. Rock Lock Seal. 4 huge rocks fell from the sky, blocking the direction of Blackbeard's movement. At the same time, the ground under Blackbeard's feet seemed to have life, and several stone dragons made of rocks opened their mouths and bit Blackbeard in front. The rock blockade restricted the movement space, and the power of the earth manipulated the ground below to control Blackbeard's movement. The dark fruit can restrain the power of the fruit, but it has no effect on the objects that have been generated, not to mention that this is a move that Jin used the power of the fossil pterosaur. Blackbeard needs time to absorb all those things into the dark space. This period of time is also enough to be fatal. Final Blade Flame Killer. The blue flame attached to the blade of Yan Mo, and Jin's body also emerged with a strange glow. It was a precursor to the ultimate impact. Like the destruction of the Death Ray, it is a very powerful and widely popular skill. It is a powerful move that Pokemon can use its body, but for Jin at this time, it is just a booster. The power of the ultimate impact did not explode, but entered his hands under Jin's control, and Jin also grasped the handle of Yan Mo with both hands at the same time. Asshole! Stop it! Looking at Jin who was ready to go, Blackbeard's heart was filled with fear, and the haze of death enveloped his heart. The process seemed slow, but it was actually a matter of a moment, and when Blackbeard shouted this sentence, Yan Mo's blade had pierced his chest and nailed him to the rock wall behind him. Until this time, Jin, who seemed to be accumulating power in the same place, slowly disappeared. It was not a substitute, but the afterimage left by Jin's too fast speed. Boom! Puff! A lot of blood spurted out of Blackbeard's mouth, mixed with a lot of blood and flesh fragments. The energy of the entire ultimate impact was compressed into the blade by Jin just now, and it completely exploded in Blackbeard's body. Even if he was an alien, his chest cavity had become blurry. No matter what kind of alien you are, no matter what your purpose is, you must die here today. Chapter 986, Blackbeard Pirates, disbanded. N. At this time, the rock wall behind Blackbeard was pierced by the aftermath of the ultimate impact. Through the hole in the rock, one can even see the vicious eyes of the Blackbeard. This is because there is a hideous blood hole in Blackbeard's chest. The wound around the blood hole is charred black and has been carbonized under the influence of the flame. Blackbeard's body is in a terrible state. The internal organs are severely damaged, and the blood vessels near the wound are all ruptured. Even the best surgeons will feel helpless when facing the current Blackbeard. Every wound on his body is worthy of being included in medical books. If a hole this big was punched in the chest of an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, such as Ace. The temperature of Jin's blue flame is not inferior to Akainu's ordinary magma, but Blackbeard is very special. The alien's physique is still maintaining Blackbeard's life, and darkness is also surrounding his body, trying to save the host's life. Even though Blackbeard's appearance is always accompanied by a setback, this is his worst time. It hurts bastard. You should be glad that you are a freak. I have countless ways to make people suffer without endangering their lives, but I don't want to use them on you. You'd better die obediently. As a torture master, Jin knows a lot about the structure of the human body and knows how to avoid vital organs. It's just an entry-level thing for him to stab dozens of knives without endangering his life. But Blackbeard's vitality is so tenacious that Jin feels outrageous, so he doesn't plan to use those methods. You crazy? Blackbeard raised his arm and tried to grab Jin, but he couldn't touch Jin at all. Jin was 6.13 meters tall, half a head taller than Blackbeard, who was less than 3.5 meters tall. Although many people in this world have body structures that look like aliens, and their limbs are out of proportion, such as Jack's lower body, which is slightly short. But this does not include Jin. Jin's figure is relatively well proportioned, which makes his arm span far longer than Blackbeard. Coupled with the length of Yan Mo himself, Blackbeard can only touch the air. How can my dream end here? You can't kill me. Dark Frenzy. A strong dark gravitational force suddenly appeared in Blackbeard's hand, trying to grab Jin in front of him into his hand. Although the gravitational force is strong, it lasts for a short time. Before the ability can take any effect, the darkness in Blackbeard's hand has dissipated. Jin's blade had left Blackbeard's body at this time. Jin did not pull out the blade, but slashed it diagonally downward, directly cutting off most of Blackbeard's body. Then he turned the blade and slashed upward again, dividing Blackbeard into 4 equal parts, but the division was not quite even. But even so, Blackbeard's head could still scream. Shocking vitality, but no one is unkillable, and the same goes for you. Whoosh! Yan Mo pierced from Blackbeard's forehead. When Jin just pulled out Yan Mo and cut Blackbeard into several pieces, Blackbeard's body had already scattered on the ground. With Jin's stab, Blackbeard's brain was pierced again, and the armed color domineering penetrated Blackbeard's skull, smashing it into pieces, which also made Blackbeard completely silent. Yan Mo, it's up to you next. Yan Mo's blade made a strange sound, as if responding to Jin's request. Dark purple energy scattered from Yan Mo's blade, dancing around Blackbeard's body scattered on the ground. People nearby felt a chill in their bodies at the same time, and heard several shrill screams. Hellfire Dragon King! Then Jin's flames turned into 2 blue dragons, spewing flames at Blackbeard's scattered bodies, accompanied by a burst of burnt stench and blown away by the sea breeze, leaving only a few charred traces on the ground. Destroy his soul, destroy his body, and eliminate his traces. Jin doesn't believe that Blackbeard is still alive. The body was hit by his ultimate impact and slashing, and then the body was torn into pieces. After the brain was pierced, there was no residue left. Even the so-called soul was slashed and swallowed by Yan Mo. It can be said that he is dead and can't die anymore. If he still can't be killed, Jin can only go back to pray to the gods, which is beyond the scope of human beings. Yan Mo's sword sound has not stopped yet. Jin even sensed a trace of joy from it. It seems that he has eaten very delicious nutrients. Finally solved, but this guy knows a lot of things. Jin looked at the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates. He did not respond to anything Blackbeard said just now, but it is undeniable that Blackbeard does have a certain understanding of the Lunarians. There are many people who know about the Lunarians. After all, they are special bounty criminals who can get a huge reward for providing information, but not many people know that Jin and Shayuna are Lunarians. Kaido, Arceus, Quinn, Zeraora, these are the people among the beasts whose identities they have personally acknowledged. Even Yamato only knows that they are a rare race. Others may have some guesses, but there is no solid evidence after all. Charlotte Linlin is an example. She has some speculations about the identities of Jin and Shayuna, but Charlotte Linlin will not report to the world government. She would rather have a child of Lunarians. This is at least a semi-friendly unit, so it's okay to leave it alone for now, but the people of the Blackbeard pirates are different. Who knows if Blackbeard said anything he shouldn't have said before he died? For the sake of safety, it's safer to kill them all. At the same time, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates also saw Blackbeard's miserable condition, but none of them were sad about it. Meow ha ha ha, that guy Teach is dead. From now on, the Blackbeard pirates will be renamed the Pizarro Pirates. I'll be your captain. As soon as Blackbeard died, Pizarro was ready to take over his position as captain, but no one agreed to his request. Dopo, don't joke, Pizarro, who wants you, a cat named Bastard, to be the captain? You were the most enthusiastic about that bastard Teach before. Did you betray so quickly? Basquejot responded to Pizarro's words with disdain, but his eyes were he kept looking around and planning his next move. Stop talking nonsense. The Blackbeard pirates are now disbanded. It's up to you to go wherever you want. But before that, solve the trouble in front of you first. Zilluo scolded the pirates. Although he was imprisoned by Magellan, his status and treatment did not change. He could get newspapers from the outside world every day and see the information of the outside world. Unlike those who have never seen the sun for years, he knows more clearly how terrible monsters Shayuna and Jin are in front of him. Chapter 987, Domination of the Sea. Even if Zilluo didn't speak, they knew how terrifying Jin was. For the team that Blackbeard first formed, Jin killed Van Oka in front of all of them when they traded with the Navy, and killed Stoloberry in front of Blackbeard, Daotu, and Hua Shaishan. If Kuzan hadn't arrived in time at the end, the voyage of the Blackbeard pirates might have ended at that time. Shayna's record is not so brilliant, but she has dealt with Kizaru many years ago, not to mention that when Jin just killed Blackbeard, Shayna also showed a crushing attitude towards them. Now everyone here knows that the two monsters in front of them are not easy to deal with, but it is not easy to let them join forces. The nature of the Blackbeard pirates and the Rocks pirates is very similar. Most of the members have no friendship between them. They only gather together because of the captain. When the captain is alive, they will work together, but when the captain dies, these people will become birds and beasts. At most, some people will choose to join forces with a companion. Ordinary battles are fine, but in this kind of life and death battle, no one in the Blackbeard pirates will leave their backs to the so-called companions. If abandoning their companions can allow them to escape smoothly, they would have done so long ago. But Jin and Shayna are both good at air combat, plus Shayna's unpredictable chain, rashly escaping is to die. I have also heard about the specifics from Blackbeard. We joined him more to leave the city, and we are not deeply connected with him. Now that he is dead, there is no conflict between us. How about we leave separately? Looking at Shayna in the sky and Jin gradually approaching, Zilluo made his own suggestion. He did not want to fight such a meaningless battle here. Coming here was originally Blackbeard's plan. According to Blackbeard's plan, the shock that destroyed everything and the darkness that swallowed everything would form his spear and shield, but now that Blackbeard is dead, there is no point for Zilluo and his friends to stay. Zilluo likes killing, but he does not like to die. When he was in the City of Advancement, his target of killing was also the prisoners who had no power to fight back. He dared not provoke the real monsters in the Sixth City. Even if that kind of person is wearing a sea stone chain, it can still pose a considerable threat to Zilluo. While Zilluo was talking, neither Basque-Jot nor Pizarro spoke, even Depin, who had an old conflict with the beasts, also chose to keep silent. After finally regaining their freedom, leaving smoothly is their best solution. This is the Navy headquarters. I don't know why you are here, but if you want to kill Blackbeard, you have already succeeded. No one can survive in that situation. There is no need to fight meaninglessly. Flame Emperor. A ball of fire was thrown at Shiryu. The exploding flames made Shiryu retreat a few steps and his expression became nervous. Although Blackbeard was also defeated when he first met him, and Magellan's poisonous dragon almost wiped them out, Shiryu still recognized Blackbeard's strength. His performance on the 6th floor of the undersea prison is not something that ordinary people can do. Now that the stronger Blackbeard has been killed by Jin, they are no match for these two, not to mention that there is a covetous Kaido behind them. It should be solved this time, right? Of course, but these guys may know something they shouldn't know. For the sake of safety, let them disappear. Then let's do it. Do you or do I? Let's do it together. The tricks taught by Brother Kaido are sometimes quite useful. After all, there is still a big guy here. In a few words, Jin and Shayuna had arranged the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates in front of them, and they did not hide it at all, just conspiring loudly in front of everyone. This was tantamount to an insult to Shiryu and others. They were also famous characters on the sea, but now they were treated like ants and their lives and deaths were arranged at will. I just don't want to fight with you. Don't go too far. Dopo, 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 now that it's said so much, then we can only fight, right? Basque-Jot took the wine gourd behind him and started drinking in front of everyone. Basque-Jot, nicknamed the Great Wine, is a user of the Superman-type wine fruit. He is always drunk. Due to long-term alcoholism, his nose is always red. With the clown-style hat, Basque-Jot looks very close to the clown, and then he behaves in a way that is even closer to the clown. His wine gourd is like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he drinks, he can't finish it. After a large amount of strong liquor entered his body, he spit out a series of alcohol bubbles in the direction of Jin and Shayuna. Purgatory Wine Sea. Bang bang bang, the alcohol bubbles all shattered, and at the moment of shattering, Shayuna and Jin's vicinity turned into a sea of fire. Idiot! What's the point of burning them with fire? Basque-Jot's attack made Zilu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but curse. How could two people who have been bathing in flames be afraid of fire? This sea of fire not only prevented them from getting close, there is no point at all. Dopudopu, haven't you read the information in Impel Down? My ability releases a large amount of ethanol. As long as the amount is large enough, the two of them will get drunk. Evil Wolf. Stop looking at it, hurry up. Evil Wolf has a special ability that always marginalizes himself. People around him often forget this person inexplicably until they can remember him at a critical moment. The size of the Evil Wolf is his most powerful weapon. At the call of Basque-Jot, he also raised his fist and smashed it down. Other members of the Blackbeard pirates also made their own attacks. However, in the sea of fire released by Jot, Jin, and Shayuna were not affected at all. Not only did the flames not cause any harm to them, but they did not get drunk as Jot imagined. He underestimated the physical resistance of the Lunarians without knowing the information. It is no joke to be able to survive in any environment. At this time, the two stood together, and their weapons had crossed together. The domineering aura of the two was constantly injected into their weapons. While the evil wolf attacked, they also swung their blades. Hehe, they really did it. They are my most valued subordinates and Arceus's right-hand men. Kaido, who was standing by, smiled as he watched Jin and Shayna's joint attack. This attack was nothing else but the giant's moves he learned from Charlotte Linlin. BA High. Chapter 988, Looking at their BA High, that was my lost youth, Zifa's choice. BA Ha's shout reached Kaido's ears, and at that moment, Kaido seemed to see himself when he was young. When he was on the Rocks ship, Charlotte Linlin taught him a lot of things, which was an indispensable part of his growth process. With a teacher and without a teacher, the speed of growth is completely different. The people on the Rocks ship are not loyal. With Rocks' permission, fights between crew members often occur. This is also an opportunity to improve their strength. Survive in the battle and then repeat the process. As long as you don't die, you will always become stronger. But Charlotte Linlin is different. She really teaches. From the day she boarded the ship, she told Kaido that Rocks was not trustworthy and that he could ask her if he had any questions. She also taught Kaido many of her best skills, including the Elbaf Spear of the Giants. Elbaf is recognized as the world's most powerful country. They have a strong foundation, and this giant's move is one of them. This move was originally derived from the size of the giants. There are only a handful of people who have the opportunity and talent to learn it. Thanks to Charlotte Linlin, Kaido is one of them. But as time goes by, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have parted ways, and that experience is destined to only reappear in memories. After the establishment of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido did not hide his private skills. As long as he liked someone, he would not keep any skills or moves. Kaido is definitely the well-deserved #1 instructor of the beasts. Not many people can learn this move, and only Jin and Shayuna have successfully learned it, and they have practiced the combination skills of dominating the sea. Yes, Kaido just told them the idea and gave them guidance. The rest was up to Shayna and herself. It takes tacit understanding to perform this move. Kaido can't find other suitable partners, and he doesn't want to find Charlotte Linlin, so he can only use this method. In fact, he wanted to teach Yamato. With Yamato's talent, the power of this combination skill with him in the future will definitely be greater than that of Charlotte Linlin. It's just that Yamato didn't refuse when she practiced alone. When she heard that she was going to practice a joint attack with Kaido, she ran faster than the wind speed dog. She resisted this strange thing from the bottom of her heart. Yamato felt chilled just thinking about practicing a joint attack with Kaido, and finally it was nothing. The magnificent wave roared out in an instant, and the wave swept everything in front of it in an instant, blasting towards the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, and the first to suffer was the wolf. His body was big enough, but the spear of Elbaf was aimed at large targets, and the joint attack was even more so. The combined attack of Dongli and Broki can easily destroy the island-eating monster that is larger than the island, so the size of the wolf is nothing. The wave swept everything in front of it and rushed to the distance. The air was stirred up to make a bang and formed a strong wind. San Juan Wolf, who was hit by the sea head-on, flew out directly, crashed into the building of the Navy headquarters, and appeared in the square of Marineford. What is that? It's bigger than Ounce. I haven't heard of it, but what knocked him down? What's behind it? He is wearing a prison uniform? What kind of monster ran out of Impel Down? Both the navy and the pirates were shocked by the figure of the wolf. He was really too big. With his terrifying size, even if he did nothing, just stepping on the ground would be enough to cause huge casualties. However, such a big giant lost an arm out of thin air, and he fainted on the ground after losing consciousness, which made people more curious about the guy who knocked him down. Jin and Shayana put away their weapons. There was nothing in front of them, only dust falling on the ground. The fire released by Jot had long been extinguished, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates were buried in the ruins. Beikai is not so easy to take. Even with the aura and camp buff, Zoro took Kaido and Charlotte Linland's combined attack and his bones were broken after 1 second. Entered a near-death state. The Red Lion was even wiped out by the Baguio of Dongli and Brogi. Badgers and Poison Q, who were weaker in themselves, died directly under the Bahai of Jin and Shayna. The others were seriously injured if they didn't die. If it weren't for the huge size of San Juan Wolf, which caused him to eat the sharpness of Bahai, the others would have become even worse. After all, the human body is the strongest defense in this world. From Bahai and Akainu's Hell Dog to ordinary bullets and slashes, the human body can always block him. Ugh, it's really like the real thing. I feel younger. That damn bastard actually interfered with my battle. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly hated Blackbeard. If this guy hadn't interfered with his battle, he should be able to fight happily now. As for Sengoku and Zephyr, the two did not log off. This period of time was enough for Sengoku to catch his breath. He stood up again and looked in the direction of Kaido. Kaido of beasts, this guy's threat has surpassed Whitebeard. Younger than Whitebeard, able to fly freely, and doing things without any taboos, such Kaido's threat in the eyes of Sengoku has increased sharply. Originally, Kaido gave outsiders the illusion that they could talk, and the transaction of the beasts made the upper echelons think that this group of forces was relatively stable. But Kaido told Sengoku with his own behavior that those were all fake. We have to find a way to keep him. If we let this madman go back to the sea, there will probably be no chance in the future. Old buddy, can you still fight? I'm fine, but your body, that was a big impact. I may not be able to take care of you in the future. Damn Blackbeard, it's all this trouble. Thinking of Blackbeard, Sengoku couldn't help cursing. On the one hand, he attacked him by surprise, and on the other hand, according to Magellan's report, if it weren't for Blackbeard, these prisoners would not have been able to escape on a large scale. And if Blackbeard hadn't captured Ace, Stoloberry might not have died, and the war on the top would have been meaningless. The world government was simply fooled by Blackbeard. Don't underestimate me, I'm also a former admiral of the Navy. Looking at the broken marine fort, Zifa's inner fighting spirit seemed to be rekindled, and before Sengoku noticed, Zifa took out a sealed can and put it into the crusher on his right arm. The jar was filled with an unknown liquid, in which a piece of rock with a strange color was soaked. Under the illumination of its light, a strange purple light was looming. This is not an ordinary stone, but one of the contraband controlled by the world government, dynamite rock. Chapter 989, Determination, The Last Justice. Dynamite rock, also known as dynamic rock, is a seemingly ordinary rock that contains extremely terrifying energy and is an absolute controlled item on the sea. This kind of rock will explode when it comes into contact with oxygen or is directly hit by a huge impact. The power of the explosion is said to be comparable to that of ancient weapons. The power generated by the explosion of a fist-sized dynamite rock can flatten an island. Because its power is too terrifying, only the top naval officials are qualified to decide the use of these things. Zifa is one of them. He did not retire, but retained his military rank and transferred to an instructor. His authority can still touch this thing. At this time, Zhang Guo also saw the dynamite rock in Zifa's hand. Zeph? Are you crazy? What are you going to do with this thing? What? Of course, to deal with pirates. The power of this thing. Do you want to blow up the entire Marineford? Zhang Guo knew the power of the explosive rock very well. If this thing exploded, the entire Marineford would probably be destroyed. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers on the island. Even if there was no one on the island, he didn't want to use this thing. Otherwise, after the war, the entire Marineford was destroyed. Who knows what would happen if this matter got out? If it was really that easy, he would just bury the explosive rock in Marineford and wait for Whitebeard to come. It is not certain whether this thing can kill high-level combat power, but ordinary soldiers will definitely not be able to withstand the aftermath. Isn't the damage Whitebeard has done to Marineford enough? Whether to use this or not, Marineford has been almost destroyed, and this piece is not that big, it won't destroy the whole island. No, I don't agree. This thing is useless. The three of them have the ability to fly. It is unrealistic to rely on explosive rocks to defeat them, not to mention that they have the ability of the suspected barrier fruit. As a naval marshal, Sengoku is also very familiar with the affairs of the scientific forces. In the report, the word bloodline factor he saw the most was. According to the current information, a certain Quinn used Kaido's body as a model and used his bloodline factor to develop a large number of mythical beast abilities. However, in the eyes of the Navy, the most troublesome thing is not fire or lightning, but the bloodline factor of the barrier fruit. This skill is too buggy, and the extremely strong defense can play a miraculous role at a critical moment. The only good news is that this technology seems to be imperfect. If used continuously, it will be easier to break. These are all lessons learned by the Navy with blood. There is a heavy price behind every piece of information. Kaido used that move in the battle just now. According to past intelligence, the stronger the user, the stronger the barrier's defense. Sengoku also doesn't know what the upper limit of Kaido's barrier is, and whether the explosive rock can be blown up. If this goes wrong, it will hurt his own people. So I need your help. First, find a way to trick the barrier out once. And don't you have a restrictive move? Use that to restrict me and them to the same area. I will detonate directly inside explosive rock. In that kind of space, explosive rock should have a stronger effect. Are you going to die with others? Things haven't come to that point yet, Zephyr, calm down, there's no need to go to this extent with these guys. Wenguo had already discovered a more bizarre problem. The purpose of the Beasts and Whitebeard's group was completely different. The Whitebeard pirates were fighting to the death with the Navy, but the Beasts were more like playing. These people could obviously cause more damage if they were serious, but they didn't do that. Jin and Shayuna only used their true strength when fighting the Blackbeard pirates. It can even be said that they helped the Navy clear some hidden dangers. Although Kaido was fighting with him, it didn't have much impact. With Garp there, it was difficult for him to do anything serious. Quinn was fighting with the 7 warlords of the sea, but the 7 warlords of the sea were more for show, which was within expectations now. It's better to say that Senguo should thank Quinn for not using those weird weapons of mass destruction. Sengoku didn't know how hard Quinn tried not to continue to attract attention. If you look closely, only Yamato held back Kyuzan and occupied a high-end combat power. In addition, there are many deals with the world government behind the Beasts, and Sengoku didn't want to fight like this under such circumstances. Sengoku, have you become the same as those guys? What did you say? Trading with pirates and having expectations for pirates, is there anything more stupid than this? The former black-armed Zephyr was known as the Admiral of the Navy who did not kill. At that time, he never killed pirates, but just captured them. But in the days that followed, his family was killed by pirates. He was disheartened and devoted himself to the education career, but his students could not escape the bad luck. When he led the team for the last time, there were only 2 survivors on the ship except him. Easygoing people tend to become more extreme after collapse. The former admiral who did not kill has long disappeared. After the establishment of Zephyr's pirate guerrillas, his attitude towards pirates was only one elimination. In the original timeline, after the war at the top, in order to fill the vacancy of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world government actually recruited the pirates who cut off his arm and killed his apprentice, which made Zephyr completely disheartened and planned the ultimate plan to eliminate all pirates. Zephyr has not reached that point yet, but his hatred for pirates is not much different. Ahem ahem. When it comes to the exciting part, Zephyr took out the potion again and took a deep breath to calm down. Sengoku, you've seen that I'm different from you and Garp. My health has been declining. In another year or 2, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain my current level. You can go and recuperate. Don't talk nonsense. I know my own body well. I can't hold on for a few more years. Although I can't stand those guys in the world government, I'm also a Navy. Instead of dying in bed, it's better to fight a big battle and fight for the Navy again. Kyuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, who I don't like very much, these young people have grown up, and an old guy like me can't do anything else. This is the headquarters of the Navy, a symbol of justice, and the place where I have fought all my life and want to practice my own justice. Let this be my end. Kaido and Whitebeard are the pirates who pose the greatest threat to the New World. On the front battlefield, Whitebeard's fierce battle with Akainu and Kizaru is still going on. If these two guys can be left in Marineford, it will be a big victory for the navy. The death of the two sea emperors will certainly deal a heavy blow to the pirates' arrogance. As long as this goal can be achieved, huge casualties are acceptable. It can be said that Zephyr has been determined to die since he set foot on this battlefield. Chapter 990, The Awakened Buddha, The End of Zephyr. Why, old man, you are not afraid, are you? How is it possible? I am also a Marine Admiral. In this case, let's go crazy. Strategies have a great impact on wars, provided that the opponent is not a monster like Kaido who has no scruples and individual strength. If you want to defeat such a monster, you can only find a way to defeat it head-on with hard power. Seeing that Zephyr has made up his mind, Sengoku did not continue to dissuade him. This is a battle chosen by an old soldier. Sengoku has no reason to stop him from gambling his life to eliminate pirates. Looking at Zephyr and Sengoku walking towards him, Kaido stopped his steps. He wanted to see what happened to Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that the two navy had no intention of giving up. I'm not interested in you now. Don't be so arrogant, pirate. This is Marineford, a battlefield. Do you think it's a game of playing house as you wish? Sengoku threw away the coat of justice on his body, and the strong muscles of his upper body were exposed. His body began to expand continuously, and a huge golden Buddha appeared in Marineford. There were several halos flashing behind the golden Buddha's body, and there were flame streamers like lotuses surrounding the outside of his body. Human fruit Buddha form awakening. You, thank you for reminding me. I haven't seen such a great battlefield for a long time. I almost forgot that this is a war. There are many better targets to choose from, but Kaido ignored the essence of war. This is not a game, but a place for life and death. Looking at the Sengoku who turned into a Buddha again and Zephyr with a firm look, Kaido also put away his playful thoughts and prepared for a fighting posture. Facing a real opponent, giving him death and letting him die in battle with dignity is Kaido's respect. And at the same time, a halo rose up from behind Zhanguo, and gradually expanded in the sky, finally covering Kaido, Jin, and others, and finally forming a hemispherical light curtain. Even the ground was covered by the golden light emitted by Zhanguo. This is the ability of Zhanguo that Zifa just mentioned. With the power of the great Buddha fruit, Zhanguo can create a special space that is isolated from the outside world, like an independent domain. The faint golden light is a special power as strong as his great Buddha body. With this, Zhanguo can use a restrictive skill that is much more effective than Doflamingo's bird cage. In this space, the power of the explosive rock can be better exerted, while reducing the impact on the outside world, causing higher damage to the internal targets. Hehe, interesting. Are you afraid that I will run away? Don't worry. Since you still want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. But don't expect me to stop halfway this time. You'd better be prepared to die, otherwise it will be boring. Kaido, who had already lifted his transformation, entered the form again, with flames surrounding his body. Kaido seemed to have seen something interesting, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Jin, Shayuna, protect yourself, and don't interfere with my battle. No matter what happens, don't care about me. Brother Kaido, you just watch. Jin, don't be like Quinn and Yamato, always worrying about this kind of thing. Yes, I understand. After exchanging a glance with Shayuna, Jin and Shayuna flew into the sky and finally stopped at the edge of the golden light curtain. Do you want to break it? Shayuna measured the light curtain twice. If necessary, it would not be difficult for the red chain in her hand to break this thing. Forget it, Brother Kaido said not to disturb him, so this should also be part of the battle. Then never mind, but the people on the origin just sent me a message that the holy beasts are not far from here, it will be bad if it takes too long. So soon. Otherwise, the holy beasts have already got what they need, and the battle situation with Olga and Jack is also going smoothly. Although there is a problem with Zeraora, it has been resolved. Now only Mr. Kaido is left, and this war seems to be unending. It seems that the people on Whitebeard's side have not been rescued yet. Do you think they can succeed? I don't know, the hero Garp is not easy to deal with, it depends on how far he can go. The Blackbeard pirates were directly dispersed under their combined attack on the sea, and those who were not dead were also seriously injured. Now the ruins are also covered by the light curtain of the warring states, so they are not anxious. It is unknown whether these people can survive the aftermath of the battle. Kaido can remind them to be careful, and the next battle situation will not be easy no matter how you look at it. Buddha's shock. Sengoku's right palm slapped Kaido, and the huge shock wave temporarily stopped Kaido's body. Zephyr's crusher also hit Kaido's face. But Kaido's performance was very strange. He obviously had other ways to block, but he directly used defense. Come on, don't stand there, let me see your killer move. I've cooperated with you so much, are you still hesitating? Zephyr in his prime can still arouse Kaido's interest, but this old and sick Zephyr can no longer satisfy Kaido in battle. Even with the sea stone weapon, it can only make him pay a little attention. He made this move because he saw some situations from the prediction of the future. You will regret it, Kaido. Kaido's behavior did not dispel Zephyr's determination. The wrist of his left hand turned black and hit Kaido in front of him. When it collided with Kaido's fist, the crusher had already crushed the device outside the explosive rock. When it came into contact with oxygen, the pressure of the mechanical arm was also applied to the explosive rock. A purple light full of death threats emerged from Zifa's crusher, but Zifa did not throw it out, but held it and faced Kaido in front of him. Zephyr. Zephyr's move was beyond Sengoku's expectations. He thought Zifa took the thing as a bomb and threw it away quickly, but Zifa chose to grab it and force it to Kaido's face, not wanting to leave Kaido any chance to resist. Boom! Boom! The explosion of the explosive rock triggered a vast purple torrent. The purple energy wave surged in the area created by Sengoku and quickly filled the area. Limited by Sengoku's ability, the residual power of the explosion had nowhere to vent, and could only accumulate continuously, and gradually reached the upper limit of Sengoku's ability. Then the second explosion also came, but under the influence of Zhangguo's ability, the aftermath only gushed upwards and did not fight around. After Zhangguo's moves were broken, the whole of Marineford saw the terrifying purple mushroom cloud, and under Buggy's broadcast, it was successfully transmitted to the world. Ahem, this movement is really big. In the sky, Xiaoyuna removed her guard barrier, and then she was choked and coughed several times. The Jin beside her was not idle either, and her wings fanned out a storm to disperse the smoke and dust from the explosion below. In the center of the explosion, Kaido and Zifa stood there motionless. Zifa's right arm crusher had disappeared, and the entire right arm had become completely gone, but his body was still upright and maintained the posture of just swinging his fist. But Kaido in front of him suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, looked at the blood on his arm, and laughed again. Hehe, it's really powerful, this is the right attack. Continuous use of the guard will not fail, but will reduce the success rate, but Kaido just did not use the guard or other defensive methods, but used his body to block the explosion of the explosive rock. Even Zifa, who has no ability, dares to use the explosive rock like this. Kaido naturally does not want to retreat in his heart. Facts have proved that this thing is powerful enough, but it is still far from enough. You are a qualified warrior, Kaido raised the mace again, intending to give Zifa in front of him the last blow, but suddenly stopped his action, not because he was soft, but because it was unnecessary. After eating the explosion of the explosive rock at close range, Zifa didn't have the blessing of the animal system, and his physical condition was not good. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his vital signs. Chapter 991, The Haze on the Holy Land, The Arrival of Arceus and Red Hair. Is he dead? What a pity. Kaido didn't do anything to the dead Zifa. He still recognized such an opponent. He just picked up his wine gourd and started to drink. While drinking, he cried regardless of the occasion. It seemed that he was remembering this opponent, but more of it was regretting his own battle. Kaido was a person who easily lost control of his emotions. The two battles were not perfect for him. First, Blackbeard messed up the situation, and then Zifa's body couldn't hold on, which always gave him a feeling of wanting more. Especially Zifa. Judging from the results of the battle, Kaido won, but from the process of the battle, it was impossible to directly determine Zifa's failure. The enemy died in this way, which was something Kaido was very upset about. At this time, Sengoku slapped Kaido's chest. Kaido, who was in a state of emotional disorder, did not react, and Sengoku hit him hard on the chest, and the Dragon Man's body was also slapped away. Looking at the dead Zephyr, Sengoku's Buddha-like face also had a few more traces of sadness. But he was not occupied by sadness, but continued to attack Kaido. The explosion of the explosive rock had some effect. If he did not continue to fight now, Zephyr's sacrifice would be in vain. The Buddha and the Dragon Man continued to fight, and the battlefield in front of them also entered a white-hot stage. Ounce opened the way to the execution platform with his own body. He was as strong as a hill and finally fell to the ground under the siege of the navy, but his body also paved the way to the execution platform. Garp was unable to make up his mind after all, and he released the entire Grand Line to Luffy and was knocked away by a punch. However, Luffy, who still had no key, could not open the chain of the sea stone. He could only destroy the execution platform and let Ace escape with the chain first to find the royal locksmith. The Whitebeard pirates, who had completed their goal, did not linger in the battle and began their own retreat, but the navy did not want them to leave. In this case, the war at the top would be a failure, so the navy began their own pursuit. Even the big explosion behind Marineford did not attract them. Many people were already bloodthirsty. Now the only thing in their minds was to kill more enemies. However, on the battlefield, there was a group of very special people. They were wearing uniform white suits and shuttled around the battlefield. However, they neither treated the wounded nor attacked the pirates or the navy. They just held the Den Mushi to report the situation. They were CP0 sent by the world government, and their job was only one, to report the battle situation in all aspects in a timely manner. At this moment, messages continued to appear in front of the world government officials with the reports from CP0. These officials were considered secretaries of the 5 elders. They would filter out some unimportant information for them and report more important information to them. The newly formed Flying Dragon unit of the Navy was severely damaged. Those flying dragons are much worse than the original monster. It seems inappropriate to invest so much. The Air Force still has advantages, but it is a little worse overall. The casualties of the Navy are acceptable, but Zephyr is dead. Let that guy die. Anyway, he is not a likable guy. He is just too senior. There are too many of his students in the Navy. It is better for such a person to die. For Zephyr's death, the people of the world government did not miss or feel sad, but applauded. There are many people who don't like Zephyr among these people. After all, what Zephyr did is not in their interests. Akainu and Kizaru are still fighting Whitebeard. That guy is so scary after he regained his youth. The power of rejuvenation is so enviable. Speaking of Quinn, this is an opportunity. After all, Wano country failed. Their defense is too strong. We got nothing. This is no longer something we can decide. Let's notify the 5 elders. After some insignificant information was filtered out, other information was delivered to the 5 elders, and at the top was the information about Quinn. The 5 elders did not look through these things. They knew Quinn well enough. In a sense, Quinn was also famous. This is a good suggestion. It's only Quinn who has the technology. Kaido is not as law-abiding as we thought. It seems good to be able to catch Quinn directly. Compared to Kaido, Quinn is already as weak as he can be. If he takes this opportunity to catch Quinn, many things will be solved. Coercion and inducement can always get something out of him. The Holy Land needs to be protected. Now is the critical time. We cannot leave the Holy Land, and we don't have the right people. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Red Hair are about to arrive. Ordinary people are useless. Something big happened on Judicial Island. Let's use that. In this case, a small cleanup is fine. There are too many factors of chaos. This is not a good thing. That is something that only Lord Yin can use. But as servants, although we cannot use Lord Yin's things, we are given the right to use other parts. I think now is the time to start voting. Agree. Agree. Against. Agree. Against. The decision was finally passed, and the 5 people walked to another area together, discussing other things in the process. Off the coast of Marineford, the initial artillery battle still did not stop, but the purpose of the battle had changed again. Ace has been rescued, rush in. Take everyone back to the New World. Stop them. These pirates can't get away without a ship. For justice, for the sacrificed comrades, destroy all these pirates. The gunfire was roaring, and both sides were fighting for their own goals, but as the battle progressed, someone discovered something unusual. On the distant sea, a new pirate ship was gradually approaching Marineford. At the temporary command post in Marineford, Crane had taken over the command, but the intelligence received was not optimistic. The current situation was not going well for the Navy. This is the Gate of Justice. Now report that the origin of the beast's pirates has appeared. The purpose is unknown, but they are approaching. Is it another beast who is the leader? It's Arceus. Crane fell silent. One Kaido was enough for them, and now there is another second in command, the situation may be even more difficult. But before Crane made a decision, another piece of information was sent over. Report. The Red Fourth appeared in Marineford. The leader is red-haired Shanks. The Third Sea Emperor is here. Chapter 992, Alternative Use of Conqueror's Haki, Quinn who died together. Red-haired Shanks, what is he doing here? This war is really a terrible decision. Listening to the soldiers' reports, Crane also felt a headache. There was nothing wrong with the arrangement of this war. If only the Whitebeard pirates came, then there would be no problem with their preparations. Even if most of the people did not work hard, it would be enough to achieve their strategic goals, but now, the situation of the war on the top has completely exceeded their control. First, Kaido and the rejuvenated Whitebeard, and then the prisoners in Impel Down who appeared inexplicably. Those prisoners did not cause too much trouble, but they became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Garp. He couldn't stop one grandson from saving another. Even Red Hair had come. Except for Big Mom, the Sea Emperors of the Navy headquarters could play mahjong. The high-end combat forces of both sides could even play a game of Werewolf, and the content of Werewolf was also very special. They would find out who was the insider, who was slacking off, and who was paddling through debate. I hope there is no so-called Three Emperors alliance, otherwise the Navy headquarters can't stand it. Vice Admiral Tsuru. An emergency communication from Marijoa. Our people are required to stay away from Whitebeard and Kaido immediately. Stay away. Yes, stay away. The extra troops can be concentrated around Quinn. That's what they said. The messenger didn't understand why the world government issued such an order, but just conveyed every word truthfully. The messengers had only one requirement, to convey the order truthfully without any personal emotions, so as to prevent some strange orders from being passed on. The five elders still had some sense. Although they planned to use some special means, they did not plan to attack indiscriminately. They just wanted to target some people. They were not Yunmu, and could not exert its full power, nor could they directly destroy the entire Marineford. In order not to hurt too many of their own people, they conveyed the order to the Navy, but that was all. If the time came, they would not care about the lives of the soldiers below. Vice Admiral Tsuru, what should we do? Let's convey the order first. I hope it's still in time. Tsuru knew very well that this was not a discussion, but a notice from the world government. If they could not respond in time, the world government would not stop. It's just that on the battlefield where killing has been red-eyed, some things can't be stopped just by saying so, especially the battlefield of those monsters, and it's not possible to go through them just by wanting to. Oh! Here it comes, my godfather has finally finished his business. When the big explosion happened just now, Yamato flew to the sky, wanting to see what Kaido was doing, so as to decide what to do next, and happened to see the gradually approaching origin. Since the beginning of the battle, she has been thinking about a problem, how to get rid of the battle smoothly and make Kaido speechless. After thinking about it, she thinks that the breakthrough lies in Arceus. In the process of the battle just now, she released the freezing power in her body and used it to expand the ice layer near Marineford. There is only one purpose for this, to prevent the pirate ship from getting close. In this way, when the origin approaches, she can use the excuse of opening the way to get rid of the battle in front of her. As long as she reaches the origin, others will have no reason to let her continue to fight, and Kaido will have nothing to say at that time. The battle is almost over. What are you talking about? Do you think this is a game of house? But there is no point in you fighting with me. Look over there, the Fire Fist and the Straw Hat have already run away. Why don't you catch them? Isn't this the purpose of your war? Or you can fight Whitebeard, I don't want to fight you now. You are such a willful pirate to say such a thing. So, what is your decision? If you want to continue fighting, there is nothing I can do. Staring at Yamato in front of him, Kyuzan did not choose to continue fighting with her. Although she was a very terrifying fighting force, she had no intention of attacking ordinary navy, and she was indifferent to the outcome of the battle. The only thing she intervened was the safety of a beetle. Throughout the war, she was more like a hard-working worker who was forced to work. Compared to Yamato, other pirates were more troublesome. Kyuzan himself did not agree with this war. After confirming that Yamato was serious, he simply left here. And Yamato also flew towards the direction of the origin as planned, but halfway, she met someone who had the same idea as her. Uncle Quinn, why are you here? Be careful or I'll tell my father that you're slacking off and running away without a fight. Same here, Miss Yamato, aren't you the same? As the lazy duo of the beasts, the two have had highly unified thinking since before the war. Before they came, they were competing for the guarding of Wano country, and now they are competing for the task of pioneering the way. Quinn's idea is similar to Yamato's. He will help the Origin to open the way, and then he can mix in the Origin and get the protection of Arceus and get absolute safety. Miss Yamato, let me do this. How can I bother you with such a small matter? No, 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 my godfather said that you have to be responsible for doing things. I froze the sea outside, so of course I have to solve it. There is no high-end combat power in the periphery. If they go alone, they can be said to be opening the way for Arceus's Origin. If they go with two people, it means that they are telling Kaido that they have tried their best to fish. Quinn secretly reached behind his back, intending to activate some special weapons. Now that Arceus was here, he was not afraid of attracting attention. However, before he could do anything, Yamato's mace was already on his neck. Miss Yamato, what are you doing? Don't move, Uncle Quinn, wait until I finish what I'm doing. As he spoke, the domineering aura of the Conqueror's haki burst out from his body, knocking down all the pirates and navy along the way that might interfere with the progress of the Origin, completing his own work of clearing the way. Looking at Yamato, who used the Conqueror's haki to clear the miscellaneous soldiers, Quinn seemed to want to cry but had no tears. He had a lot of weapons on him, but none of them were as fast as Yamato's Conqueror's haki. This innate talent made him lose the qualification to compete. After achieving his goal, Yamato showed a smug look on his face, but he didn't notice that Quinn seemed to have made some kind of decision. A few minutes later, Quinn and Yamato appeared on the Origin together. Although they did not clear the way, Quinn did not find someone else to play a fake match, but followed Yamato to board the Origin. Uncle Quinn, what are you going to do? My father will think it's wrong. It doesn't matter, Miss Yamato, if that's the case let's die together. Chapter 993, Falling Sky, God's Power. Yamato couldn't just hit Quinn down with a stick, that was not her character. Facing Quinn, who started to play rogue after failing to snatch, she had no way to say anything. Uncle Quinn, what are you doing? Aren't you paddling well with Hancock? Look at my mechanical hand. I have to replace it directly when I go back. Does it look good? The petrification of the fragrant foot and the light is different. At the same time, it will be accompanied by the impact of Hancock's kick, which caused Quinn's mechanical hand to be broken now. In fact, it is not that Hancock is too much, but this fake match is not easy to beat. Her sweet fruit is also a rule-based ability, and the effect of petrification is in a sense more terrifying than the childlike fruit. After the childlike fruit loses consciousness, the ability of the fruit will not be affected, but the sweet fruit is different. If Hancock petrifies, unless Hancock takes the initiative to remove the ability, or the petrified person is domineering enough to be immune to the ability of the sweet fruit. Otherwise, even if Hancock is killed, the petrification will not be removed. Even the second sweet fruit user cannot remove the previous one's petrification. Although Quinn has trained a powerful armed color under the coercion of Kaido and external threats, he is not yet immune to Hancock's ability. The most important thing is that he is lustful. If it is a naive person with no desires, the sweet fruit will not have the effect of petrification at will, but Quinn is different. If Hancock changes his fighting style, Quinn may have been turned into a stone statue and taken away. This is a personality issue. Hancock's own ability just happens to restrain Quinn with this personality. Then can't you change someone? Change someone? No, Miss Yamato, you have to trust my intuition. I feel that something dirty is targeting me. It's safer to be with Lord Arceus. What should I do with my father after that? Miss Yamato, you are still young. I guess Kaido will definitely not let me go with this record. Anyway, I can't escape. I must be unlucky. Haven't you heard of the legend of water ghosts in Wano country? At that time, whether you are more unlucky or I am more unlucky depends on Kaido's mood. Maybe he will be satisfied with the fight and forget all of us at that time. Yamato didn't say anything, but just stared at Quinn, making Quinn feel scared. Brother Kaido has this personality, Miss Yamato, you should know that. I know, but Uncle Quinn, I will remember what happened today. Yamato, Quinn, what are you two talking about? Looking at Quinn and Yamato, who were debating in the corner, Arceus called them and asked them to put the issue aside for the time being. At least before returning to Onigashima, Kaido would not do anything outrageous. No, Godfather, I'm thinking about how to repay Uncle Quinn in the future. Repay? Forget it, it's up to you, Quinn. What do those navy flags mean? Arceus would not interfere in private interpersonal relationships, and the fighting within the beasts had never stopped, but it was just a little bigger than the fighting outside, so his attention was still on the battlefield. You can see that the Navy's messengers are waving flags at a high position, as if they are conveying some kind of signal. On this battlefield, ordinary communication methods are difficult to work. Although the Navy has a loudspeaker that can expand the sound to the entire Marineford, the enemy will also hear it, so the traditional flag signal method is adopted. The pirates didn't know this information at first, but because of Doflamingo, Virgo climbed to the position of Vice Admiral in the Navy, so it was not difficult to get the flag signal. Please wait a moment, all units stay away from the enemy commander, quickly move away, and get out of the battle as soon as possible. That's what it means. What do these Navy want to do? Flipping through the small notebook on his body, Quinn quickly figured out the meaning of the Navy messenger, and as the order was conveyed, the Navy also moved again. There are always people who can notice the flag signal on such a large battlefield. After that, they will notify their colleagues around them and finally complete the transmission of the message. At this time, the Navy has already moved. Except for a few people who are red-eyed, most of the Navy obeyed the order and began to stay away from those dangerous areas. This is also the difference between the Navy and most pirates. They execute orders more thoroughly. But the battle has not stopped, they are still fighting with other pirates. Sakazuki, there seems to be a new arrangement above, stop for the time being. Kizaru looked a lot more embarrassed, the justice coat behind him was gone, seeing the order from the Navy General Staff, of course he would not choose to disobey. You retreat first, I'll talk later. Sakazuki. Akainu did not retreat immediately, but continued to fight with Whitebeard. Faced with this situation, Kizaru also rejoined the battle. Both of them are natural types, even if there are any unexpected situations, they are not unable to deal with them. The battle of pirates continued, but the sky began to change. The clouds seemed to be pulled by an unknown force, spinning in the sky like a whirlpool, the light gradually became dim, and a dark cloud enveloped Marineford. Ordinary people did not care about the changes in the sky, but the stronger the person, the more they could detect the abnormality. Kizaru forced Whitebeard to retreat with Yasakani no Megatama, and even Akainu did not continue to pursue, but just looked at the sky vigilantly. Even they had never experienced such a thing. At the same time, Sengoku, who was fighting Kaido, also distanced himself from Kaido. Looking at the center of the vortex in the sky, Kaido became very annoyed. Damn it, why are there always inexplicable things interfering with my battle today? Kaido angrily shot a hot breath into the sky, but Kaido's attack was like a drop in the ocean, and it did not cause any waves after entering the sky. On the origin, Yamato looked up at the sky. Her body was sending out danger signals, and it was the mysterious vortex in the sky that made her feel dangerous. It seems that there is something on it. Yamato, stand behind me. Yes, Godfather. Yamato didn't ask anything. She hadn't heard this sentence for many years. Only when she was a child, Arceus would tell her so when she went out. After many years, the reappearance of this sentence is not good news for Yamato. It means that Arceus thinks that the things in the sky may pose a threat to her. Interesting, 800 years of heritage, there is still something. Above the sky, a terrifying eye seemed to open in the clouds, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire Marineford. The dazzling light made many people unable to open their eyes. At the same time, a thick and strong light wave had also condensed. The air seemed to be distorted under the influence of this force. Looking from below, it seemed that there was a terrifying monster hidden in the sky, about to tear open the sky and pour out its anger. The next moment, the monster found its breakthrough, and the distorted sky cracked a hideous gap. An indescribable terrifying beam fell from the sky and split into several rays of light during the fall, searching for its target like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. The terrifying breath made the people below stop their steps and wait helplessly for the judgment above. The indescribable power made them have no courage to resist in their hearts. The light curtain gradually descended, and the power like the sky falling pressed on everyone's heart. The faces of the people below gradually turned pale under the light. Even though the light beams did not point to them, many people gave up struggling and just sat on the ground helplessly, waiting for their fate to come. But things were not as they expected. The imagined destruction did not come. An equally powerful light beam rose from the ground, abruptly blocking the attack from the sky in mid-air, and even bit by bit the ground pushed it back. Godfather, what is that? It may be an ancient weapon, but don't worry, it will be over soon. There was a burst of light on Kyunzo's wrist, and the power released by Arceus pushed it back completely. If you want to judge, this is far from enough. Boom. Buzz. Before the power completely dispersed, Arceus' attack pushed it back in the air and detonated it completely. A helium flash-like explosion occurred in the sky, and the light of death illuminated every corner. After the huge energy ball was detonated, the strong wind swept across the entire Marineford. Countless navy and pirates were blown away by this force, and those who were too close to the center of the explosion were directly pressed to the ground. Only the origin was wrapped in a ray of colorful light, standing still in the explosion, and all of this, under the watchful eyes of the Den Mushi in Buggy's hand, spread to every corner of the world. Chapter 994, The World Shakes. Click. On the Sabayati archipelago, a reporter's marker fell to the ground, and the hand holding the notebook also fell down. As a reporter, this was unqualified, but he had just seen a scene he had never seen in his life. The initial changes in the sky did not shock him, not because the power was not enough, but because the attack was similar to the prelude of Kizaru's attack. It was not until the attack was ready, like the attack of the Eye of Destruction, that he saw what horror was. Earthquakes, magma, tsunamis, all the attacks that had erupted in Marineford before were enough to destroy an island, but compared with this last mysterious attack, these things gave people a kind and friendly feeling. Even if he could not fight, he could feel the will of destruction through the screen. What was even more shocking was that someone hit the attack back. Big news, big news. There won't be enough space on the headlines now. Have you written it down? Send it back to the headquarters. The reporter came to his senses and shook his companion, who was a photographer from their newspaper, responsible for recording the video data broadcast from Marineford. When the live broadcast signal was cut off before, he regretted for a long time because he was negligent and didn't get the news in time. I got it. Don't rush me, just write your article, but I want to kill the guy with the video Den Mushi at the scene. What kind of rubbish can take pictures like this? The signal of the war on the top was only broadcast to the Sabayati archipelago, so reporters from all over the world gathered here to intercept the first-hand information of the war. But now, almost everyone's neck is tilted, so that they can keep level with the picture on the screen. Even these ordinary reporters were shocked, let alone Morgan's. At this time, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency was already in chaos. Papers were flying all over the office, making a lot of noise. They had tried their best to arrange newspapers in various regions. Just now, Morgan's, the backbone of the team, fainted because he was too excited. President Morgan's. Wake up! With the help of the secretary, Morgan's regained consciousness. There was nothing wrong with Morgan's body. He looked like an ordinary albatross birdman, but in fact, his fighting ability was quite good, much stronger than ordinary people. This was all trained when he was a reporter on the front line. Without these two skills, he would have died suddenly. There was only one reason for his coma: too excited. Big news was his lifelong pursuit. In his eyes, the war on top was a wonderful beginning. This grand war was an opportunity to find a hot spot. During the war, the headlines of the World Economic News Agency's newspapers were constantly changing. The strongest man in the world versus Navy headquarters. The continuation of evil, Ace the Fire Fist is the son of Goldo Roger. The secret of Roger and Whitebeard. Son of the Dragon, the most evil bloodline. Whitebeard rejuvenated, the elixir of immortality. The headlines they had saved were enough to last for a week. When Morgan saw Whitebeard regain his youth, he found some sedatives in the drawer to comfort his excited heart. But he never expected that the Navy would use such a powerful weapon, and more importantly, the attack was blocked. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, go arrange the newspapers, the headlines all over the world must be ours. This is the real big news. The power of the man who destroyed the country can reach such a level, it's so exciting. The live broadcast signal on the scene was not very clear, but the brilliance of the 1,000 universe arms on the origin and the extraordinary figure could still be seen. The smoke covered the shape of the origin, but the looming mystery made it more intimidating. Let me think about it: the indiscriminate attacks from the upper echelons, the ruthless government that disregarded the lives of soldiers, and the pirates who protected their subordinates, This is a wonderful contrast. President, if you write like this, we will be targeted by the world government. What nonsense are you talking about? Those guys have been targeting us for a long time, but don't worry, this is not their bottom line, just do it. Yes. Morgan's hands trembled slightly. After grabbing the oxygen tank next to him, he pressed the special respirator on his bird's beak and took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Make that photo look better. The group of beasts has a special admiration for that person. If they hate him because of a photo, it would be too worthless. Morgan sat back on the command platform and began to direct the reporters below to prepare the newspaper module. For Arceus, this special alien instead, he had a special understanding. After all, he didn't like to show his true face to others, and always protected his identity with the feathers of an albatross. In his opinion, the other party should be of the same type as himself. Moreover, many people in the 100 Beasts were painted in this style. Even though the true appearance of Shayuna was a mystery to the outside world, according to the news from the underground world, all those who saw their true faces became dead. Send a message to the people in the Sabayati archipelago. It's okay if the people in Marineford are unprofessional. Let them show their professionalism to me. I want to receive the news of everything that happens next as soon as possible. Don't worry, President. We are sending out backbones. It was not only Morgans who issued similar instructions. For a while, the reporters in the Sabayati archipelago were like chicken blood, holding their cameras and pointing them at the broadcast screen, for fear of missing any news. In addition to those reporters, the supernovas in Sabayati also refreshed their worldviews. Thanks to Kizaru's letting them off, these supernovas, though all of them were injured, did not die. They were all in the corner observing the situation of the war on the top. Hawkins fiddled with his cards, but his face had long lost its usual calmness. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the cards in his hand were scattered all over the floor. Captain Hawkins. I can't see anything. What did you say? I can't see the future. The thread of fate has been cut off. The goddess of fate is powerless to resist. The future there is like a deep vortex, mysterious, terrifying, and incomprehensible. Hawkins kept trying, but no matter how hard he tried, the cards ended up scattered all over the floor. Looking at the cards on the ground, Hawkins seemed to have strengthened his heart and stood up and walked away. Let's go. Captain, where are you going? To the New World. Ah? Aren't we going to see the outcome of this battle? They had persuaded Hawkins to leave the Sabayati archipelago first, but Hawkins insisted on staying to see the first-hand news of the war. Seeing that it was almost over, he didn't want to watch it anymore. There is no need. The existence that can distort fate is not something that one person can contend with. The outcome of this war has long been doomed. Hawkins left the Sabayati archipelago with his men and was the first to set foot on the road to the New World. The other supernovas were different. Most of them were curious about the outcome of the war, and Drake seemed particularly nervous. How could the Navy have such a weapon if this weapon is useless? What kind of monsters are those guys? Drake's heart was like a sea of water. He originally had absolute confidence in the Navy, but the result of the war on top was difficult for him to accept, especially now that there was another secret in the beasts. To be precise, this is no longer as simple as a secret. A simple secret, as long as you dig slowly, is enough, but now this secret seems to have a terrifying power that can destroy the world. At this time, Drake felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavy, and his undercover mission seemed to be crucial to the future of the Navy. On the roof of a house, there was a man with shaking hands like Morgan's. Kid put his hand on his face and laughed meaningfully. Kid, what's wrong with you? I'm excited, Kira, look at these monsters in the New World, don't these monsters' strength make people excited? Become stronger, then defeat them, and finally become the Pirate King, this is the way we should go. Being killed instantly by Lamy did not teach Kid a lesson. Looking at the monsters in the broadcast screen and the terrifying weapons that could destroy the world, his inner thoughts were still to challenge the other party, and his stubbornness was comparable to Ultai. Marineford, the people at the scene had a more intuitive feeling about the attack just now. Even if the attack was aimed at an individual, or even the power after the reduction, the aftermath was not something that ordinary people could bear. Whether it was the pirates or the Navy, they all fell to the ground. Even top fighters like Sengoku, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Akainu looked at the sky with a serious expression. Hehe, Sengoku, it seems that I still underestimated the foundation of your Navy. Your weapons are really terrifying. No wonder he always said that the foundation of the world government for 800 years should not be underestimated. If this hits me, I will feel bad. But this attack should not be commanded by you. If the attack just now hits, your big Buddha body will not be able to bear it. There was a hint of sarcasm in Kaido's tone, as if he was mocking this attack with great aftermath, but Sengoku did not reply. As a navy marshal, he also had some guesses about what that thing was. The biggest problem now was that the attack was actually blocked. Although this behavior avoided the casualties of innocent soldiers, it also meant that the threat level of the opponent rose sharply. It's almost time to end. I thought I could finish it all before he comes, but it doesn't matter. I had a great time fighting this time. I'll come to see you again when you recover from your injuries. Once by Blackbeard and once by the attack in the sky, his battle with Sengoku was interrupted twice in a row, which has affected Kaido's interest in the battle. Time has come to the last moment, and he should find his goal. As for whether Whitebeard's goal has been achieved, it is no longer within his consideration. If Whitebeard still can't save his people under such interference, then he has wasted his resurrection grass. Looking at Kaido leaving, Sengoku did not continue to interfere with his behavior, and let Kaido fight Whitebeard, which was the most favorable situation for the current navy. From Kaido's tone, it can be seen that he knew the source of the attack. If the beasts mastered such weapons or possessed such powerful strength, it would be meaningless to continue to fight with them. On the origin, due to the protection of Arceus's power, the people on the ship were not affected at all, but the sound of the explosion made their ears hurt. My premonition was right. Only the power of Lord Arceus can deal with such things. Quinn was glad for his decision just now. Although it was recorded in Yamato's notebook, it now seems that it was worth it. He couldn't resist this attack. Just now, Arceus transferred most of the impact to the sky, but even so, the aftermath had a huge impact on Marineford. Under the influence of Whitebeard's vibration and the aftermath of Kaido's battle, Marineford almost became a dangerous building. After experiencing this new impact, it was completely turned into a ruin, and the area directly below the explosion sunk down. Through the deep cracks in the ground, one could even see the seawater flowing below. Judging from Quinn's research on weapons, the attack just now seemed to have the ability to disperse. If one of them really hit him. Shaking off the terrifying image in his mind, Quinn joined the atmosphere group on the ship and started to flatter with the members of the Origin. Father, what is that? It's a toy of the ancients. Don't worry, that thing can't be used a second time in a short time. Arceus was not sure what it was, but he was sure that it couldn't be used for the time being. His attack just now was more than that. For some reason, he had a little resistance to things falling from the sky, so when he blocked the attack, he also reflected most of the force back to the high altitude, paralyzing the thing that launched the attack. Is this your power, Godfather? You can definitely beat up Dad, right? No, there are still 4 slates left. In this case, this is not your strongest power. So he counting his fingers, Yamato seemed to have discovered a new world and began to imagine a beautiful future. It's 3. The information you brought back is very useful. There is indeed another slate in the vortex, but I used it somewhere else. The attack launched by the 5 elders was not the strongest, but Arceus was still not in his prime. The 3 slates were unknown, and the icicle slate was temporarily out of the body. The counterattack against the 5 elders killer was just an incomplete attack by him. Put away your little thoughts. I promised that I would not interfere with the problems between you and your daughter. You should find a way to solve Kaido's problem yourself. Don't be like this, Godfather. How about you make a change? Chapter 995, Strategic God Deterrence. How terrifying Arceus was in his prime is a mystery to the people of the beasts, because no one has ever seen Arceus with all the stone tablets. For ordinary people, it is a great achievement to retrieve the stone tablets, even if they just bring back news, they are worth a big reward, but among these people, Yamato is an exception. In other dynasties, she is a general who has no title, but she herself does not care about this kind of thing. Now the biggest goal is to get rid of Kaido. Yamato, look at this battlefield. This is the hell of the weak and the harvester of life. A decision made by the superior will cause countless people to die on this battlefield. If the attack just now landed, it would be uncertain what the consequences would be. So I hate war. I don't know why my father is so obsessed with war. What's so good about this thing? War is not a good thing, but peace is exchanged for force. It is impossible to expect others' kindness. Being strong enough that no one dares to hit you is the way to live in this chaotic world. So I agree with your father's approach. Although it is quite torturous, it can urge you to become stronger and allow you to live a better life. No, Godfather, I think your logic is wrong. It is obvious that my father has a problem with his brain. Do you think normal people would use Conqueror's haki to wake people up? Recalling that period of time, Yamato still felt it was outrageous. As long as she was sleepy, Kaido would train her more, but Kaido deliberately used Conqueror's haki to wake her up. At that time, she could not bear Kaido's domineering color, so she was stunned by Kaido, forced to be late, and then Kaido trained her. This is just one of many examples. Compared with training, she felt that Kaido was playing with her. So you should work hard to become stronger. In this case, if you can master all the power of Zekrom, Kaido is not your opponent now. Wait, what do you mean by now, Godfather? Regarding Kaido, Yamato's nerves are still very sharp, and he seems to have discovered something very scary. That's what it means now, you can experience more by yourself. At this time, a huge black shadow fell from the sky, and the eight-headed dragon bit a CP0 in its mouth and landed in front of the origin. The aftermath of the attack just now affected not only the ground, but also the sky. The Navy's flying dragon unit and the eight-headed dragon can be said to be the first to bear the brunt. Under the decision of the five elders, the flying dragon unit, which could still fight for a while against the eight-headed dragon, was successfully destroyed in the aftermath of the attack. The five of them never thought that someone could bounce back such an attack. Even the eight-headed dragon lost its life because it was too close to the explosion point. This is it that has been resurrected. CP0, he caught it when he passed by. His creator hated these agents the most, and the eight-headed dragon knew it very well. The resurrection of the eight-headed dragon has an advantage, which is that it will clear the debuff left on the body before, so the resurrected eight-headed dragon was not affected by any impact. After encountering CP0 who was dizzy by the aftermath, it can be said that he easily took him down. Roar. Well, you did a good job. These CP agents are annoying to look at. Keep going and see how far Kaido will take things. Yamato on the ship was still thinking about life, but the origin had already continued to sail towards the interior of Marineford. Under the influence of the aftermath of the explosion, the ice surface of Marineford was broken in large quantities, and a ready-made route had appeared at this time. However, the CP0 attacked by the eight-headed dragon was just one of them. The other CP0 active on the battlefield had already sent their news back to Marijoa. How is it possible? That attack was blocked. The five elders, who usually remain calm, rarely show panic on their faces. During their days in power, they receive all kinds of strange news from all over the world every day. The demise of the country, the fall of the royal family, the rise of pirates, the advent of the great pirate era, these news are nothing to them, except today, it is different. How is it possible? Although it was not used by Lord Yunmu himself, the power. As the controller of the world government, Yunmu has a trump card that others cannot compete with. With this, even if the world has always been a chaotic pattern, it can be well controlled. Once something is beyond control, let it be completely destroyed. This is Yunmu's way of clearing. In the long history, countless islands have been destroyed for this reason. The five elders are not Yunmu, and what they use is not what Yunmu uses. It can only be said to be an auxiliary weapon. But from the feedback, that thing has been damaged, which is something that even the five elders cannot handle. When Lord Yun wakes up he will be angry. At least it's not destroyed. We just need to wait for Lord Yun to repair it. The question is, what should we do next? How did he do it? Could it be that that ship is Pluto? Or something made by the shipwrights of the Seven Waters? They also have their own speculations about Tom's whereabouts. The ones who have the closest relationship with the fishmen are Whitebeard and Kaido, but Whitebeard's character is just to protect the Fishman Island with a flag. If Tom is really related to them, it is most likely to be in the beast. In the cognition of the five elders, ancient weapons are the most terrifying power in the world. Apart from the weapons made by Pluto and the legendary shipwrights of the Seven Waters that are enough to compete with Pluto, they really can't think of what it is. Wano country is intact, that is definitely not Hades, and this matter is not important. Whether it is the power of manpower or weapons, it means that the beasts have an ultimate weapon. This thing can hit back our attack, which means it can be more powerful. The voice of the bald five elders interrupted their argument and pointed out the key point. This is not the so-called bloodline factor technology. We need to figure out where the power comes from. This is a terrifying deterrent comparable to ancient weapons. Users, manufacturers, these are not important. What is important is that they have the ability to deal a devastating blow to the Navy branch, the Allied countries, and even the world government. With that guy here, Mary Gosa's safety is still safe. Let's hold off on some actions. It's not a good thing to push them too hard. Let's wait until Lord Yin wakes up before dealing with this matter. Second, let's hold off on Quinn's actions. Arceus, who has a very low presence on weekdays, is the real trouble. Before, they didn't care and could maintain order on the sea, so they let the pirates act and only sent some subordinates to deal with special problems. But now it's different. The force displayed by the beasts forced them to pay more attention to these monsters. This brief confrontation made them choose to temporarily give up the use of force and instead plan other things. The war at the top was not successful. Since Kaido has set his sights on Whitebeard, let him go. That's fine, but the live broadcast there. Send someone to cut it off. It won't be good if the rest of it is transmitted. They have made the decision to end the war, but the world government must not give up on its own initiative. They will only reveal this intention to the Navy, and let them decide the rest on their own. But before that, they decided to cut off the signal of the Den Den Mushi. The new order was passed to the CP0 present, and they also took new actions. At this moment, the man who was criticized by photographers all over the world as a waste also crawled out of the ruins. From the moment Zifa detonated the explosive rock, Buggy knew that this war was not for him, so he used the detour as an excuse to take his brothers around and started to move away from the center of the battlefield. That is, when Buggy thought he was out of danger, a bigger crisis came. Ha! What is this? How can the Navy have such a horrible thing? Due to his excessive excitement, Buggy's body has been broken into several pieces, and his hand holding the Den Den Mushi is waving up and down, causing the reporters watching the broadcast to curse again. Captain Buggy. The third brother was just knocked unconscious, and then he was kidnapped by the rhinoceros beetle next to the Straw Hat Boy. What did you say? Rhinoceros beetle kidnapped Mr. 3? Forget it, let's slip away first. I don't have time to care about him now. I will miss you, Mr. 3. Bakey muttered his thoughts and then made a slightly sad expression. It was just that the explosion just now made these pirates dizzy and many of them had blood in their ears. They didn't have Arceus to protect them, so their hearing was reduced a lot. Mr. 3's candle barrier could block a certain impact, but it was very limited and only slightly reduced some damage. Because their ears were not very good, coupled with Buggy's exaggerated expression, they automatically made up some outrageous words. Save Brother San. Knock down the straw hat and save Brother San. That's enough. Bakey looked at the pirates in front of him angrily, but his head flew up directly, and a blue sickle blade chopped on the ice behind him. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? Looking back, a man in a white suit and a clown mask was staring at Buggy. Buggy the clown, hand over the Den Den Mushi in your hand immediately. Don't even think about it. My plan to become famous hasn't started yet, don't even think about stopping me. Escape or not, Buggy didn't give up his previous idea. In his opinion, there is no contradiction between escaping and becoming famous, it just requires some small operations. A mere 15 million Bailey's bounty criminal, Buggy the clown, you are too self-righteous. Do you think I am still the same as before? Guys! Catch him! Due to the indescribable terrible luck, these prisoners in the Impel Down City are willing to work for Buggy. But they still overestimated themselves. These prisoners on the first 2 floors are no match for CP0. Under his skilled 6 style, the pirates who rushed up quickly retreated and were soon defeated. The prisoners on the first 2 floors are basically prisoners from the first half of the Grand Line. If they are prisoners from the 4 seas, they are usually directly imprisoned nearby, and only a few will be sent to Impel Down. They are okay at bullying ordinary people, but they are far behind the elite agents of the world government. Captain Buggy. This guy is so powerful. Captain Buggy, please take action quickly, we are not his opponent. The younger brothers around him looked at Buggy behind him eagerly, waiting for Buggy to show his power, and those eyes put Buggy on the fire again. For a while, he couldn't run or fight. Captain Buggy, are you scared? Seeing the younger brothers fighting, you actually retreated. I actually. Just when Buggy was still struggling, CP0 had broken through the attacks of those pirates and came to Buggy and grabbed his head, but at this time, a terrifying murderous intent enveloped the CP0. This is my brother, can you give me some face and stop for now? Did you hear that? He actually said that Captain Buggy is his brother. Yes, this is red-haired Shanks. He can be on good terms with red-haired Shanks, he is worthy of being the man who will take down Whitebeard's head. I know. Captain Buggy came here to find red-haired Shanks. He didn't want red-haired Shanks to interfere with his battle, so he came here to block him. Captain Buggy, we will follow you forever. The prisoners were once again moved by themselves, only the CP0 was sweating profusely as he looked at the red-haired Shanks in front of him. Facing the four emperors directly was not what he wanted to do. Red-haired Shanks, this is an order from the world government. I'll only say this once, get out of the way. This CP0 didn't want to be an enemy of the four emperors, but he had the orders of the five elders. Under the premise of having orders, these CP0s dared to do anything, whether it was interfering with Kaido's battle or not giving face to red hair, it was nothing to them. Shave. In front of Shanks, this CP0 attacked Buggy, and what was waiting for him was only Griffin's blade. After easily dealing with the CP0 in front of him, Shanks looked at Buggy beside him. Long time no see, Buggy. Long time no see, you're still like this. I get angry when I see you. Have you forgotten that I only hate you? Ah? Is that true? Didn't I just save you? You should thank me. Who should thank you? Bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have eaten the devil fruit by mistake, and I wouldn't be like this today. Whose fault do you think it is? Red-haired Shanks, the youngest of the four emperors, a monster in the new world, and the man Buggy fears the least. In front of Whitebeard and Kaido, Buggy can only pretend to be calm, but in front of Shanks, he really dares to show his face. Wait, why are you here, you bastard? After roaring for a long time, Buggy suddenly realized that this is Marineford, and it is not a good thing for Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea, to come here. Me? I'm here to give advice. This war should end. Speaking of this, Shanks put away Griffin, dusted himself off, and walked towards the origin. Chapter 996, Shanks, the Victim, the Last Captain's Order. The three forces of beasts, Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters are the protagonists of this war. As for the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down and the Revolutionary Army, they can't play a decisive role at all. As long as the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates are willing to give up the fight, the battle will naturally end. But the problem is that now there is an unexpected factor of Kaido, and the battle maniac's personality is not suitable for mediation. Shanks has imagined that he can mediate the war himself. Situation of dispute. Suppose he said to Kaido, stop, or we will be your opponent. This sentence is a bit deterrent to others, but it is a joke to Kaido. That's great, let's fight. Kaido will probably reply to him like this and happily start a new war, which is not the situation he wants. But there is good news, that is, the Beasts is a strange dual talker system. This system is almost impossible in any major force. It is outrageous that there are two people in power in one force without conflicts, but in the Beasts, this system has been implemented. According to Yuda's gossip, Arceus has a lot of say in the Beasts, and even Kaido will refer to his opinions, which gives Shanks another idea. The aftermath of the outbreak just now has further strengthened his idea. He directed the aftermath to the sky and did not launch a second attack. Compared with Kaido, this is undoubtedly a peace faction. There are no fools among the four emperors. Even the current Charlotte Linlin was once an extremely shrewd person, but it may be that she has too many children, which has caused her personality to become more and more abnormal. And Red Hair's face has always been a very strange thing. Except for Buggy, people who don't give him face will always suffer misfortune inexplicably, and the degree of backlash will be different depending on their own strength. But he himself doesn't care much about face. Sometimes he can even be described as humble. Among the four emperors, Red Hair is also a person full of mysteries. Big Mom who established the 10,000 kingdoms, Kaido who advocates war, and Whitebeard who is looking for his family, the goals of these three people are very clear, only Red Hair, his purpose and identity are unpredictable. Boss, what should we do now? You go to the battlefield first, but don't continue to expand the war. I will be there soon. Shanks and his subordinates parted ways and walked alone on the road that the origin must take. Excuse me, do you mind if I come aboard to talk about something? Godfather, that foster father of Yuta, do you want him to come up? On the ice, Shanks waved his arms at the origin like a passenger who wanted to take a ride. This is a little etiquette in the pirate world. Going to the enemy ship alone is a way to show sincerity, which is usually more acceptable to the other party. Let him come up. I want to see what he has to say. The Origin did not stop, but after getting Yamato's gesture of consent, Red Hair had already appeared on the deck of the Origin and saw the person in charge in front of him. Red-haired Shanks, what do you want to do? There was no need for Arceus to speak. Quinn had already taken the initiative to stand up and act as the interrogator, and Shanks didn't care about this kind of thing and got straight to the point. Sir Arceus, how do you hope this war will develop? Hey, Red Hair, don't take yourself too seriously. Do I need to tell you what Lord Arceus means? Don't think that just because your daughter is a popular singer and has brought us a lot of benefits, you can tell us what to do. Quinn didn't give Red Hair face, but Red Hair's reaction was still very calm, just observing Arceus' reaction. The younger brother dared to say this, and the boss didn't stop him, which meant that the other boss tacitly agreed. But Shanks didn't understand how Quinn connected this matter with Yuta. I came with sincerity. There is no point in continuing this war. Both the Navy and Whitebeard have suffered huge casualties. Your beast fruit is doing business. There is no point in making the sea a mess, right? I know you are looking for something. Although I don't know where it is, I can help a little. I have a lot of people under my command. I can search in the territory. This is useful after all. I am not interested in this kind of war, but Kaido's affairs are not over yet. His goal is to fight to the death with Whitebeard. After the battle is over, he will naturally not interfere in the affairs here. Red Hair got a relatively good result. At least the other party did not intend to continue to expand the war. Now that the elite of the Whitebeard pirates have been dispatched, Jack and Olga may have occupied most of Whitebeard's territory without interference. Whitebeard's withdrawal is within Red Hair's expectations, so he simply made a suggestion. In that case, I will help Kaido clean up the people who are interfering with him. Correspondingly, after his battle, can this war be brought to an end? Of course, what I said before is still valid. That terrifying attack was enough to destroy Marineford. If it happened again, no one would be able to protect the people on the island, so Red Hair directly put himself in a weak position, proposed this agreement in the form of a transaction, and first stated what he could do. According to Yuta, the other party is easy to talk to, and will not make things difficult for people as long as the conditions are right. Okay. This is the purpose of the beasts. Even if there is no Shanks, Kaido will not continue after the battle. Now there is a sucker who takes the initiative to deliver himself, that is free labor. Ideally, Red Hair hopes that the battle can stop immediately, but he can't do it. There are too many top combat forces involved in this war. He can only stop the other party by uniting one side. It's a pity that the five elders have some doubts about him now, otherwise they may have informed him of their decision long ago. If Red Hair knew that the world government had already thought of ending the war, I don't know what would happen. What an expression. When Red Hair and Arceus reached an agreement and headed towards the center of the battlefield, Marineford was also completely split in half. With the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard forcibly shattered the entire island. Dad! What are you going to do? Come here. Gulala, there is no need, listen carefully, the next is the final captain's order. The rest of you, return to the new world alive, and everything that happened to me is my own choice. No matter what my ending is, you are not allowed to have thoughts of revenge. Chapter 997, Give Me Face, This War Should End. The Origin and the Red Furs are both approaching the center of the battlefield at this time, but Shanks has already returned to his ship, and he did not go with Arceus. I don't know what's wrong with the five elders. They actually suspect that he has some ulterior motives. His trip to Marineford is enough to make many things unclear. If he is on the same ship with the people of the beasts, it will be even more troublesome. Some misunderstandings may not be eliminated, but there is no need to let them continue to expand. In this process, the Navy soldiers also had different reactions. The aftermath of the explosion had a more serious impact on the grassroots combat power. Although most of the power was directed to the sky, it still broke up most of the Navy's formations. When the Origin and Red Hair began to advance to the battlefield, these people just stood up. For the soldiers who were already red-eyed, the identity of the enemy has become unimportant. Killing their enemies has become their only obsession. Several soldiers struggled to move the cannon on the ground and aimed the muzzle at the Origin. It's the pirate ship of the beasts, prepare to attack, load, I said load. Didn't you hear it? Sir, my body is out of control, I can't move at all. The soldier holding the cannonball responded to another navy with difficulty. The navy, as the chief, wanted to scold him, but the next moment he found that his body was also in a state of stiffness. What's going on, Doflamingo? What are you doing, you bastard? In his peripheral vision, he saw Doflamingo walking over with a very arrogant step, and the slightly raised fingers explained why their bodies could not move. Don't you want your position as a Shishibukai? Don't be so excited, the world government will not deprive me of my status just because you are a rear admiral. And you'd better understand that I am saving you. It's not a good thing to make the people on that ship angry. Ever. The scimitar made of yellow sand came from below, but the line in Doflamingo's hand had already caught the clouds in the sky, and then he retracted his fingers and dodged the attack from Crocodile. But those navy men didn't have this luck. The moisture in their bodies was quickly sucked dry by the sand blades, and they soon turned into mummies. Crocodile bastard, didn't I tell you that we're done for today? You're making it very difficult for me. Why should I listen to you? And are you such a kind person? Rescuing a navy man you don't even know is not what you should do. I just don't want to be affected. See, crocodile bastard, these monsters are the masters of the future. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo was the most excited person after seeing the attack in the sky being stopped. Being able to confront the world government with force is the most dreamy partner. So? What does that have to do with me? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot that you were sent to Impel Down by that lady, but I think you didn't go to Impel Down in vain. You gained a lot from this trip. Crocodile's already gloomy face became even darker, and the resentment on him was almost materialized, and a sand mist was also condensing in his hand. Enough, crocodile bastard, if you are not an idiot, you can see that this war is about to end. Should we continue to fight or see its final result? I believe you can make a smart decision. Now you still have a chance to join forces with me. Dream on. Crocodile still rejected Doflamingo, but did not continue to attack him. After his body turned into a wisp of yellow sand, he flew in another direction. He had been pursuing ancient weapons for countless years, and this was the first time he saw this extremely terrifying power. In his mind, this was the legendary ancient weapon. After all, Nico Robin was sent by the beasts. Crocodile did not believe it, and the beasts had no information about the ancient weapons. If there is such a power, if he also has such a terrifying power, then he can establish a militarized country with absolute military deterrence, and thus create his own utopia. He wants to see what direction the beasts with this power will turn the world into. Brother Tai, is this the power you are following? Jinbei jumped out of the sea and picked up a few navy officers. In normal wars, they were just paddling and occasionally missed their attacks. He was finishing the work, and these navy officers were ready-made witnesses. Due to his position, Jinbei was directly pushed into the water by the impact of the explosion. Even through the sea water, he saw the terrifying power. Jinbei, I found what I was looking for. If there is that power, if the Lord restores his power, then the dream world will surely come. Tiger's words echoed in Jinbei's ears, making Jinbei's heart unable to calm down for a long time. At this time, he initially understood why the Arceus cult's doctrine has always emphasized the power of the Lord. Hancock didn't feel anything about this, and looked eagerly in the direction of the origin. Although Quinn had already indicated that Olga had other tasks, the support of the beasts had arrived, and Olga might come. Hawkeye's eyes were similar to Hancock's, but he had another idea. Swordsmen can also reach this level. In the corner of the battlefield, the invisible Absalom dragged Moria away. Moria could not arouse Kaido's interest at all, which led to no one paying attention to Moria after he was knocked down by a stick. Only the loyal Absalom risked saving Moria. At this time, he had already got a small boat and fled from Marineford with the unconscious Moria. At the same time, Whitebeard's battle continued. The current situation is a relatively ideal state for Whitebeard. Ace has been successfully rescued. As long as they can leave the Navy headquarters, the rescue plan will be considered a success. The rescue operation was even smoother than the original timeline. No one was chasing Ace now. It was not that the Navy did not want to, but that they had the intention to do so. They were either not strong enough or could not get away. Except for the Admiral-level combat power, no one could kill Ace in front of a group of captains and captains of the New World. But Zephyr died in the battle, Sengoku was fighting Kaido, and Akainu and Kizaru were firmly watched by Whitebeard. Even if they had to withstand the damage of the two, Whitebeard did not give them the opportunity to intervene in other battles. Garp could not chase his two grandsons. As for Kuzan, although Yamato slipped away, Kuzan also rejoined the battlefield, but he did not have the same obsession with Ace and Luffy as Sakazuki. Even for Whitebeard, it was not easy to take several attacks in order to delay their steps. Whitebeard did not have the body of the mythical beast, nor the talent of the steel balloon, but from the moment he came to Marineford, he never thought of leaving alive. At the age of 72, he has no attachment to life. In the days when the Whitebeard Pirates were founded, he also gained what he wanted, and the company of his family made him extremely satisfied. The people he knew when he was young ended and disappeared one by one, which made Whitebeard feel that he was the remnant of the times. Like Zephyr, he also hopes to find a suitable place for his own end. No matter how much Whitebeard's body is taken care of, it is gradually decaying. It is a rare experience for the old man to regain the power of youth at this moment. And until today, he is not concerned about himself, but the future of the crew. The last captain's order is for them. Without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates are already dead in name only. Without the combat power of the four emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates will automatically withdraw from the position of the Emperor of the Sea. Judging from the current situation of the sea, no one can fill this vacancy. The rise of the beasts has become a foregone conclusion. Whitebeard admitted that Kaido's intervention indirectly made the rescue smoother, but he knew very well that he had no friendship with Kaido, and Kaido's actions were just for fighting. When he fought more than a decade ago, he felt powerless against Kaido, and he would lose and die in battle, but this was something Whitebeard could accept. He was just afraid that his stupid son would be upset and want to avenge him and the beasts. That kind of behavior was undoubtedly suicide, but pirates were such a group that they would go all out even though they knew they would die. In order to prevent this situation, Whitebeard issued the so-called Captain's Order. The last final Captain's Order? Dad, what are you talking about? Don't say such unlucky words. We should go back to the New World together and build our new ship. Gulala, I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the New World that can carry me. Remember my order. Go back alive. No revenge. Across the cliff he created, Whitebeard issued his last order, and in the process, he did not look back, and kept facing his sons with his back. What a joke, you pirates should all be destroyed here. Meteor Volcano. Akainu wanted to continue attacking, but Whitebeard did not give him this opportunity. He punched the air in front of him with both fists, interrupting the pre-swing of Akainu's attack. Magma Kid, your opponent is me, don't think about intervening in other battles. Whitebeard didn't know where Kaido was, and he was not so keen on fighting, but no matter what happened, he would not let these guys who could threaten his sons out of his sight. Borsellino. I'll hold here, you go catch those guys who are running away. Akainu shouted Kizaru's name and kept fighting with Whitebeard. Akainu didn't know what was going on in other battlefields, so he planned to hold Whitebeard back by himself and let Kizaru deal with the running ace. Whitebeard was already staring at the two of them, and he couldn't get away by himself, so only Kizaru could distance himself from Whitebeard with his ability. Hearing this, Kizaru suddenly turned into a flash of light, intending to break away from the battle with Whitebeard. Whitebeard naturally wouldn't allow Kizaru to leave, and after forcing Akainu in front of him to retreat, he attacked Kizaru in the sky. Taking advantage of this gap, Akainu's whole body entered the magma state and crashed into Whitebeard's body, but his observation haki suddenly detected the danger signal, and his body suddenly turned into magma and scattered. At the same time, Kaido's mace had already smashed down. This old guy is my opponent, you Navy men get out of here. In order to hold back Kizaru, Whitebeard even gave up defending against Akainu. If Akainu's attack was implemented, Whitebeard's body would not be able to withstand it. This was undoubtedly a situation Kaido did not want to see. His battle had been disrupted twice. In order to prevent this most crucial battle from being disrupted again, he took action to stop Akainu. Newgate, your son has been rescued. It's time to fulfill your previous promise. This is not a real escape, Kaido. So, it's because your sons are too weak that you need to rely on others to escape. You really have created a lot of burdens. Looking at Kaido talking to Whitebeard, neither Kizaru nor Akainu acted rashly. Needless to say, Kizaru's character is natural. He has been forced to do a lot more in this war. Akainu just doesn't want to fight two of the four emperors at the same time. Judging from Kaido's tone, he obviously came to fight Whitebeard. The internal fighting of pirates is a good opportunity for the Navy. He doesn't want to help Kaido and Whitebeard form a united front. How to let Whitebeard and Kaido continue to fight, while he goes to chase the fleeing pirates, became a problem that Akainu thought about, but he didn't hesitate for long, because the top combat forces of both sides have come here. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Arceus and Red Hair, at this moment, the high-level combat forces gathered here have exceeded the Battle of God Valley that year. You seem to have become stronger again? Have you found your things? I found it, but why did you drag it on for so long here? According to the original plan, it should be over now. There are always accidents, just like the thing in the sky. Help me deal with the guys who are in the way. The rest of the battle will not be too long. Seeing the arrival of Arceus, Kaido didn't believe that there would be any unexpected factors that could interfere with his battle. If even Arceus couldn't stop that kind of accident, then he could only start a more advanced melee. Compared to Kaido's ease, the Navy is different. The vice-captain of the beasts plus the Red Hair pirates, this is not good news. Red Hair Shanks, why are you here? It's simple, I hope this war ends here, there is no need to continue. What a joke, the Navy has made such a huge sacrifice, do you want us to give up this war because of your few words? Listening to Shanks' words, Akainu immediately refuted Shanks' words. For this war on the top, the Navy invested a lot of energy and time, but did not gain any results. If it ends like this, it will be a real shame for the Navy. No, I just hope you can recognize the current situation. If you continue to fight, the Red Hair pirates will also be your enemy. Chapter 998, The End of the War, The Last Battle. Red Hair never thought that he could use words to persuade a party to give up the fight, so after reaching an agreement with Arceus, threatening the Navy with force became his goal. There were not many people from Beasts and Red Hair, but they were all top fighters. Arceus, Kaido, Yamato, Sana, Jin, Quinn, Beckman, Shanks, these people plus the Whitebeard pirates, even the Navy headquarters could not handle it. The most important thing is Arceus' strategic deterrence. Red Hair believes that there are still people who understand in the world government, and that kind of devastating attack is enough to make them stop. The fact is the same as he guessed. Facing the threat of Red Hair, the faces of the Navy present have turned extremely pale, and even Sengoku has pressed Garp's shoulders. Garp, your grandson's problem has been solved now. Don't tell me that you are too old to withstand your grandson's fist. Before, he was Garp's grandson, and Sengoku couldn't force him to do anything, but facing these monsters, if Garp continues to slack off, then their brothers will have nothing to do. I know I was just careless just now. Be serious. To be fair, Sengoku no longer wants the war to continue. The current situation does not give the Navy any advantage, but they have not achieved any results, so they can't just give up. While Sengoku was struggling, the Den Mushi on Crane rang, and the latest order from the 5 elders finally reached the Navy headquarters. 5 elders, are you serious? Of course, Sengoku, execute the order. Based on the order, minimize the impact to the greatest extent, this is what you have to do next. Yes. Several people in the Navy have heard the order of the 5 elders. Garp and Crane seem to have been accustomed to this kind of thing. Kizaru also behaved indifferently. Only Sakisuke widened his eyes. If Sengoku had not hung up the Den Mushi, he would definitely have a debate with the 5 elders. But facing the order that has been confirmed, all he can do is execute this one thing. The war can end, but the live broadcast of the Den Mushi must be cut off first. The war ended, this was the order of the 5 elders. In their view, even that weapon did not work, so it would be futile to continue fighting, so they simply chose to stop the loss. This was in line with the inner thoughts of the warring states, but the premise was that they could not admit defeat under the live broadcast. There were more than 100,000 people on the battlefield, and this news could not be blocked, but the news that spread afterwards could still be argued. If the Navy admitted defeat in front of the Den Mushi, then the face would really be lost. For a while, Buggy holding the Den Mushi became the focus of everyone. Beckman, do me a favor and go find Buggy for me. I told you what he looks like. Shana, Jin, you two should go too, remember to bring Den Mushi with you. Shanks and Arceus gave orders to their subordinates one after another, planning to get the Den Mushi first, and Sengoku also gave new orders. Borsellino, go and bring Kuzan back, and let the messenger inform them that the war is over, but be careful of the impact. Before the video is cut off, the Navy cannot announce the word truce to the world, and this approach is the last bottom line. If the top combat power does not take action, the casualties caused by the battles of the people below will be within the acceptable range. For the top leaders, the face of the Navy is still more important than the lives of some soldiers. Newgate, you heard it too, now you can fight with confidence. Kaido doesn't care what the final result of this war is. He just wants to fight now, a peak battle without interference. Gulala, kid, if you die in my hands, don't complain. Ugh, that would only mean I'm incompetent. Come on, Newgate. This battle, either you die or I die. The biggest problem has been solved, and Kaido can't wait any longer. Whitebeard had been fighting with Akainu and Kizaru before, but Kaido was also fighting with Sengoku and Zephyr. Both sides had paid a certain amount of physical strength, so it could be considered fair. Arceus would not interfere with Kaido's battle, and Red Hair did not participate due to the previous agreement, and the Navy would not stop them. For the Navy, Kaido and Whitebeard perished together is the best outcome. So the rest of the people just entered a state of mutual defense. For the Navy, they also had to control the aftermath of the battle between the two monsters so that they would not affect more places. After receiving Whitebeard's affirmative answer, Kaido's body had already moved. Kaido, you are really impatient. Whitebeard waved Murakumokiri in his hand and chopped it off at Kaido's head. With bursts of wild laughter, Hachisai and Murakumokiri collided with each other. The two of them didn't say any nonsense. The mace and the broadsword kept fighting in the simplest way. There was no fancy, only pure strength competition. Whether it was Hachisai or Murakumokiri, they were heavy weapons, and Whitebeard and Kaido were both men who had reached the pinnacle of strength. The roars from the collision of the sword and the stick were endless, but for the two, this was just the beginning. Ugh, Newgate, we are all old acquaintances. This level of probing is unnecessary, right? Gulala, that's right, you are no longer the kid you were back then. A ball of white light appeared on the blade of Murakumokiri in Whitebeard's hand. Under the vibrating light ball, the domineering aura of the Overlord color also radiated like lightning. Looking back, it was Whitebeard who conveyed Rock's words and brought Kaido to the pirate group. Times have changed, and the kid back then has become a monster of the same level as himself. Ugh, ugh. That's it. This is the kind of battle I want. Kaido's body began to swell, and blue dragon scales wrapped around his body. The domineering aura also appeared on his weapon. Great power, Thunder Bagua. The lightning on the 8 fasts began to spread, and the light ball formed by the tremor fruit also exploded. If the people around hadn't used their aura to block the aftermath of their attack, then Marineford would really be flattened. Or rather, it was a basin. After all, the aftermath of Arceus's previous attack left a huge deep pit on the ground. The two men's bodies stood firm in the attack, but the ground under their feet had reached its limit. The rocks began to crack, and the land under their feet quickly became dilapidated. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a glorious square a few hours ago. As more stones were crushed into powder by the impact, a large amount of dust rushed into the air, and in the smoke and dust, Whitebeard jumped high, and Kuskamikari slashed at Kaido again with great force. Although Kaido still blocked this attack, Whitebeard's attack was far more than this. Taking advantage of the recoil caused by the collision of weapons, Whitebeard came behind Kaido and punched out of thin air. The air was left with traces under his hammer, and the space was almost collapsed under this blow. But Whitebeard knew very well that this was not enough. While sending out shock waves, Whitebeard's heels also had a vibration force. With the power of falling, Whitebeard kicked Kaido below. The previous attack was just a sheep attack, and the current attack was real. Newgate, you are still as terrible as you were back then, both in strength and fighting nerves. However, there was no panic in Kaido's tone, and an indestructible barrier had appeared around him. But this is not the first time we have fought, you should still remember this. The absolute defense of the guard is relative. Depending on the level of the user, the upper limit of the guard is also different. The power that the young Whitebeard can burst out is naturally much more terrifying than that of the old Whitebeard, but Kaido has not stood still in these years. Compared to the last battle, Kaido has become stronger, and accordingly, the upper limit of his guard can also become more terrifying. For him, it is not impossible to rely on the barrier to receive the divine avoidance. Whitebeard has returned to his peak, but Kaido is constantly improving his upper limit. Of course I haven't forgotten, and you don't forget that I have a way to attack you through your barrier. Boom! Whitebeard's attack was blocked by the barrier, but Whitebeard's attack did not disappear. Under the influence of the vibration, the air behind the guard also began to vibrate, and the vibration of the space extended the damage to him, and the vibration seemed to cause resonance in his body, causing damage to the body like a high-level armed color. This is the awakening of the tremor fruit, which can bring the ability of vibration to the extreme. In this state, the vibration in the space is like an extension of Whitebeard's hands and feet. Unless the barrier isolates another small world, Whitebeard's attack can penetrate the barrier and attack the main body. Kaido still remembers Whitebeard's fighting style, and Whitebeard also remembers Kaido's defense, so he didn't waste time and entered the awakening state directly after the battle began. The island was affected by Whitebeard's ability. Under Whitebeard's relentless attack, a large number of cracks appeared on Marineford. The island even showed a tendency to split under the influence of the vibration. The battle between Kaido and Whitebeard caused a huge aftermath. The strong wind rolled around with them as the center, and the sky above their heads cracked again. Since the opening of the war on the top, the sky of Marineford has been in misfortune. Previously, Arceus' power left a cloud ring in the sky. The ring-shaped cloud floated in the sky like the border of the ring, but now the ring was cut off again. Agni Dragon Dance Bagua. The scorching dragon flames wrapped around his body, especially the flames on the tail behind him were burning more fiercely. At the same time, his body was twisting slightly. Along with the dancing of his body, Kaido's mace was swung at Whitebeard again. All those who have seen the dragon dance will not let their opponents use the dragon dance again. Ordinary people will be ruthlessly interrupted by Whitebeard before they even have the opportunity to use the dragon dance in front of Whitebeard. But Kaido is different. As he becomes more and more familiar with the dragon dance, he has already integrated this skill into the battle. Whether it is swinging or moving, he can use the dragon dance in this process. Winter. Even though Whitebeard's body is also attached to the domineering aura, this time it still made a muffled sound. Although hit by Kaido, Whitebeard's attack did not stop. The Kumo cutter in his hand slashed down, leaving a large string of sparks on the dragon scales on Kaido's shoulder. The hard dragon scales and powerful domineering made him not break the defense, but the force had already penetrated his body. Both Kaido and Whitebeard mastered the top-level armed color. Once they were hit, it was impossible to be completely immune to each other's damage. The attacks of both sides hit at the same time, but for Whitebeard, this was not cost-effective. Relying on the ability of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard has a certain advantage in attack power, but Kaido's defense and recovery ability are far superior to Whitebeard. Even if Kaido is more seriously injured, Whitebeard will fail in the end. What's more, they are not playing a turn-based game. Whitebeard's vibration needs to rely on the swing of his limbs to exert its power, but Kaido is different. In addition to the mace, he has other weapons on his body. Not the kind of equipment that Kaido likes, and Kaido's fighting style is not what Kaido likes. For Kaido, the most trustworthy thing is still his own body. Whitebeard's slash was blocked by Kaido's domineering aura, but the scales on Kaido's body suddenly stood up, and then those scales shot out like bullets, and there was a strong armed color domineering aura attached to them. Whitebeard's attack seemed to trigger the anti-armor damage, but this was not a counter-injury, but a skill that Kaido actively released. Dragon Pokémon's scale shooting attack. With the advanced application of Dragon Pokémon's own scales, they can use them as weapons to shoot out, which can have unexpected effects in many cases. Dense scales shot at Whitebeard, even his body had a lot of blood marks, and then he saw bursts of white light all over his body, and the powerful vibration force bounced all the scattered scales away. It's not over yet. Descend the third. Induce Naraku Dragon Scale Dance. Thunder, Domineering, Dragon Power. Kaido used his strongest attack at this time, and even the air wailed where the 8 fasts passed. Whether it was the scales shot out before or the scales shot away by Whitebeard, they all formed a whole under the guidance of Kaido's 8 precepts. The waving mace almost turned into a roaring dragon, using the powerful domineering color as his dragon breath, and launched his own charge towards Whitebeard. Come on! Watching Kaido's attack and feeling the power from youth in his body, Whitebeard's heart was also excited. At this time, he was no longer fighting for his son, but a contest with a powerful opponent. He didn't like Kaido, but he couldn't deny that Kaido was a strong opponent. In Kaido, Whitebeard even found the feeling of fighting with Roger in the past. Indistinctly, he even felt that this junior was gradually surpassing Roger at the time. Chapter 999, You succumb to the times, and the times succumb to me. The dragon scales were flying, and Kaido's figure became much lighter. Scale Shot is a kind of armor removal behavior for Dragon-type Pokémon. It temporarily abandons scales in exchange for faster movement speed. This has no effect on their bodies. With their physical fitness, the regeneration speed of scales is extremely fast, and it won't take long for them to recover. This is even more true for Kaido. In this world, whether it is a bone fracture or missing teeth, a glass of milk can restore them to their original state. So for Kaido, the time to end this state depends entirely on himself. When he wants to make up for his defense, the missing scales will naturally be restored. Oh, by the way, your betrayed subordinate has been killed by my subordinates. The vitality of that alien is really tenacious. While fighting, Kaido suddenly remembered the matter of Blackbeard, so he casually told Whitebeard. Gulala, thank you very much, but Kaido, your tone seems to have me in your hands. Blackbeard is dead, which is also good news for Whitebeard. The pirate who can cruelly kill his companions is also a concern for Whitebeard. If he is not dealt with, he will be a disaster after all. But Kaido's tone gave Whitebeard a strange feeling, as if he was afraid that he would not leave with peace of mind, so he deliberately told him the key things. He admitted that Kaido was very strong, but this attitude still made him feel uncomfortable. Your character is not what Roger wants to see. Bang! The fist shattered the scales fired by Kaido, and Whitebeard mentioned Roger again. Unconsciously, he had put the former apprentice and the former pirate king on the same level. After Roger returned from Raftel, he had a long talk with Whitebeard and even planned to tell Whitebeard the route to Raftel, but Whitebeard had never been interested in the pirate king, so he rejected Roger's proposal. But he still got a lot of secret information from Roger, and he also had a certain understanding of what Roger expected. That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. I don't need his recognition, and his opinion has nothing to do with me. Facing Whitebeard's fist head-on, Kaido was full of disdain for Whitebeard's words. I don't believe in fate. If fate says something, I must break it. Newgate, you seem to have said before that you are a remnant of the old era, and there is no ship in the new world that can carry you, right? This is a fact. There are not many old guys left. So Newgate, you are old after all. Although your body has regained its youth, your heart has not. If you count it this way, I am also a person of your generation. Since the era has no ship that can carry it, let the era become the new ship. In the next era, I will be its master. The destined fate, this sentence is something Kaido hates very much. He chose Wano country as his territory, which is also related to this kind of thing. He wants to use facts to prove that the so-called fate is nonsense. In this regard, Kaido has a strong rebellious mentality. Whitebeard's idea of succumbing to time makes him disappointed. Controlling the times and letting the times move forward in his own way is Kaido's current goal. The position of Pirate King is a process, but not the ultimate goal. For Kaido, that position is just a stepping stone. Gulala, I really underestimated your ambition, Kaido. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Kaido. He was too different from the trainee at the beginning. That's right, I'm Whitebeard Kaido, let me, the tale of this era, send you off again, don't die here, kid. A white halo emerged from Whitebeard's body. This time it was not condensed on his hands, feet or weapons alone, but enveloped his entire body. Then this power was gradually absorbed by Whitebeard's body, and then disappeared without a trace. But the power of vibration still exists, which can be seen from the land at Whitebeard's feet. The stones at his feet have been shaking, and finally turned into powder in the vibration. The resurrection grass healed his body, but Kaido's words awakened his heart. When the body and heart are rejuvenated at the same time, the real Whitebeard is revealed, and this is exactly what Kaido wants. As an alternative education expert, fighting with him always yields good results. If Kaido has any natural enemies, then Odin's diary is definitely one of them. However, Whitebeard's own resistance did not suffer from Odin's poison, or in other words, Odin returned to Wano country silently after Roger completed the voyage, which also disappointed Whitebeard. The trainee of the year is still ambitious, which makes Whitebeard feel a lot. Hachi Saiji and Kusunakiri collided again. This time, the power of the tremor fruit could not be seen on Whitebeard's blade, and only the domineering aura could be seen. But at the moment of the real fight, Kaido felt the vibration force far beyond the past. Different from the power that Whitebeard had just exploded after awakening, if Whitebeard's previous attack was a terrifying external explosion, then this time it was a silent internal destruction. At this moment, Whitebeard has transformed into a truly shocking person. I knew that you, old man, are more capable than this. It seems that this time I can really enjoy myself. Kaido's eyes changed, and the flames surrounding his body also burned like flames. The dragon claws extended from his arms, adding an extra weapon to the eight-faced ring. Dragon claws, dragon tails, dragon scales, and dragon-type attacks are mostly related to parts of the body. By using the energy in the body to strengthen a certain part of the body, for dragon-type Pokémon, this is their domineering. At this time, the dragon claws were turned into spikes on the eight-faced ring by Kaido. For Kaido, this is the way to apply power. The scales that were launched before were also replenished, and he entered a new round of battle with Whitebeard. Kaido had a great time, and Whitebeard also began to enjoy the battle, but the bystanders were not very happy. This is the Navy headquarters, a place of justice that cannot be breached in the minds of the Navy. The legend that Impel Down cannot be escaped has long been broken. The Golden Lion's jailbreak can be concealed, but this large-scale jailbreak was seen by the entire Marineford Navy. Although Marineford has also been invaded by pirates, the final outcome of those pirates who broke in was always arrest and imprisonment, and this incident has not been an exception. This time is different. The two Sea Emperors openly fought in the Navy headquarters. Fighting, and the Navy generals just watched from the sidelines and did not take direct action, which was a heavy blow to many Navy hearts. From the perspective of the Navy's top brass, this is already the best solution. No matter how Kaido and Whitebeard fight, they will not threaten the Navy's position, and their internal friction will be beneficial to the future development of the Navy. The growing strength of the pirates put the Navy at a disadvantage at this time. Coupled with the order of the Five Elders, Sengoku chose to cease fire. Letting them fight without interference is also part of the truce agreement. It's just that the people below don't understand this kind of thing, especially since the order has not been thoroughly conveyed. Some Navy thinks that the Navy's top brass is waiting for an opportunity to benefit in the end. In fact, if the pirates' internal friction is more serious, the Navy will indeed do so, but the chance is very small. Except for Kaido and Whitebeard, everyone else is very restrained at this time, and has been watching the other combat power of the Navy. Some people also guessed the thoughts of the top leaders, but they just kept silent. Obedience is the most basic requirement for a soldier. Except for a few troublemakers, the Navy soldiers who can be recruited here will faithfully execute the orders of their superiors. Near the central area, the Navy has stopped their actions and they are waiting for orders from the top. Most of the pirates also began to flee far away under the order of the captain of Whitebeard, but a few people still stayed on the cliff created by Whitebeard, watching Whitebeard's battle. On the edge of the battlefield far away from Whitebeard and Kaido, it was a completely different scene. Not only did this war not stop, but it became more and more intense. The interruption of the Den Mushi was a signal of a ceasefire, and before receiving this signal, the battle was still going on. The top combat power had been restrained, but the grassroots had not, so in this last time, they were still fighting for the war. In the ruins, the bodies of the Navy and the pirates were stacked together. Many people had forgotten what the purpose of coming here was. Now they only had one last thought left, to kill the enemy in front of them. Kobe, what's wrong with you? In a pile of rubble, Bellmebber dug Kobe out of it. At the beginning of the war on the top, the two were scared off by Whitebeard's destructive power and wanted to sneak away, but they met Akainu who was executing deserters, and were finally scared back to the battlefield by Akainu. Suppressing the fear in their hearts, they also participated in several insignificant battles, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The current level of the two of them can only deal with some ordinary pirates, and any captain from the New World is enough to kill them. In the following time, the battle between Yamato and Kyuzen, the confrontation between Whitebeard and the two admirals, the weapons of explosive rock, and the actions of the Five Elders and Arceus, the aftermath of each battle was a huge shock to them. And in the final aftermath, the flying stones buried them directly. Under the dual pressure of external force and psychology, the two people fainted directly, and only woke up at this time. Bellemere woke up later than Kobe, but when he woke up, he saw Kobe covering his ears in pain, and he was sitting on the ground motionless as if he was scared. Faced with Bellemere's shouts, Kobe did not respond at all, because he was about to be burst by the voice in his mind. Help, who will save me? It hurts so much, I don't want to die, I want to go home. Help me. Brother, I've avenged you, wait for me, I'll come to you. The noisy voice lingered in his mind, and Kobe couldn't tell whether it was the voice of a pirate or a navy, and some were just the fear of war. One voice after another disappeared in his mind, and before those voices disappeared, the last groan made Kobe understand that the owner of these voices was dead. "Wake up, Kobe, the war is about to end. Marshal Sengoku has ordered a ceasefire." This was the news that the messenger who just passed by brought to Bellemere. Originally, this order was only conveyed to generals at all levels, but the two of them followed Garp every day and were familiar with the Navy headquarters, so the messenger of Sengoku mentioned it in passing. "Continue the attack. Destroy those pirates. Leave them in Marineford." At the same time, a loud voice came into the ears of the two. "Bellemere, didn't you say that you wanted to cease fire?" "That's what the messenger said. Maybe Major General Yukimura hasn't received the order yet. Now Akainu and others are near Whitebeard and Kaido, and have no time to pay attention to these ordinary battlefields. The deterrent power of these pirates combined is not as good as that of a Cotter over there. Even Ace has to stand in line at the back now. For Akainu, Quinn is more attractive than Ace at this time. Ace can say nothing except the title of the son of the Pirate King, but Quinn is different. In terms of the degree of threat, Quinn has the title of the first person under the four emperors. There are many people who are stronger than him in combat, but there is really no second one who is so eye-catching. Compared with the threat of Quinn and others, Kobe's existence has nothing to do with Akainu, and there is no chance of collision. He hit his head hard with both hands, and the voice in his mind gradually disappeared, and Kobe stood up again and staggered to Yukimura. "Stop, Major General Yukimura, the headquarters has decided to stop the war. There is no need to let the soldiers sacrifice meaninglessly." "Not yet. Stop, get out of my way, you little brat who doesn't even have war awareness, come and point fingers. Look at your military rank, you are not qualified to stop me." Yukimura received the order, but he couldn't accept it. Especially the previous inexplicable attack. Although the pirates were also affected, many innocent soldiers were also affected. This was the result of Arceus stopping it. If the attack hit the target, the impact would be even more terrifying. All this is within the acceptable range of the five elders. If the cost of eliminating Kaido and Whitebeard is tens of thousands of soldiers, then they are willing to make this sacrifice. For them, life is just a number, and the threat of Whitebeard and Kaido is far greater than this number of soldiers. First there was the war, and then the aftermath of the unknown attack. Too many comrades and subordinates died in this war because of these. Now they say that they must stop. If this is the end, why did they die so many people? He did receive instructions to prepare for a ceasefire, but the ceasefire was only a preparation for a ceasefire, not an immediate ceasefire, so he had to seize this last moment to kill more enemies. Chapter 1000, The End of Whitebeard. The new era is called the Beasts, 1000 chapters, Healing. Facing Kobe who blocked him, not directly chopping him was the last restraint of Yukimura. "Cowards, roll aside, those who still have courage, continue to fight with me." At this time, a voice for help appeared in Kobe's mind again. "Major General Yukimura, stop, or go to rescue the wounded. These ordinary pirates are not the main target of the war at all, sacrificing more soldiers for them, that is not worth the loss. You are shaking the morale of the army." The furious Yukimura kicked Kobe aside, and the severe pain made him curl up into a ball, and Yukimura also returned to the battle. At the same time, Buggy, who was holding the live broadcast Den Den Mushi, also became the focus of the battlefield. While others were fighting to the death, Buggy became the director and started to shoot repeatedly. "Look! That is a former crew member of One Piece, a man that red-haired Shanks calls his brother, and even Whitebeard would choose to compromise with him. He is our god. Captain Buggy." In the ridiculously awkward reading, Buggy walked into the camera and couldn't help sneezing. "Damn it, do it again." Seeing the unprofessional shooting skills and embarrassing acting, the reporters in the Sabayati archipelago were so angry that they broke their pens. They didn't want to see this clown show in front of them, they just wanted to know how far the war had progressed. In the end, it was Kuzan's appearance that saved these reporters. Ice Age. The cold current swept through, and all of Buggy's brothers were frozen into ice withers. Only Buggy relied on the fracture fruit to fly into the air and avoided being frozen into an ice block. "Ao Kiji. I'm not interested in you, Red Nose, but can you please hand over what you have? This war is becoming more and more annoying. The mission of Shayna, Jin, and Beckman is to find Den Den Mushi. The Navy will not leave this matter to the pirates." Kuzan, who has never been in the center of the battlefield, received this order. "This is not a simple matter. It is not easy to find a pirate who is hiding and doing live broadcasts on a battlefield with more than 100,000 people. Jin and Shayna searched in the sky for a long time but did not see Buggy. That is, Kuzan's luck was better and he found Buggy first. It's just that he has no interest in Buggy. After all, Red Hair has made his attitude clear. A pirate with only 15 million Baileys is not worth disturbing the war that is about to stop for him, and Kuzan also saw Beckman in the distance. At this time, the other party's gun was aimed at his head, and he did not want to fight with Beckman at this time. At this time, Jin's figure flashed past Buggy, and the last image of Den Den Mushi had changed hands and was in Jin's hands. After losing Den Den Mushi, no one cared about Buggy's existence, and they returned to the last battlefield. However, Buggy received a new round of popularity. After the pirates were thawed, they actually thought that Buggy gave up his chance to become famous in order to save them, and took the initiative to give Den Den Mushi away. Buggy, who saved them twice in a row, became the unshakable savior in their hearts. In the place where Whitebeard and Kaido fought, as time passed, their fighting style also changed, from a battle full of skills to a very simple fight. After entering the vibration mode, Whitebeard concentrated all the power of the vibration on one point, and coupled with the characteristics of the vibration, his fist almost achieved the effect of real injury. Even Kaido, when hit by Whitebeard's fist, would be affected in the body. No matter how strong the scales and armed color are, they only protect the surface of the body. For this kind of attack that can penetrate the outside to the inside, a single defense is difficult to be effective. But Kaido didn't care. Even though blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his laughter didn't diminish at all, and Whitebeard, who was standing opposite him, was more seriously injured. Kaido didn't eat the tremor fruit, but his fists were no weaker than Whitebeard's. Whitebeard's body couldn't compare to Kaido's physique at all. Under Kaido's heavy blows, his white crescent beard was already stained with a touch of blood red. Gulala, Kaido, you don't want to fight here for days and nights, do you? Although Whitebeard's physical strength is not as good as Kaido's, he is also a monster that surpasses humans. In his peak state, he can still fight Kaido for a few days. But this is the headquarters of the Navy. Although there is no need to worry about the aftermath of the battle, it can't be like the final battle. Just like fighting for days and nights. I don't care. I can accept more people. Kaido's answer blocked Whitebeard's next words. Looking at Kaido, who was full of enthusiasm for fighting, Whitebeard found that he was still wrong. He couldn't understand what Kaido was thinking at all, so he still said his own thoughts. Enough, you are not interested in such a fight. One move, use the last move to decide the outcome. Just happened to realize something new. Whitebeard didn't care about fighting for a few days, but his subordinates didn't. The losses of both sides in this war were not small. If they evacuated in time, many people could be cured through treatment, but if they really fought for a few days and nights, those people would definitely be dead. Not to mention that this is still the Navy's territory. If it drags on for so long, it will be enough for the world government to invest new troops, so Whitebeard just wants to fight quickly. One move? You are really confident, Newgate? Well, let me see what you have realized. Kaido felt that given Whitebeard's character, he was definitely not going to die by saying one move. Since Whitebeard dared to say so, it means that he thought this move could cause him considerable damage, and this is exactly what Kaido wanted to see. Well, in that case, I will use my strongest posture to end your battle. Gulala, you'd better be serious, otherwise you will die, kid. Buzz. The vibration force swept the whole place, and Whitebeard's whole body was once again wrapped in a milky white halo. The Kusukamokiri that was inserted on the side was also pulled out by Whitebeard again, but this time, a faint cry came from Kusukamokiri's blade. I'm sorry, old buddy, I'll let you and me, an old guy, go on the last journey. Looking at this weapon that has been used for decades, Whitebeard felt a little sorry in his heart, and Kusukamokiri seemed to feel this intention, and there was a new determination in his cry. At the same time, Kaido also made a new move. The bracelet on his right hand flashed with colorful light, and then the light spread along Kaido's arm to his whole body, like a layer of colorful crystal carapace. This is a detail that Yamato didn't notice. Originally, Kaido's bracelets were two ordinary metal spikes. After the birth of the slate radar, the radar replaced the position of one bracelet, and during this period, the other spike became a transparent crystal bracelet. That is not an ordinary bracelet, but a Taijing product. Taijing itself is a special product of the Pattaya region. The locals have made Taijing into Taijing beads, which store Taijing energy. After the Taijing is activated, the attributes of Pokemon will change. Every time it is used, the energy in it will be exhausted, and professionals need to be found to replenish it. And in this sea, Arceus is the only one who can replenish Taijing energy, and its role is not just to change attributes. Kaido is a human, not a Pokemon, and his own abilities have not been completely transformed. Although he has the ability to learn Pokemon skills due to the power of Arceus, he is still very different from Pokemon in essence. Through the power of Taijing, he can further strengthen his body, so as to use the power of Pokemon more perfectly, including some extremely rare moves. The Taijing bracelet specially made by Arceus for Kaido is naturally Dragon. After Taijing, Kaido will completely burst out the power of Dragon. At this time, he has been wrapped in a layer of crystal, but there is no strange decoration on his head. The 8 ring was taken by Kaido again, and his physical strength and domineering were constantly injected into the 8 ring. The purple-red energy surrounded the mace, and the phantom of the giant dragon slowly emerged behind Kaido. Giant Dragon Power. This purple-red energy is not a dragon dance, but the exclusive move of the original Dragon Pillar Regidorago. The Pokemon of the God Pillar Core are very special. Each of them means the extreme of a single attribute, and Regidorago is the expression of the combination of dragon attributes. Using the Dragon Taijing specially made by Arceus, Kaido can also use Regidorago's exclusive moves and develop his own application. In Kaido's hands, the might of the dragon is no longer a single light cannon, but has become part of his Bagua series. Ugh, Newgate, take it, you are the first person to see this move. This was originally a surprise prepared for my silly daughter, Mahajun, Dragon God Bagua. The flame cloud around him has been dyed purple by the energy overflowing from Kaido's body. At this time, Kaido is like a dragon walking out of hell, rushing towards Whitebeard in front of him with a terrifying dragon shadow. Looking at Kaido's new posture, Whitebeard remained silent. His body was bearing a very strong recoil force. The domineering aura of his whole body was injected into Kusugawa Kiri. Under Whitebeard's waving, Kusugawa Kiri was like a crescent moon, facing the attacking Kaido. Boom! The vibration force in Whitebeard's body burst out at this moment. Even Marineford, an island, did not hold on. With the foothold of Whitebeard and Kaido as the center, Marineford showed a torn posture. Countless rocks and soil were destroyed by Whitebeard's power, and a hideous blood mark appeared on Kaido's chest. The blood could not stop flowing from Kaido's chest, and a pool of blood accumulated under his feet. Ugh, you are worthy of being Newgate. Can you use the vibration to this extent? The power of the Tremor fruit was compressed to a point by Whitebeard, which broke Kaido's defense. Even the outer shell of the Taijing was damaged by Whitebeard's attack. Was broken. But unfortunately, I won, Newgate. In the collision just now, both of them avoided each other's weapons and hit each other's body. Kaido was left with terrible scars by Whitebeard, and Whitebeard's chest became empty, as if he was pierced by some terrible beast. In this last attack, Whitebeard also wanted to take Kaido away, so as to reduce the danger his sons would encounter later. Kaido also knew Whitebeard's purpose, but he didn't complain. After all, both sides were fighting with the mentality of killing each other. But in fact, Whitebeard failed. Kaido, you won. Whitebeard's tenacious vitality prevented him from dying immediately. Relying on the Kusugamoki in his hand, Whitebeard still maintained a standing posture. At this time, Shayuna and Jin had returned here with Den Mushi. Let the times succumb to you, Kaido, I'll give you one last gift. What are you going to do? Gulala, it's not a gift for you, I just don't want the Navy to get what they want. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Whitebeard's mouth, and as he watched the Den Mushi in his hand being thrown in the direction of Sengoku, Whitebeard also made up his mind. Then Whitebeard shouted out his representative words with his last bit of strength. One Piece. It's real. After the words fell, Whitebeard closed his eyes and left the world peacefully. At the very end, he had no resentment in his heart, but only worries about his children. Farewell, my children, thank you for spending the rest of my life with me, but the road ahead can only depend on you. The memories of the past emerged in Whitebeard's mind like a revolving lantern, and his time was frozen here. So far, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate ended his life at the age of 72. In this battle, Whitebeard suffered 127 knife wounds, 147 bullets and 34 shells. 7 burns from lava, 11 laser wounds, 23 blunt wounds, and 1 fatal wound. But until his death, Whitebeard's body still did not fall, and throughout his entire pirate career, there was no scar on his back left by running away. Once, a laser streaked across the air, and Kizaru's attack directly destroyed the image Den Den Mushi, but it was too late. Although the image of the rotating Den Den Mushi was not clear, Whitebeard's words had been spread all over the world. And after this sentence, Whitebeard's body also changed. He was like a broken glass man, with cracks all over his body. As the cracks intensified, his body finally turned into powder and scattered all over the battlefield with the wind. Even the weapons that had been with him for many years broke into 2 pieces under the heavy load. It was a huge burden to contain the vibration in his body, and Kaido's last dragon god Bagua injected a large amount of dragon power into Whitebeard's body, which ultimately led to this result. Dead. Looking at the disappearing Whitebeard, Ace was very excited, and even broke free from the pull of the people around him and wanted to rush back, but what he faced was Marco's fist. Marco did not hold back at all, and this punch hit Ace's face. Ace, listen to me. All this today is because of you. This is Dad's own choice. From now on, your life is no longer yours alone. It is Dad, Ounce, and everyone who died in the battle. Dad's request is to let the rest of the people go back alive, so no matter what, you have to live for me. Whether it is grief or regret, you have to bear this sin and live. Go. Go. So no matter what, don't do stupid things to die. Marco's eyes were full of tears, but he still pressed Ace under him. Sadness enveloped the group of the Whitebeard pirates. The captains who had never frowned in the face of danger and fire were now crying. Even the carefree Luffy chose to keep his mouth shut and didn't say anything. If it was any other occasion, he would definitely not watch his brother get beaten, but it was different now. The kidnapped Mr. 3 had a dull look in his eyes. He never thought that he would see such a big scene in his life. However, among the crowd of onlookers, there was one person who was extremely special. Godfather, please, don't give that devil dad anything new.